Why are you scared of the camera? Why are you scared?
No, I'm not scared of the camera.
You gonna say?
Huh?
You gonna say?
I'm not scared.
On the way to Korea, I was excited because like it's Korea, yeah. Yeah, I think it's my first time living in South Korea, even visiting South Korea. 안녕하세요 and 사랑해요. I think I'm in another world. Once we arrived, it was like really cold. Like it was around 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. Korea is very cold because in the Philippines it's so very hot.
Welcome to Korea, man. Galing mo, ay. Galing mo. How do you feel? Cold and tired. Pa? O pa? See you on Facebook.
Going here was really exciting, the exciting part for me.
Hey, don't your shoes, guys. Yeah, the storeroom.
My reaction for the team house is it's like big and wow, it's so nice and clean here. And the team house is really good, especially the RRQ logo in the practice room. It's really good. The logo is so big. It's shining. It's in my face every time I play.
I thought AJ should be there, eh?
Same like in Brazil, wow. The poop. Stop recording me, sir. Sir. No, I'm joking.
To start probably with the biggest thing that I have in my mind is we underperformed on the big stage.
It's just the nerve that getting into ourselves because we didn't play like how we used to. We doing some mistake that unnecessary and then we forgot some of our stuff. Yeah, I feel like it's just the nerve that hit us so hard.
Maybe the nervous because of the big stage or something. I don't know, but it's not. It's really far from what we've trained.
We have an opportunity where there's 30 partner teams plus the 2 Chinese teams, and we can scrim all of them. Like there's no other place in the world where you can go and practice against all of these teams. So in that sense, the Brazil is really good for practice, but an official, we needed to show more.
Yeah, that's depending on how hard they're playing. Especially you guys.
Because we're stacked MAT, we're stacked on C already. We're stacked over to the C side already. It's easy for us to go default like the C where we just go pick up ore. The transition has been good. A lot of flying though, and I know the boys. But now we're all just getting ready to get into practice, and we're all just excited to get on land here in Korea and show the fans some good Valorant. Yeah, make sure to pack up your gear, yeah?
Match day. Match day. Oh, don't feel me. I'm shy.
Jokin, patron.
Yes.
Yes.
coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. We are on week 5 of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. I'm your host for today. I'm Victoria, and with me at the desk, we have Valorant's favorite experts, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
She said it, not me.
Yeah.
But I won't disagree either. Hi, guys. It's me, Achilles.
You guys are looking really bright, and
It's spring.
I like it.
We needed the Easter colors. You know, that's my theory on this one. I don't
Yeah.
dress
I've
myself.
just been wearing like skin tone
It's
shirts
your-
these last 2
yeah,
days.
yeah, yeah. You look like you're not even wearing clothes, which I don't know how to feel about.
I mean,
we have stylists, by the way, when he said he doesn't dress himself. It's not
That is
his
correct.
Mother or wife. Yeah, but everyone's looking good. Everyone's looking bright. Today is the most important day of the VCT Pacific season so far. You know why? It's because the teams playing today. We have 3 teams who are tied for 5th place at the current moment.
Yep.
And today's really going to determine who stays or further solidifies their spot and who might not quite make it to playoffs. There are only 6 spots in
Yeah.
playoffs.
I mean, there could be some very heavy ramifications depending on, especially in our first matchup here, how things transpire with T1 going up against RRQ. Neither team can really afford to have these losses. They do have 2 wins under their belts each, so they're in a okay position, but you want to be the one that continues to climb up the standings, get yourself in, break away from that 3-way tie in 5th, try to climb yourself up into that top 4. So it's I'm hoping to see both teams really fight, tooth and nail to get that win.
Yeah, it is like we've seen really good things from both teams. We've seen some things that are kind of lacking, some things to be desired from both of these teams. They've played, I think, pretty equal strength of opponents overall, so I think this is probably 2 of the most even match teams we have right now in our league. And then, of course, our second match today, Team Secret versus DFM. For Team Secret, this almost feels like a must-win. Like, they have to come through here, to keep pace with, potentially getting into the playoffs. They don't want to miss it. DFM is just looking for that win, looking for that first win to see if they can somehow piece together some kind of run themselves. So certainly a lot of things are on the line today.
Definitely. In fact, let's pull up the official standings so you guys can see in black and white where everything is at the moment. We did see another exciting games yesterday as well. Full 6 games in the best of 3 between DRX, Gen G, and PaperX and Global Esports.
Yeah, it was a long day. It was
Yes.
a very, very long day for all of us on the desk, for Paper Thin, who was casting. But widely, it was a bit of a fun one. I mean, Global, unfortunately, being able to get that first one on Icebox, we saw some new stuff coming up from Paper X. They put in CGRS. They try to run the Gecko, which is only the second time that we've seen it here in Pacific. It definitely has not had the same popularity that you see for Gecko in some of the other regions, particularly in EMEA, where Navi have been, very much trying it on pretty much every map. But then they go over to their split, and unfortunately, they just weren't really able to contend with the aggressive playstyle. Once Devi had kind of come back into the fold and was shot calling for them on that map, he was looking a lot better, a lot more comfortable on his own Viper, and something, Jing, just kind of going crazy. What are you going to do?
But yeah, with that, let's recap actually even more. You guys were both here yesterday.
Yeah.
I believe you were casting it, and you were in the desk yesterday for the Global Esports and PaperX game. So like you said, we see the appearance of CGRS. Not only that, we saw him on Gecko, we saw him on Icebox, and a weird admission by Forsaken that they're playing Icebox because it's not going to be in the rotation anymore.
I mean, I'm gonna bite my tongue on that one.
Is that a weird admission?
It's
coming from somebody on
well,
Paper
coming
X?
coming from Forsaken, not so much. But I mean, I think most teams would be, that's an eyebrow raiser for me on most teams, except for Paper X. But really, this, again, they tried some stuff. You give CGRS an opportunity to kind of showcase what he can do, and he wasn't that bad at all, honestly. But it's just going against a team of GE's caliber on that map without having kind of I think a similar level of just sort of preparation and protocol in place just wasn't enough. But then you get over to the other 2 maps, and again, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I was privy to some of the conversations going on backstage after map 1 with Paper X, and let's just say there was a change in the mental attitude and a change in the direction they wanted to go, and that direction was W.
Okay.
Yeah.
It worked out pretty well, especially with something being the one leading the charge, pressing that W. I mean, you can see the turnover here going up against GE. Obviously, versus DRX, you're typically going to be putting up some weaker statistics, but he felt, you could feel the impact. He wasn't able to find much value at all versus DRX. Here versus GE, who are a respectable opponent in their own right, he had a whale of a time. Just so much impact round over round. I mean, the triple kill, even on the loss of Icebox, as we just saw it there in the replays, hit some absolutely magical moments. So clearly something, the mechanics, very much there, still very crisp. Still need to work on a couple other things if they do want to be able to tackle DRX and try to dethrone them eventually. But as far as just getting back on the horse here for Paper X, I think that this is trending in the right direction.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you can see that when they're confident and when they're kind of just playing their own game, which is what they changed to. Their mode changed on to Split, right? Where they were able to push the tempo, push the space, just play the way that they want to play. That is when they are at their best. The concern that you have for them is that a few teams have figured that out, DRX being one of them, where they can't play that way against them, so they need to find some level of differentiation in their play style. Yes, something's incredible. Yes, he's amazing, but he got completely shut down by DRX. It wasn't even close. And to be frank, I think some of that was something kind of maybe overheating and trying to press a little bit too much. But at the same time, DRX has always had a good read onto this team, so I think for Paper X, this is a good win. Now we can see them kind of build on this momentum, continue to gel with something. His Blade Storms are out of this world, and just, find more success throughout the stage, get to the playoffs, and, hopefully get to Masters Tokyo.
Yeah, that's right. So we've now seen the entire roster of Paper X play as of yesterday. Now, Gen G and DRX, speaking of DRX, the Korean rivalry, DRX does keep their crown as kings of Valorant Korea, but for the first time, they finally dropped a map to Gen G, and we did not see it going that way because that
was
first
Fracture.
Yeah, that was game 2. I thought you guys were going home early.
I thought so too. We didn't.
Like, what happened?
It was. I think, to me, the biggest change, obviously, was, having a double duelist on Fracture. I mean, this spray from Mako is just otherworldly. I mean, you don't see stuff like that very often.
Just does it again, kind of there.
Yeah,
I mean, that one's an anti-ego round, but
he got a little help from Buzz on that one, I think. But the other one was almost all him. This triple kill from Foxy was absolutely insane. But I think on Fracture, to me, when I was watching it, the biggest change was that we know RB's Neon is really good, but without that fade there to help set up some of the pushes and the things you want to do, because if you go back and you watch some of the games that DRX plays with Neon fade, a lot of it is based on that fade utility, setting up RB for success. Of course, he can do it by himself. We saw that yesterday as well, but beyond that, I think they need to maybe either rework how they're going to play with Double Duelist a little bit, or maybe, frankly, go back to bringing in Zest onto Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things we were considering over here on the desk was, is this the map where Zest does come back into the fold? Does he play this so that they can have that original lineup? They tried something a little bit new. It did end up costing them quite a bit. They still played it close. It was a 13-10 victory for Gen G to be able to go ahead and get that victory away from them. But again, as we were kind of talking about on the desk yesterday, like, when it comes down to just perseverance, endurance in longer series, in long days, DRX has so much more experience compared to just about any other team out there, so they're able to just bounce back. Buzz wanted to go home clearly because he just took over the lobby on Pearl and delivered a pretty swift and one-sided result in a 13-4.
Yeah, Buzz said on Twitter he was tired and wanted to go home.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was monstrous.
Done playing.
Yeah, he's
guys.
like, I'm good.
We're
Right there with
just
him.
diffusing. Just throw a cove and diffuse. That's the plan. That was.
And it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just, hold the site as Killjoy. He did some really impressive plays, though, like with one of those escapes he had through B Connector into B Link, right? That was really impressive, the way he was able to use his nano swarms to buy time to get out, buy time for the team. So, Buzz is such a good player. He can play a lot of different roles for the team, whether he's on that duelist or now on the Sentinels. He played a little bit of Chamber too, of course, but Chamber a very different Sentinel than Killjoy in a lot of ways. So now that he's adapting to that style, that's just another, deeper threat for DRX that it just scares the hell out of everybody else. I mean, you can see why, Mako said he's like, everybody's scared of us. I don't know why. Well, it's not too hard. Yeah.
Well.
It's very clearly why. So, definitely some things to work on there for Gen G, but I mean, the outline is there. They just need to color in the lines to be able to fully flesh out the squad to be that team that can challenge DRX. Being able to take away a map, that's obviously a very good step, especially Fracture. I had kind of pointed it out. This is the first time that DRX has lost a game of Fracture with Neon in a VCT match since Copenhagen when they lost to FPX.
Yeah.
So they have been so very thorough at it. Clearly DRX needs things that they need to maybe retcon a little bit when it comes down to the composition, whether or not it's going to be double duelist, whether or not Zest comes in, things to tweak if they want to continue to run that setup. But Gen G, I'm looking for more progress, and I think that we'll see it.
I mean, I think it's good news in a way. I mean, Gen.G was sort of like Pacific's last hope to take down DRX at this moment. But at the same time, I want these teams to poke holes in DRX strategy because I want them to make it through Masters, you know, and because they're definitely at this point their spot is secured for playoffs and likely going into Masters as well. I think if I was going to throw that prediction out there. Now. We like games, and yes, that's right. It's another episode of Hey, We're Gamers, and we're going to play another game.
I don't remember.
I don't know what we're doing
to that title, but
I actually genuinely have no idea what's happening today.
okay, lay it on us.
All right. You got a sampling of this yesterday. It was, they showed you a random spot on the map. You had to guess what map. But apparently, the producers are like, you guys got it.
It's way
like
too
most
easy.
of them was too easy, and we
Yeah,
want to.
I saw the ones from NA, and they were hard. Yeti really trolled them.
Yeah, they want to make us suffer. They're like, we're not here to.
They're
look
gonna
good.
show us like 2 pixels of the map. They're like,
Right.
so far zoomed in. So guess it based on the color palette.
Yeah, so it's gonna be like that. I think we're gonna have 5 of them. I will join you guys because I actually have no idea what they're gonna be either, and I'll assist in these matters. All right. Producers, show us the map. Challenge 1.
What? Is this the Louvre?
Is this
this
still
France? There's art in this game like that isn't like manga from like Split or something? Let me think.
All right.
I don't think this is Split. This is probably not Bind. Probably not Fracture. Probably not Haven. Is this Lotus?
No, where would
It wouldn't be.
Where would this be on Lotus?
I don't know. I'm just guessing. Is this Breeze?
This
I
is
don't
like
know.
the wrong country. This looks kind of like European.
I'm
Like,
thinking,
So
that
which
this is,
Ascent?
I'm thinking that this is Ascent.
Ascent?
Yeah.
Yes, I think you
All
guys
right.
are
All
right.
I'll go with Ascent.
It's either
All right. I'll follow you on that.
Ascent is in Italy-ish.
Unless there's some interior room in Pearl or something, but I would go with Ascent.
All right.
Yeah, could
I'm
be
going
Pearl,
with you guys on the
All right,
Ascent
Ascent.
boat.
We'll go with Ascent.
That's a good
Zoom it out.
deduction.
Zoom it out.
Tell us.
Show us.
We're ready.
Yep.
There you go.
Yes!
There it is.
Wow,
All right.
I've never looked in there before. I thought I
That's
looked
good.
everything. Good.
Neither have I.
I didn't
Nice.
know there was a store there.
Didn't
Good
even notice
teamwork.
there was a window.
Yeah.
Bring on the next one, production.
All right,
That's right.
We're
we're
so
1-0.
ready.
We got you today, production.
This team, we're gonna get them all.
Get
1
wrecked.
out
All
of 5.
right.
Oh, this is Fracture.
Yeah.
100% this is Fracture. I know where I've seen this.
Is it at the
Because Fracture has like some kind of
starting
particle
console?
collider or something in the
Yeah,
middle. of it.
where you
Yeah,
zip
yeah.
line over
Oh,
the
even
top.
says
Yeah,
your something protocol
Yeah, yeah.
top.
Containment protocol.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, is it? It's not Icebox?
They got a particle collider in this thing. Maybe it's Icebox too, but they're like underground on Fracture. There's like a particle collider.
I'm
so.
pretty sure this is Fracture. I think
Okay.
we can lock it in.
Oh, you're right. That whole thing on Fracture, that whole giant. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you're
Zoom it
right.
out.
Duh.
Zoom it out.
Yeah.
Boom.
They said they were going to give us a challenge
Yeah.
today.
Go to the next one. 2 for 2. Let's go.
I'm a physicist. They tried to troll me with some like physics stuff that did not work. Did not
All
work.
right. This is too easy. Like, let's raise the bar. Give
Come
us
on.
another one.
Oh.
Okay, they pressed the bar.
Yeah, they heard
The
that
color
challenge.
makes me think Bind.
Yeah,
But I have no idea where this bear is.
was my initial
This bear looks like he
inclination was towards Bind.
he had a little bit.
But I've never seen this bear.
He spent a little bit too much
Who
time
drew this?
out at night.
Okay, this one's messing with me a little bit.
I think Bind.
I wonder if they're gonna repeat maps if they're really true.
Oh, they
mess with
really
our
troll
heads.
us, and it's
that
like-
would true mess with us.
like
I don't know.
Fracture again? I think because of the colors, but I don't know.
It looks like a side on Bind to me. But
I don't know for sure.
Earth
This
would
one I
this
actually
be?
have genuinely do not know. This is a good one. They got us here, maybe.
It could be that. Oh, God.
Like a
Look at-
screen with a little bear on it. There's like no theme I can think of for this that like.
who else has a screen? Okay, Icebox
This
definitely
looks
has
like-
screens.
I think we just go with Bind.
Bind?
If we have to mulligan one, we'll.
All right.
We're,
Let's do
2 out of
Bind.
3 ain't bad, right? That's
I don't
what
know how
Meatloaf
much time
said.
we
We
have.
still got 5 more to go, so. Or we got 5 in total.
Oh, we
so.
got 5 total today?
All right.
Oh, man.
Let's go with Bind.
Bind.
Final answer?
That's Icebox.
Oh, it is Icebox.
Icebox.
I was.
Freak.
Okay.
Oh, there's like a control tower up there.
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh.
Okay, well, I kind of said, like, I said the word Icebox. Does it? Okay,
No,
no,
we
we were
lost
wrong.
that
No,
one.
you.
All right. All right, you got us on that one.
Oh.
Oh, this one is easy. This is Icebox also.
Yeah.
It's on the end of A site, Right? A site of Icebox.
Sure.
I don't remember.
I trust her on
I just
this.
remember
Ooh.
the samurai armor.
Yeah, I mean, they're just pulling out right
Yes!
away. Yeah.
Ha!
They did try. They
They
did try to
did try
double
to
it
two
up.
in a row.
Yeah. Oh,
The
it's got
samurai-
the A, yeah. You've
The
got
samurai
A.
armor is a little too recognizable.
Yeah.
So we have what?
exactly.
One more.
One
So
more?
we're-
All right, one last one. All right, producers.
This is Breeze.
Yeah, that should be Breeze.
Gotta be Breeze, right?
Unless
Unless they're tricking us. Unless they're trying to throw us one of the curveballs.
He's like chilling on a rock. He's got a drink.
He's got
it could
he's
be
on the
Lotus.
beach.
Lotus has a lot of really weird hidden things like this too.
I mean,
suppose that's-
I'm just
All
gonna
right,
go with
we're-
Breeze.
let's go with-
but-
yeah, I think it's Breeze.
Okay, you guys go with Breeze. I will go with Lotus.
All right.
Okay.
So we cover all our bases.
Split.
Could be a
Yeah.
red herring, right? Like it's like
It is.
it is
Lotus.
Lotus.
Damn.
Oh.
All right. I mean,
Well,
I never do fly-throughs of the map. What can I say?
I
you mean
have-
you never just
I honestly, I have
All
a weird
right.
hobby. I like to look at.
clipped and-
we
like-
went
buzz
3
around.
and 2.
Little
That's
Easter eggs.
respectable,
Not bad,
I
that's
think.
not
We would have won a best of 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
As a desk, we have definitely accomplished your challenge. So try again next time in the next episode of Hey, We're Gamers. All right, with that, guys, we are going to go on a break. I hope you guys had fun guessing that with us or not. I don't know. I had fun.
We're
okay.
gamers. That's right.
We are gamers. We play the
Apparently.
video games. Okay, we are going to see more games happening after this. We're going to see our first game of today. We have RRQ versus T1. More on that after the short break.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We are on week 5 now. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, we have Achilleos and Paper Thin. We just finished some games, but now we're going to watch some games.
Time for serious business.
Serious business.
Right.
No more playing around. So we're going to watch the first matchup, RRQ versus T1, and this is going to be an important matchup. They're both tied for 5th place right now. And we have the roster ready to go for RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, as we kind of spoke about briefly a little bit earlier, this is going to be a big separation match now to break away from these teams that you find yourselves tied against. And I think both teams are very much going to be fighting for that. RRQ, they've been looking absolutely fantastic.
I got
as
some
of late.
juice. I got some
Oh.
juice for you, my friend.
All right.
All right, here you go. Right now, X-Pharaoh, 4th in ACS in our league. 4th overall, 240.9. He is 1st in KD. 1.36 right now. X-Pharaoh, number 1 in KD. Iman's 2nd, but Iman's only played 20 rounds, so I don't know how much that counts.
Yeah, we only saw him play on split Sky.
Yes.
That's about it.
So, I mean, RRQ has 2 players in the top 10 in ACS, EJ at 10th and X-Pharaoh at 4th, whereas T1, none of their players are really excelling. It's been kind of a group effort from T1. But RRQ has a few players. You know, Elmi Moore stood out to me last week. But
even EJ last week as well?
Yeah, EJ as well, exactly. So we're starting to see some players other than X-Pharaoh and Flips really start to perform well for them. So they're on the upswing for sure.
When you say you got
Definitely.
juice, it makes me think you got some rumors. You got
No,
some
I don't got any of that.
some juicy
Not
info
this
that you're about
time.
to lay down. You're just like, I got some juice. Here's some statistics. I'm like, you're a nerd.
Nerd!
Nerd juice.
Nerd alert!
Next time, keep
Okay.
your prune juice to yourself, old man. But yes, they have been looking fantastic. I mean, their last 2 series, very clean across the board here from the side of RRQ. Back-to-back 2-0s. First against DFM, and we're like, okay, DFM, they look a bit weaker. They were also one of these teams down around the bottom. We need to see more to fully convince us. Then they got the 2-0 over Team Secret, and we're like, okay, it's the real deal.
This is
This
interesting,
upward trajectory is not a fallacy. This is very much a thing that is happening. RRQ are finally showing us what they've always been talking about, what they've talked about after lock-in, which is that they said that we didn't get to perform the way that we do in our scrims. And we weren't seeing that initially. Now we're definitely seeing it.
Yeah. So I'm really curious how that's going to play out later today. Now, T1 has had sort of the opposite effect. Let's take a look at their roster. They are on the downward swing. They started off strong, and something's changed.
I got more prune juice.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Great.
Yeah, lay it
that's
on.
right. This one isn't as exciting. Basically, it's that, like I was saying, the statistics here are pretty even across the board. For example, the top 2 fraggers on T1 are Saya Player and Zeta. They're averaging exactly the same KD at 1.11. So none of these players are in the top 10 for a whole lot of categories across the board. And there's even some bad categories where Munchkin's one of the worst in first kills to first deaths in our league right now. So there's like, when T1 is winning, it's a group effort. It's like when they're all kind of clicking together. Saya's playing very well on those entries. You know, Zeta's calling a good game, having impact with the utility. Carpe, we've seen some pretty impressive stuff out of him mechanically. It's just, to me, it's like, can T1 like bring this all together today? Can they finally put all the pieces in the right place at the right time? And we know that there's a ton of talent on this roster.
Yeah.
Like, we know how good all of these players are individually. It's just a matter of putting it all together.
And I don't think it's necessarily time to panic. I think if they lose this one, that's when you do start panicking a little bit more for T1. But, they have had some tougher opponents as of late. Obviously, Genji looking like,
Paper
still locked in as the second, place team right now in the region. And then again, against Paper X, who come out, they have something making his debut, and the guy just went off, and clearly T1 incapable of being able to deal with that level of aggression. You can be concerned for those reasons. I still think the T1 are in a good spot, even if they do lose this series, to still make their way into the playoffs. But it is concerning if you want this team to be within the top 3, where they once were when all of the Korean teams were undefeated before. We had seen, them go up against Paper X. It has been that downward spiral, but given the strength of opponents, I'm not necessarily, gonna hit, the panic mode yet.
It is interesting, though. I mean, like you mentioned as well, RRQ did win against Team Secret, and that is a pretty big one and
That's
a pretty big indicator.
Probably the biggest difference between the two of them right now in terms of like their wins and losses. Like, I think you could look at these and say they're pretty expected in most respects. I think I picked T1 to beat PRX at the time because Paper X wasn't looking that good to me, and it wasn't 100% sure what the deal was with something, how well he'd fit in. Now our mind has changed very quickly, but I expected them to lose to Genji, whereas the Team Secret one surprised me with RRQ. So I would say that, in that regards, that that's a very big plus for them coming into today, because otherwise, you look at these stats, I mean, they're almost identical. Like, the eco round wins are the only thing that kind of have me, my eyebrows raised a little bit.
Yeah, even then, I mean, still not bad at all for the most part, but pistol round wins perfectly parity right there with the 61%, so excited to see if those numbers do get separated throughout this series, who's going to be able to break away. But I'm right there with you. I mean, it's fairly similar across the board, and you can see even there, when there is a gap, it's fairly slim margins where there's only a couple of teams, slotted in between them. But T1, they do have the most rounds played because they have been able to fight back in some of their matches. They have had that 3-map series versus GE at the very beginning as well. So they have shown a lot, and they've also played on multiple different types of maps. So I'm curious to see what RRQ is going to look to tackle going into this, where they think T1's weaknesses are as far as the map pool is concerned.
Yeah, and generally they have pretty similar maps, right? Like, they both like Haven. They both don't really like Split until recently. That's changed for RRQ all of a sudden, where they maybe like Split, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's T1's ban today. They both like Ascent, so there's a lot of crossover in the maps that they want to play. So I think this should be a very even, very close match throughout. I mean, I think this one's going to go very long for these first 3 maps.
Oof, it's going to be
If it doesn't,
possibly.
something's gone wrong.
Yes. Something's gone horribly wrong.
Actually, that I can agree with that statement. Now let's talk about some players, some key players we're interested in taking a look at. I mean, you were mentioning this earlier, Paper Thin.
Look at the closeness.
Like the prune juice that you were sharing is actually about these.
That's right.
Key players.
That's because they're really similar right now, and they both had really good performances and not so good performances. Elmimore most recently has been on the upswing with the rise of RRQ in general. Munchkin started out the year strong and has started to slide in this Sentinel role. So I really think that this could come down to, it's the little things today you feel like are going to be really important here. And that's why I wanted to look at these 2 players, because they're the side anchors. They're the guys who are watching the flanks. They're the ones who have to make sure that, the crucial parts of the rounds don't break for either side. You're making sure that the lurks don't come through for the other team. You're making sure that you're, good for the first bloods. That's particularly important for Munchkin today. So this is why I'm really keen on these 2 players.
Yeah, and I think it's like the perfect 2 to go ahead and pick out. The other one would probably be, EJ versus Saya, who, again, very similar story. And I think you would probably see this with just about anybody you pick, where it's this upward trajectory for RRQ and then that downward spiral right now for the side of T1. Because especially in their last 2 series, we haven't been seeing Saya player finding anywhere near as much value. But I'm right there with you as far as Munchkin's concerned, because he was probably my biggest worry coming off the back of lock-in. When he was shot calling, because it looked like he was completely lost. He was playing Viper, he wasn't playing Sentinel, and he just really wasn't nailing shots at all. I feel like his entire system of play was suffering when he was in that IGL role. As soon as they shifted over to Zeta, we saw the weight lifted off of Munchkin, and he started having an immense amount of impact. But Elmimore has been that guy that continues to come up in conversation every time RRQ comes around, because he has been impressing us. Even in their earlier losses, we were seeing that he was a pistol round demon, get a sheriff in this guy's hands. He's usually good for 1, if not 2 kills in an eco round. And now he has just continued to evolve more and more. So we're hoping that Munchkin can get back to that same level of performance that we have been seeing from Elmimore, so that we do get this massive clash in the killjoys.
Yeah, the big difference between these 2, right, I think, is that Elmimore is really good on point of contact. He's really good at kind of locking down a site. I'd say a little bit better than Munchkin. But on the other side of the coin, Munchkin is better for those explosive plays. He can come through and just win rounds by himself from time because of that duelist nature he has built into him, it feels like.
Okay. Now, I'm curious about, for you guys, it sounds like it's pretty balanced prediction.
Yeah.
Is it like a very strong, are you feeling very strongly towards Team 1?
No.
Okay.
No. Not at all. Look,
Okay.
for me, this is gambler's fallacy. I'm playing roulette at the moment, and I feel like T1 aren't going to be booty cheeks for 3 times in a row. Like, it's not going to hit red. It's going to hit black
Is that a real
again.
gambling terminology?
Yeah, that's all
No,
legit.
that's
You can hear that if you go to Vegas. If you go to Vegas, you'll hear that all the time.
Okay, I've never heard of
Look,
that.
I don't know.
I feel like they have to have a resurgence performance, and I think it's going to be here. I still think that this match is going to be close. It's going to be down to the wire. At least
agree.
I hope so.
Fully agree.
Okay, I mean, to be honest, I do feel RRQ has a really strong chance. I'm on the opposing end. I think their upwards trajectory is going to continue. They've been playing stronger and stronger every single time. Despite everything that you guys have put on the table, which is also correct. So let's see what happens. We are going to go live and let Fate take it away with RRQ versus T1. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks an important moment in VCT Pacific 2023. With only 6 spots for playoffs, today will determine who further solidifies their placement. Presenting RRQ and T1. R squared Q.
R squared. R squared Q.
R squared Q.
You're trying to put me back in my physics classes. This sounds like some equation to calculate circumference or something.
Let's talk about players instead of math and stuff, because no one cares about that. Yeah, here they come. So, Flipshatter walking up alongside Zeta, who is another player, while we didn't get to touch him too much in the pre-show, that we have high expectations for. This is a guy that is very storied, used to compete in NA, now comes over here, is IGLing, and hasn't been able to really steer the ship in these last 2 matches for the side of T1. He has to be the one who's making the calls, who's adapting on the fly, getting a read for his opponents, and that is something that they really failed to do versus both PaperX as well as Gen G.
And it feels like he has an impact like late game where he's kind of one of the last players alive. He has some decent amount of clutch potential in him, but it does at times also feel like he is struggling a little bit to adapt to some of the new agents. Particularly, I think back to his Harbor on Pearl a couple matches ago. Some of those high tides I thought were misplaced and gave the opponents opportunities against PaperX to kind of punish that. So I think there's hopefully a little bit of work done to kind of clean up some of the utility for Zeta. But overall, he's generally a very good player. But yeah, there's still some things that need to be worked out in terms of the whole package for T1.
Ewok's looking fresh.
As always.
Yeah. Their team looks like they have some good energy going on. T1, I'm really unsure how their performance is going to go today. As we mentioned, they are on a downward trajectory right now, but hopefully they pick up the action today against RRQ.
And that's the hope, you know, because we never want to come into a series and just have it be a complete and utter wipeout. That's always boring. You want to see closeness. You want to see the teams consistently pushing each other, because that means that the region continues to grow, that there aren't really any weak links. So when you have a team that just shows up and then unfortunately falls out of a series, that's just not fun to watch. It's not good Valorant. So I'm hoping that this is going to be that return here for T1. Go back to the T1 that we saw from their first 2 matchups. Be able to have Saya player hold down a site with an operator, get these nasty flicks off. And I want to see that from this on the same side. I want to see this Saya player versus EJ battle continue to develop as they try to adapt and overcome one another.
Yeah, I mean, we're here to make waves in VCT Pacific, right? Not tsunamis. Like, we're looking to just... That got him good. He is not happy about that. That's right.
I want to leave this.
You had extra brain juice
go back
today.
to your avocado toast over there, all right? No, I mean, really just, okay, so Lotus here is going to be the ban from RRQ. That's kind of interesting. That is a map that, again, earlier on, they tried, it didn't work. Split, I think this makes total sense for T1.
I mean, I think that RRQ at this point has realized that, like, whatever they were doing in scrims where it looked like it was going well with Lotus, it's completely not being applied to the stage. And rather than leave it open so someone could use it as a weakness against them, they have just opted to go the DRX routes. We have been seeing them ban Lotus for the last couple of maps. So that's not too surprising. What is a little bit surprising to me is the Fracture pick here from T1.
That is very surprising. That is the first time they've picked it. So it's a map that generally hasn't been there. Ascent's going to be the follow-up. So it's actually going to be Pearl here again, which, you know, for kind of surprising that maybe they didn't leave Ascent through, but it is a map that, again, both teams have liked. But out of the map picks that T1 has ever made so far here, which is only 4 in VCT Pacific, Ascent's the only one they've won. Yeah,
I mean, Pearl, one of the maps that they got just completely barreled over by PRX on. I mean, you think about something just cracked out of his mind, just consistently out-offing Saya player as he's trying to hold down that B side. So we'll see how refreshed he's feeling here today.
Have you guys ever tried?
He looks like he's holding a beach ball while he's playing. Like, his arms are so far apart.
It's so fascinating. I mean, his table at home must be
How is that comfortable?
I don't know.
Some people play with their legs up in front of them.
Oh,
like curled up into a ball.
I do sit cross-legged.
I know one of the Vitality players plays like that.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best game changers, female players, also sits like that. It's so, it's not, I don't know. Maybe it's not about posture.
Watching, like, Redgar play gives me neck pain.
He's adjusted. He's fixed that. But worth noting, I mean, before we throw over to the casters, it's effectively a mirror matchup. The only key difference we're going to see is that Ban is going to be sticking with the Omen, and Tucci here with the Astra. So slightly different styles as far as the smokes are concerned, but widely everything else the same.
All right, I think we're ready to go in. We're going to find out what's going to happen with these two teams that are tied for 5th place. Today, we have Valdez and Tasteless over the caster booth. How are you gentlemen doing over there at the stage?
I couldn't be better. Tasteless and Valdez here, ready to bring you the greatest Valorant cast of your entire life. We got RQ, RQ up against T1. Right now tied for 5th place. So much on the line for these two teams.
Yeah, it's pretty important. I mean, these two teams, you saw in the predictions, everybody's kind of mixed up. Nobody knows who's going to win. RQ could win, T1 could win. Really comes down to form as it does on any other day, but I don't know. It really could go either way. You really need to get this win against your opponents to have a good chance to make it into playoffs, and we're right smack dab in the middle of the season. And we're starting on Haven, Tasteless.
Haven is where it's going to go down. Let's not forget that RQ, they had a rough start here at VCT Pacific. We had, in fact, probably the lowest expectations for this team coming forward. But here they are now. They've been performing better and better. They're going up against T1. T1, I probably put them as the 3rd strongest team in Korea right now. But T1 also has been struggling a little bit.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I think that last time coming out, everybody kind of expected them to take the win, but it didn't quite happen, and they didn't look great in that matchup either. It didn't help that they were facing off against Gen G, but either way, hopefully they can bounce back and make something better. As we saw there, RQ, 100% win rate on Haven, especially on Defender side. They have a 19-5 round score, almost 80% win rate. So we'll see if they can keep up with that, as they will be starting on Defender side.
I think they're sticking with what works for them so far and trying to start out on this map. To start game 1, here we have T1 building up a little bit of pressure right outside Garage here. But they're going to, in fact, loop around over here into B. Possibly, no, not wrapping into A site here. We're going to go straight for a B plant.
Yeah, pretty common stuff. They've got it set up here on the right side, just trying to block him outside. A player going to open up with that first one, and Munchkin with the frenzy on the site is going to clean up the majority of them. It's only up to 2GE now.
Yeah, hard to imagine this is going to be a game where 2G will be able to recover right now. They come in, close in, get the kill, and this is going to put the first win on the board for T1.
That's a great start for them. I think we had 5 out of 5 frenzy kills as well, which was pretty interesting stuff. They got into the B site. It's something you oftentimes see because the retakes can be decent, but very nicely set up here from the side of T1.
Yeah, not a bad start here for T1. I think they handled that very well. We got to see what exactly RQ has to offer coming into game 2. Obviously, this is always the hardest round in a Valorant match. You are really lacking in any kind of real opportunities here as far as weaponry goes. And so sometimes we see some kind of creative out there strats employed.
See, Elmi Moore's got the Sheriff, has bought a little bit more than some of his other teammates, so maybe he'll try to get something going. We saw some incredible Sheriff play yesterday, which was always great to see.
It's been a slow start right now for T1. I think they were really hoping for some kind of an overextension, maybe a rush from A, where they could just clean up and have an easy round, but it's been a pretty passive game now. Once again, we're going to see T1 try to creep up into B. It looks like it's going to be a plant very similar to what we saw in round 1.
They're going to sit it down. They're going to look to hold through doors, and RQ not going to have an easy time of this, as Xpero the first one to go down now.
Yeah, they're just going to stay out here continuously trying to spam out any attempts to defuse. That's going to force RQ to push, and it's exactly what T1 wants. They've already dropped so many players in a row. Once again, just 2GE left over, as this is basically an impossible position. This will be T1's second win.
He's just going to chill over there, die to the spike, and T1 have set up these 2 rounds excellently already. So very good look from them, just attacking that B site straight down the middle. It's not necessarily what you see all the time, but if it works this cleanly, why mess with the plan? T1 coming in very prepared for this one.
Yeah, it's a good point. We don't see B oftentimes 2 times in a row here, but they made it work, and now we get to that critical round number 3. This is going to be the moment where the funds have been saved up here for RRQ. They are going to come in with superior weaponry. And we need to see them actually win this round, or the snowballing could begin as T1 could push further and further ahead.
Yeah, take a look at what Carpe bought, actually. He was the only one to go down from T1. He did not really buy up here in the bonus round to, really make it going. He's saving the majority of his credits. He's got 2,700, so just a Frenzy and a Light Armor. He's just going to say, well, we don't really have a great shot at this. Let's see maybe if I can clean someone up on the backside, you know, after people get a little bit low.
T1 does look like they're ready to commit up into C, or at least they're set up to do so. They're going to send the Owl drone out here, try to probe in. RQ has not fully pulled over into C just yet, and in fact, this looks like it's going to be a fake. And so they burned a little bit of utility to generate an illusion of a possible push, and they haven't, okay, excuse me, they are going to leave with everybody. It looked like they were going to stay back at least a little bit with EJ there. And they're going to quietly wrap around. Is this going to be going towards A, or are we going to see them come into B once more?
A couple of pings over by Lobby, but we do have Munchkin lurking here in the doors of B, seeing what he can see, but so far the Astro Smokes have been good. EJ's going to pick up 2 already from the sewer, so that's going to put an end to that aggression.
And now the spike's going to be couriered back over here towards C. There may be an opening. We've got some rotations here from RRQ. Coming back a little bit towards the defender's side. C site is basically naked right now. They could come in here and get a pretty forward plant. And so they're outnumbered, obviously. This is not ideal, but this is probably the best you could ask for of a bad situation.
Yeah.
You see Zeta getting that plant up here now, and that means RRQ is going to wrap around from spawn. With Munchkin over here to cover. Oh!
And Zeta got that headshot with the Marshall from C, so all of a sudden, T1 are making something of this.
Yeah, it's now 2-2. Beautiful spray down there. Zeta takes EJ out.
Player standing.
Now 1 versus 1 could go either way. Saya player stays back. He gets the kill. That's the 3rd win in a row. RRQ in a lot of trouble.
Man, that was huge for T1. I mean, the fact that they were down 2 members, they totally read the rotation of RRQ over towards A, and they got a free plant onto C, and you saw that. So it all starts off with this, right? EJ puts them in a fantastic position, but they're not in position to get onto the C site, and they get caught in the rotation.
Great closer there. A frustrating moment for RRQ. They had that lead. They chose to, for a little bit, have a bit of a positional imbalance. Pretty convinced it might be an A push, but that allowed T1 to get in there, get the setup, and like we were saying earlier, it's probably the best of a possible difficult situation, and they made it work. They had good control from Garage, preempting the push into C, and ultimately it came down to that 1 versus 1 duel, and T1 clutched it.
And they were down a decent amount on firepower as well. I mean, there was a couple of kills with a classic. I think it was kind of wild how they were able to make that happen, but you know, headshot with the Marshall from Zeta, and then Munchkin kind of lurking in the window, able to get that 1 kill and spot the rotation over. As we do have a small little tech pause here, shouldn't last too long, guys. Don't worry.
Tech, pause, tech, pause, tech, pause, tech, pause. So we got to see what's going on with the PCs right now. I'm curious which team's actually having the issue. I do think I see some attention from refs going over here to RRQ, but you know, that's got to be stressful if they in fact did have some kind of issue on their PCs. They're already down 0-3. T1 really looking very slick, looking on top of their game, and hopefully we can get this issue resolved and get back into this. I want to see if RRQ can recover, if T1's just going to clean house.
I want to see if T1 Ban can cook. See what he's got cooking.
Yeah.
Hasn't really been the guy who's been putting up the big numbers so far, but, you know, you never know.
Look how far apart his arms are. Did you see that?
Yes.
That was crazy.
The desk was talking about how there's like a beach ball in there. It's invisible, but yeah.
I have never seen arms so far apart. That was wild.
Never in your life.
Never in my life.
That far apart.
Yes. I've never seen someone touch either side of a doorway.
Yeah.
All right, we're back into this. Again, a starved round here for RRQ as T1 is looking to creep into A. We got a little bit of peering down into A long. Coming around sewer is EJ, and he could get the jump on him here. Munchkin is peering down, and it looks like we're not going to have an interaction, in fact. A little bit of probing so far from T1.
Yeah, Elmimore tried to push out on C and get some information, you know, maybe try to see if all of them were over at A, but he just gets shot in the face instead. And now EJ here with the Blade Storm is going to be tracked down by the Owl Drone. Not a very fun time for him as he was trying to lurk there in sewers and see if he could get some initial kills.
We do have another imbalance. C site is wide open. And it's going to be actually pretty difficult here for RRQ to try to recover this. They're really banking on maybe having T1 lurk around A, fake C, and then come back in, but that's not going to be the case at all. And so this is going to be a headache of a retake if they can even pull it off. It'll only almost entirely come down to can RRQ just get like the most perfect share-up shots as they try to approach in with hardly any utility. This is a plant for long as well. Spike way in the back of C. And they're going to basically use the fact that they've got all these rifles. They can just peer down there. They can interrupt the defuse as many times as need be.
There's a smoke on it. I mean, if DJ could pull off a literal miracle, I mean, he's going to start off with one, but immediately just gets sprayed down through the Astra smoke here. So just some spraying once again. We saw this in round 2. Just not allowing them to get any defuses down as here comes 2GE. He's already so low. Picks up one. But T1 should be able to run away with this round anyway.
Yeah, this spike is going off, and the 4th round win will go to T1. Great execution there by T1. It was obviously an easy C-side take. RQ, you know, I guess the instinct not there, the read not really there. They are, for the second time in the only few rounds we've had, we've seen C left wide open. And so, yeah, I mean, that's going to be that. The ball keeps rolling. Obviously, that is a very tough round for RQ. I think the attempted retake was actually pretty good, all things considered.
So that viewing party looks like it was at the T1 headquarters, from what I could tell, with the Faker jerseys on the wall and that kind of thing. So not a Thursday party this time, which I am pretty happy about.
Yeah. So kind of a similar theme, I should say, here as we go into round 5. A lot of concentration up here in around the entry point of A. And right now, it looks like it's just going to be a double stack for A. They did drive out T1. T1 may actually creep into B. There's a decent amount of Killjoy utility here.
Yeah, it does look like Elmi Moore's kind of got this locked down, but they're still going to go for this play as he holds this angle. Immediately gets shot in the head by Munchkin on the entry here. And Sparrow trades one's back.
Yeah, we're going to get the lockdown planted here. They want to try to force the 5th win and keep this snowballing as much as possible. And so we're going to have another lockdown here.
Oh, and they're pushing in onto the site, but Zeta's here in the back. They did not clear this out. He picks up one, but does get cleared out. As the lockdown now destroyed, and RRQ will be able to clear this out and get the defuse.
It's so important that they won that round. Beautifully done. Great retake onto B. You can see a lot of what's happened so far in the early couple rounds here is T1 leaning on A and oftentimes just pulling away from it. I think they're utilizing the clock pretty well here, too. They're not planting at the last second. They're leaving some time ambiguity in the mix. But unfortunately, B this time around did not work for them.
Yeah, they get that first win. It's good to get on the board, shake off some of the fortunate feelings from losing the bonus round, stuff like that. So they come into this one, and EJ's been able to hold on to that operator as well. Able to buy a gun for his teammate, it looks like, here. So now RRQ in a great spot.
Yeah, EJ now waiting over here at C. That's been another big point of friction here. But it looks like they may just try to come into B again. I feel like we don't normally have this many moves into B. This is going to be a commitment as well here. They've smoked off one side. Elmi Moore is waiting inside the bubble. And he's going to be driven back. And this is, in fact, I'm sorry, I was wrong. They actually did fake that. That's not a commitment to B.
Someone just got Hunter's Fury'd in the face, and he was all the way back. Flipshider was all the way back in the spawn. So, not
a funny way to go down.
That. Not a good start for RRQ now. C1 very patient. You mentioned this Tasteless, just kind of taking their time with their pushes.
Turrets destroyed.
Yeah, they're going to try to bide their time. We could see them maybe go back over here into A. This is going to be probably their first real commitment into that. But the defense from Sewer so far so good. Is it a commitment? They're going to scan and try to get a read. Some wall banks occur. Not a bad trade. A site is almost ready to be defended. You can see coming down from heaven, getting that kill. Now just down to 2GE and Carpe.
Down A.
RRQ very aggressive to try to hold on to the site and not allow the plant to go down.
The spike is not in his hands. Oh, big shot there from 2GE, getting the kill. Second round win on the board here. Could have gone either way. So critical that RRQ took that.
It's kind of crazy the way that round went as well. I mean, starting off with the Hunter's Fury kill in the backside of the spawn, and then you had, you know, T1 were pushing an A. There wasn't a lot of time, and RQ actually challenging them because xFaro had this fantastic position in sewers. He got a 2-for-1 himself, even some wall bangs there. And, you know, they're calling it 1v1. 2G just cleans it up.
Yeah, nice play there. Grabs that up as well. It's now we go into round 7 here. And at least we're getting a little bit of noise over here into A. And a small push actually down A long here. RQ trying to find some intel. Some shots fired, trying to farm out the orb. And beautifully done. Shot through there, got the sound cue, got the kill.
Right here.
And they may be tempted to actually come up here and commit into A. They're going to send Flip back around here to try to get any intel they can. They send the Owl drone up. T1 does, and they don't see anything just yet, so they're going to come in here and go for the plant.
They've got that jet smoke all the way back there as well, and Flipscheider trying to peek early before his teammate gets over. He's going to be taken out. That's a couple of confusing positions, I would say, for the players of RQ. Even holding the orb earlier on just gets punished for that. And T1 extremely comfortable on the A side. It doesn't look like RQ have any plans of challenging this.
Yeah, they're going to stay back. They want to keep that operator and the rest of the rifles and try to carry that into the next round. It would be very difficult to try to any kind of retake over there onto A. So this is going to be the 5th win for T1 as the lead is beginning to stack further and further. RQ, they're going to have a very strong later half of the first round if this is going to be a doable second half of this map later on.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get a replay of how this round kind of fell into the hands of T1, felt like. I want to see the kill onto Flipscheider as well, you know, because there was smoke up in the window, but he somehow got sprayed down up there. Either way, it just ends up being pretty straightforward, and RQ will take a timeout from there.
Yeah, and I think this is a necessary timeout. That was a round that they could have won. We did see that started with a kill spam shot through the smoke. Maybe a little bit greedy to try to take that orb. Let's not forget that they were pretty light on actually using A site as a source of victory. And so they might have, you know, I don't know, been a little bit greedy there from RQ. But, you know, Coach Ewok here, he knows how important this match is. He knows that he needs to, they got to do something here. This is the map they're supposed to win on, by the way. RQ very strong on Haven, and so far this has not gone well.
They're undefeated on the map. They're 2-0. Their defender side was, as I mentioned at the top of the map, they were 70% win rate, or 80% win rate rather, 79% on defender side. So it's their map. T1 selected attacker side, and they're still kind of getting bodied by T1 right now. So yeah, this you got to take some early timeouts and try to figure out what's going wrong on their side. Whereas T1 have been playing it pretty clean. There have been a couple of questionable moments, but other than that, you know, it's even hard to call it questionable. I feel like it was almost just good play from RQ, good positioning to kind of shut down the pushes that they win for in those 2 rounds that they lost. Even though T1 pretty handily in control of this match so far.
So we now go into the 8th round here. We do have EJ here with the operator. They've double stacked over onto A. The question is, where exactly does T1 want to go? They've actually taken a very retracted position. I think they were actually expecting maybe a rush through A after that, you know, tactical timeout. It's not happening. Oh, well, maybe it'll happen. They've crept forward. I don't know if this is really a push more than just a way to try to spring a surprise on them. It seems like Garage is going to be where they're going to go, or at least they're going to check in there first. We've seen a lot of attention on to B so far on Haven. There's always a chance that if T1's not sure about the way C's looking so far, they can just switch over there.
T1 with a lot of varied strategies as they push forward with the Breach ultimate. They're going to pick up 2 kills already as RQ are cleaned up on the C site.
Yeah, T1 so far, just a stellar push in here. We don't have the spike planted just yet. We're going to go in once more and try to get that plant. This is going to give RQ a little bit of time to try to wrap around.
Shock dart value was unprecedented.
Yeah, that was...
I don't know if I've seen more in one round.
Oh no! Zeta whiffs the shot! Wall banged and taken out.
Oh.
Can RQ make this happen? Oh, blinded.
It's gonna buy him some time. xFaro just peeking through with the flash. It's one-on-one.
Another flash comes through. And he's going to try to push Van. Ooh. Nicely done. Flip has to scramble back over to the spike, but he should be able to get that defused, no problem. What a crazy round that was. Beautifully done here by RRQ.
Yeah, double breach ult used, the second one here by Flipshiner just to try to secure this round, and it ends up being very much worthwhile as they were able to clear out Silong there. Let's take a look at the replay as the push initially very strong as RQ tried to push out of the smoke here, but then this happened. Yeah, and Zeta's going to want to forget about that.
Yeah, I honestly got to put that one on Zeta there. That was, at least positionally, he should have been able to have that. The setup is there so you can get him right in the back of the head, just over that ledge that peers into garage. Drop the ball there. And so RRQ is starting to win these really critical rounds as we get closer and closer to the twilight of the first half of Haven.
EJ still able to hold on to an operator here. And yeah, I mean, they've got good economy where it stands. They've been able to hold down A since then, as now it's Xfero's turn to get the long-range Hunter's Fury kill kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Right. Munchkin try to see if they can find any information out here through B. We've got a pretty wide spread right now for T1. Notice how retracted RQ is here. C is there for the taking. And in fact, we actually have Saya player going all the way up towards A and not really getting any intel.
Yeah. RQ playing very back on their hind heels here, and Van is through C, but he can't get the kill as he tries to peek that corner, and now Elmimore's got 2 on the round.
Yeah, and a very dislocated T1 right now. We have a deep lurk here from Saya player. Maybe something can come from that. He does get one. He finds Flip, but there's 4 more to go. Only 30 seconds remaining here. He gets another. And I think they basically lost track of him. EJ does take out Munchkin, which is going to maroon the spike, excuse me. Then 2GE closes it out. 4-5 as things are really beginning to even up.
And now it's T1's turn to take a timeout. I think those last couple of rounds definitely ones that they could have taken, so they'll sit back and consider. Let's take a look at the replay here. Elmimore is able to just hit the shots. You know, Ban had the jump on him, but Elmimore was still looking the right way, able to handle the pressure excellently, and EJ does his job, picks up 1, and that was the end of it. T1, they had Ban at the end of C, and they also had Saya player in the spawn.
Yeah.
Felt like a death match almost.
Yeah, a very discombobulated T1 back there. So look, T1 was starting out with that lead, but the further we get in each round, you know, the more credits are at the disposal of RRQ, and they are seeming to handle themselves very well. RRQ, by the way, not really overextending here on the defender side. They're very, very patient. There's been a few times we've seen them pay for that by dropping C, but I think better that than to just be going out and getting killed off right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. T1 always will have a lot of fans in the audience. It's a very big Korean org for a very long time.
They're the OGs, man.
Yeah.
Back when I was a young spud, I was a T1 fan.
Yeah. They're trying to make their mark on Valorant Stageless, but still working on it.
Still working on it. They haven't done it just yet. It's been exciting to see a team like RRQ play as well as they have. Yeah. You know, we've been out in Korea for a long time, Valdez, but you know, you don't normally think of Indonesian teams when you think of esports, but this just goes to show you how global Valorant really is. We got teams from all over the world here, and they're making T1 work. I mean, T1's just barely in a lead right now, but RRQ is performing so well.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we can even have this VCT Pacific set up with all these different nations and regions coming in to perform is it's really awesome to see. Makes you very optimistic about the future of esports here in Asia. As taking a look, I saw a bunch of pings from T1 during the timeout to go through B. We'll see if they actually follow up through it, as Saya is looking to lead the charge with the Blade Storm.
Now, last time they did this, it was a fake. Are they going to actually commit this time? It looks like they probably are. They've closed off one side of B, but beautiful shots here from RQ.
T1 are, they're struggling. Saya player just kind of dumped on there by Elmimore, who is having a fantastic map so far. As now we got defenders locked down here. put in by the side of Elmi Moore.
This is a pretty sick lockdown here. I really like this. How are they going to be able to actually defend this? And they might just be able to get the defuse.
Even got a player detained here as Ban is going to pick up one, and Munchkin picks up a third.
It's just flipped now. 25 HP. He doesn't have that much time. He's going to have to get a kill on Zadie. He goes for the flash. He comes out. And that's going to be that. T1 gets the 6th win. Crazy round. And I love the wrap round here from RRQ coming all the way from attacker spawn. And the lockdown is what I think really did it. It's like, oh, how do we actually get anywhere that's going to be convenient for a plant over at B like that?
Yeah, so it started off like RRQ were in a fantastic position, but Ban and Munchkin especially, just able to lock down here behind Garage and just pick up a bunch of kills as they were pushing in. Even with the lockdown, they weren't able to get the defuse, even half of it. So it felt like the ideal was great for RRQ, but the execution not quite there, and Munchkin was able to clean up.
I talked about how conservative RRQ was, but I like them mixing it up here. They've got EJ way up over here, right below the attacker spawn. T1 playing conservatively, but they don't know that EJ's hiding right under their nose.
And they are going to send the drone out. T1 are definitely a little bit concerned about this, as a lot of utility set up here by the side of RRQ at the entrance of C. Both Killjoy and Astra. Got some stars over there. Let's see if T1 actually make this push work.
Beautifully done by EJ. Gets the drop on a Munchkin. Here comes the attack over here into C. Elmi Moore, the first line of defense, fires some shots. Blindsided though by Saya Playa. Just Zeta remaining. A 1 versus 3. And the spike can now be guarded over at C. And that's going to be it. Flip gets it. The game of catch-up continues on. T1 only about 1 round ahead. A bit further along. Can RRQ tie this up 6-6 in what has been a delightfully close fight so far?
Yeah, again, that push on the C was always going to be difficult, especially without their full team going in all at the same time. And GGE this time was the hero, able to pick up 3. And then look at this flick. Like, what?
That is
didn't even
wild.
look like he shot him. It was insane how quick that was.
All right, the last round in the first half is here. This time around, T1 collects just outside of A. A double stack over here with EJ holding that up. Looking for the pick. The Aldron's going to come out. It seems like EJ wants to stay as far out of vision as possible. Beautifully done. Coming out in the last second and escaping further up in A. Peeks again. Gets the pick onto Bond. Carpe gonna push.
They're not able to take him down. Stinger play. Aggressive on a long, but it's just EJ getting massive amounts of value now as got attacker lockdown here.
Tries to draw him in. They're going to try to push up. We do have EJ just in this little nook that can't be quite hit by the lockdown.
On target.
Okay, this actually ends up working as RQ maybe not respecting it, and now 3 headshots in a row. T1 are holding the A site with all their might.
Oh, it's going to be up to Elmi Moore. He gets one. Can he have the greatest play we've had so far? Takes out another. Hold on. Oh, Zeta there, making up for that misplay earlier in Garage. Does clutch that after what looked like it might have been the craziest round yet with an RRQ win. T1 closes out the first half 7-5.
Yeah, able to hold on to the lead right at the end, but certainly could have been around as well that RRQ could have held on to the site. You see the value of the Killjoy in that push as well. It's a reason why it's Jet and then it's Killjoy here in Pacific, is because you can get pushes like that, you can get position onto the site, and then RRQ has to push into you. You got smokes down, and it's going to be really difficult for them. And T1 handle it, they win those firefights, and ends up being a round win for them that perhaps should not have gone their way.
That's right. Remember that this is the map RRQ really needs to win. If they're going to come out ahead, it's got to be on Haven. 7-5. The only thing that's closer than that is they're tied 6-6. So I mean, this is a round that T1's having to do some work. RRQ has won. I think some pretty technical retakes. There have been holes in the plays on both sides as well. We've had some moments of overextension. I like that sign.
I liked his nodding.
Yeah.
It was like to the beat of the song as well.
I mean, it's the halftime soundtrack. I mean, what are we doing? You gotta bop to that. If you guys are watching from home, you should come check out the studio that we host this in. It's incredible. I love that, this is such an international tournament, and Seoul being such a cosmopolitan city, we've got fans from all the different countries already, some of them visiting, others that reside here coming down here to cheer on their favorite teams. And what great matches we're having here.
The Valorant's always very entertaining, first and foremost. So, as Tasteless said, definitely make your way down. As now flipping sides, RRQ, they've won 2 maps at Haven before, but their attacker side win rate was not fantastic. They were 7-9 in terms of rounds. So they'll really have to pull that through, whereas on the side of T1, their defender side is actually even worse. It was 11-20, 35% win rate. So these are the 2 sides that these 2 teams so far, statistically, have not been very successful on.
We begin the pistol round here, RRQ. Hungry to start the comeback. It does seem like we saw some peering down a little bit towards Garage. Oh my God, great pick. Flip, getting that long distance shot over by A. But they're gonna commit, RRQ's gonna come in. I gotta say, positionally, I like this a little bit for T1. Even a delay as they come out of sewers.
Yeah, this push is not working. They are on the site, and they are okay. EJ and 2G get 2, but that is all they will get. Carpe with the frenzy on top of them, and it really all started off with Saya players' 2 picks to start it off the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big buy to try to get that Sheriff in round 1, but, it's like a Operator Junior or something like that over A long. If you get that first shot, and he got 2, actually, 2 shots to the head that thinned out the line. The Killjoy utility was there in sewer, but they got sandbagged a little bit when they tried to come up, and I think that just allowed everybody to get into a great position. T1 takes that first win and likely to take the second, as it's going to be a very starved round 2 in the second half for RRQ.
Yeah, I think that's one of the difficulties of, you get an isolated kill like that, but you still try to force the push when you know Saya player's still there on the jet. As now they try to push forward, and yeah, he's just getting killed by an aftershock as he's moving on in. Not the easiest play for RRQ, but you got to try to make something work here on the second round after losing that pistol.
Okay, they're going to come up into Garage. Shot down. And, oh my God. All right. That looked like it could have been a little bit worse. Carpe does take EJ out. The spike is actually pushed back out to the doors of Garage. Is RRQ going to double down? It seems like they are.
Well,
spike down, C.
They did it in round 1. They're doing it in round 2.
Yeah.
Just really trying to force the entry, but this is not working.
It feels to me like in some of, well, I guess we're only 2 rounds in, but that RRQ is getting the information that someone's in there, and they're trying to push it anyways. Great shot from 2GE.
Okay.
But it's just 2GE.
Yeah.
There are 4 players here from T1. And now there's none for RRQ. 5-9, excuse me. T1's lead. Impressive.
Yeah. It's funny you say it's just 2GE at the end of that round, because it has felt a little bit like, in certain rounds it's been only him, it's been EJ at times. But individually, the players have not been able to come together and actually challenge T1. The Saya player did put an end to this.
It's the sad moment of the controller when his whole team is overextended. You're like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see what I can get done here. Yeah, it does seem like RRQ so far doubling down when they come in. They identify there's someone waiting to receive them on the other side and try to go for it anyways. This time, A-Long has been left wide open, probably betting that RRQ will be a little bit more cautious after what happened at the start of the first round of the second half. But it's a double stack over here onto sewers. So nice rotation so far. It is a 3-stack overall. Just Munchkin over here outside a garage door to try to see if there's any audible sounds towards B. There are not, but RRQ is not really moving anywhere right now.
Yeah, just hanging out. They got that 1 pick out of garage, so just biding their time. They do have a couple of players here, Flipshider and EJ, looking to poke in through a long. But actually, T1's got the stack on A, So RQ not really getting the read on where the rest of the defenses are here for the side of T1. So T1 might be able to put an end to this push. Let's see how it goes.
We've got the hot peak coming in here. And again, there's not that much time left on the clock. They're going to have to try to commit to A. Bond takes EJ out, but EJ already drops 2. Munchen going to wrap around here. Shot down through the smoke. Great win. A much-needed win here. 6 wins on the board as the spike is now planted. I got to say, I'm glad that RRQ won that. I think if they did not win that critical round 3, we would probably be very, very close to the end here. But it was not just a round win. They basically didn't drop almost anything there. So they're going to carry those weapons on to the 4th round of the second half.
T1 not really able to get many guns out of the hands of RQ on the bonus. Only out of EJ, I guess, there. And so RQ in a pretty good spot now. And let's see how this one is going to go. It looks like RQ want to come in fast onto the C site. As only bonus here at the moment.
Blinded Jed, beautifully done. Bond takes EJ out. And Sepro returns the favor. No spike plant just yet. And it looks like T1's going to go for a retake here. Oh my god, Zeta again, taking Sepro out. Zeta takes another one out, LB Moore. Didn't even catch that. And this means it's going to be a very strained position here for RRQ.
They try to push into him, and he punishes them. Munchkin going to pick up the last 2. T1 will be able to pick up another round here. And they have an operator now in the hands of Zeta and their team, which they should probably just hand over to Saya player. But yeah, you know, I think Zeta, he gets the really nice peek out of Garage, and then another guy tries to peek him through the doors, and he's just ready. And, you know, that aggression from RQ, like, look at this.
Okay,
it's just not working.
We didn't catch it the first time of the cast. I'm like, where was Saya player? How did Zeta get that kill? It was crazy.
Well, that will spark another timeout. RQ, I think they got to calm things down. They were looking really good on defense, you know, just kind of playing on their high-end heels, waiting for T1 to go straight into their crosshairs and stuff like that. But things have kind of fallen to the wayside, I think, in terms of that strategy here after the half.
Yeah, they definitely had a stronger defender side. I agree. T1's executes over on attacker side were pretty good. But yeah, RQ is dropping a lot of players before they can secure even the spike plant. They did seem, and I'm not saying it was every round, but we did have a couple rounds where like they got the read that somebody's there, and I don't know if it's like you'd call it an ego peak, but they definitely committed to trying to come through. And it's been a pretty comfortable defender's half here for T1, to be honest. I mean, almost every round they get 1 to 2 picks, and then it's just a very difficult spike plant that almost every time T1's able to recover.
Yeah. RQ's idea, I think, was solid. You know, just push into C, get the plants back out along, but the overcommittal into Garage needs to be cleaned up. I'm sure that's something that Ewok will touch on. Coming in here, that was their last time out, so
Get out of my way.
Not much else. Got to make a good push here at the end of this half.
All right, well, they sell the push on to A, but it looks like we're going to have a wraparound towards C. Right now, T1 is basically set up to not be overextended and overexposed at C. So it is going to come down to a retake. This may be the strongest start of a round here for RQ. They are going to set up for that spike plant, possibly a spike plant for C long.
Yeah, with this Cosmic Divide, huge committal onto the C site, and T1 are like, well, we already lost Carpe. Maybe we just wait it out and peek afterwards. A lot of spam here through the box.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're going to rush into this, to say the least. And I guess they're more, at least for now, interested in exit kills.
Yeah, they're just saving.
Yeah. You know, it's an interesting, hyper-conservative move here for T1, but I think they look at this, they go, okay, RRQ spent hard to get this. That's fine. We are going to come into the next round with some very deep pockets.
Yeah, I mean, at least they'll hold on to their guns and be able to use those in the next one.
My favorite round that we've had so far. It was the most exciting one.
That one right there?
Yeah, that one, yeah, where one guy was killed.
One
and then
kill,
they didn't fight each other and the spike
one
went
cosmic divide.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's peak Valorant for me.
Just as much passivity as possible.
Yeah. Now, we go into round 18, and basically T1 gave that to them and would not give them anything in return.
Let's go.
How is RRQ going to spend their utility, everything they've got, into this next one? A triple stack over here onto A. Very ready to receive anybody. The spike is not clearly going to any one location. Right now, RRQ is trying to probe for intel.
Yeah, I like this better, you know. Don't just rush in, you know, oh, we found a guy. Let's try to, like, attack him and take him out and blind him and, you know, overwhelm him. Rather, they're, you know, like, try to sniff him out and then go for a push where maybe some of the guys aren't, or maybe use some utility to push them out and then go for a push. So they're going to move on to B here.
Take flight.
The Aldrone comes in. They don't see anybody at B just yet.
I don't know how you got that kill.
Yeah, that was wild. Great shot there for Munchkin. It's going to be indeed an actual spike plant over here at B. They've got EJ basically lurking right on site. And they're going to try to push in from both sides. Great shot there from Sayaplay. EJ out of the picture. They've got some utility they could try to spam in here. This may force T1 to try to come out with a push.
I mean, they got to go for something as the tap on the spike, but they're just spamming there onto this one as they push out of the smoke, but Elmi Moore and 2G are cleaning up, but 2G, 5 health.
Down to the duel. Halfway to defuse at the last second. It will be another victory here for T1, 11-7. Great round. And honestly, not a bad setup there from RRQ. I thought they were going to take that at the start of that.
I mean, the setup was good, but that initial first blood from Munchkin just made things so much easier on the retake. Like, look at that kill. Like, what? He's like, okay, I know they're pushing. I'm just going to spam a little bit before I back out. He gets a kind of a lucky kill there through the smoke. And the hold, you know, pretty standard from RRQ, but they, kind of weird to say, but they just ran out of members and health, 5 health here. And just barely, they were able to get that defuse. And now we've got 4 ultimates ready for T1.
Okay, they're going to once again gear up into B. They're going to send EJ in to see if they can get any duels down. EJ takes out one, but he's traded out as Carpe gets the kill onto him. They're going to push now through Garage. On the receiving end is Sayaplaya. Gets the kill with the operator and takes another.
Here.
Well, Sayaplayer says, sorry, RRQ. We're going to run away with this map because that's really going to take the wind out of their sails. RRQ will be able to get this plant down, but their chances at winning this one are pretty low. They do have the lockdown as... Okay,
what?
never mind.
Whoa.
I take everything back.
Well, I'll tell you what, very worth it. The lockdown did force an immediate push from them. And I think T1, kind of going back to what we saw earlier, is probably just going to save this operator.
Right there.
Fleeing up over in towards probably A heaven. And that's going to be the 8th win. RQ is nipping at the heels of T1 right now. They had to spend heavy for that with the Killjoy utility, but it paid off.
If you look at the minimap where those 3 members of T1 died, they were all 3 of them stacked up, and Elmi Moore just one simple spray, and all of a sudden, as you mentioned, Tasteless, they kind of had to push on that timing, and that ends up just being an easy cleanup for Elmi Moore.
Very blue X right there.
Yeah.
The bluest X we've seen.
It's a bold blue X.
That's right.
Yeah.
8-11. Again, it's been a great map so far. It was not this kill, but that one that we saw that I thought, okay, this is over. Look at this. This should be a retake. And when I saw... Oh, that's hilarious.
He even got flashed at the
He was
end.
flashed, didn't even see it happen. Beautifully done.
And that one's after Sayaplayer's kind of insane play, that was T1's round to win, right? But turns out that lockdown and a little bit of stacking is all you need. So here comes T1 fast out of A long. Not gonna hit those shots actually, has to get the classic
so
kill.
funny. This is a round that T1 is supposed to lose. They're not really that equipped. Munchkin here with the operators wrapping around towards C. Can Munchkin get the pick? As it looks like it is going to be a push towards that direction, and he does. He takes out Elmi Moore. 2GE waiting as Munchkin's going to go ahead and just relocate to another position. I think they're actually going to abandon this. I think they're going to grab the spike and try to. Oh my God, Munchkin is like the killer in the horror movie. One by one, RQ players are disappearing.
Yeah, they try to push through the garage window area, and he's just ready for it. He had a pretty defensive position. He's got the operator. And again, it goes back to some of those aggressive pushes on the guys who've got really nicely set up positions. It's not going to work out for you 2L RQ.
Looks like they want to try to come into
30 seconds left.
Probably expecting CNA to be covered. EJ is going to pull down here, but Munchkin's going to be on the receiving end. Hold up. Oh, EJ's so fast. Shooting from the hip, 2-2, but a very tough position to try to defend here from RQ. They don't know where the other two players are coming from.
They do have the firearms advantage. They're actually going to push out here towards Saya player, who is just waiting with a frenzy, but actually I think he even had a classic, so not a very good spot for him. As Zeta, he does pick up a gun.
Yeah. Zeta's basically going to go for it. We don't have that much left in the second half. He's going to see if he can drop anybody. EJ is just going to wait. They're going to have that audio cue. Oh, they're going to see Zeta.
Yeah, now this is over. Just waiting to get out of here with the Phantom. That'll be fine for him, but T1's economy not in a great spot. I mean, they should be able to buy in the next round, but RQ are absolutely clawing back in this map now.
They are, but it was an expensive victory. They're going to have to buy back heavy. And so, you know, weirdly enough, even though T1 loses that round, I think they had a pretty strong presence in it, enough to really make RQ pay for it. So we've got agents collecting up over here towards the A side. 9-11 right now, Valdez. This is an exciting and really close match. I got to say, I'm really delighted to see that RQ is playing as well as they can against T1, and it's not over yet. RQ could pull ahead here.
This is why we all kind of thought this was going to be a very even matchup between these two teams, and here we go. The push comes in. Saya player's holding down the angle.
Saya player always in control of A-Long. Munchkin's going to go take cover here. Hunter's Fury coming through, and oh my God, does connect. Can they link it together? Doesn't quite do it. Flip now, planting. T1 needs to retake, but they are outnumbered.
Okay, well, Cosmic Divide, and Elmi Moore has to peek. So, RQ, they have this down, but it's in a very unique spot here in the corner, just for A-Long. T1 are totally on the site right now.
Flip is just inside the smoke. Carpe's not spammed any shots in there yet, and he does. He gets the kill. One more left. 2GE coming from A short. And that's going to be it. 9-12.
Yeah, that's the end for him.
At this point in time, RQ, if they don't play 3 perfect rounds, it's over. T1 takes the first map.
Yeah, that was
match point.
Again, I mean, it's almost like they're sniffing out where Saya player is and purposely pushing into him. And he, time and time again, is like, yeah, sure, bring it on. Picks up a 2K. They try to get the Cosmic Divide down with the corner plant, and they were just bleeding members one by one as they were pushing into the site. So T1 4v2, able to easily clean that one up. And now, on match points in round 22 has been close, but T1 on the cusp of taking this first map.
Okay, Elmi Moore has a great start. Saya player out of the picture. Creep up towards A. Oh my gosh, EJ right now, RQ is clutching. Munchkin though, the last line of defense, and RQ is gonna ping pong actually back out. Try to find a new location. 3 possible sites to plant it. Only 3 agents left here for T1, as RQ has plenty of time on the clock to make the next few moves.
And T1, interestingly, actually stacking in garage here. Maybe expecting a C plant. They will be correct about that. Let's see when they decide to push out and actually peek this, because RQ pretty slowly are going to make their way onto the C site and should be able to get this plant relatively easily. So they get the smokes down.
And so good. C's on lock right now.
Player
But
standing.
Zephyro fights back. Just Munchkin remaining. Munchkin gonna have to scramble here. Again, another. If
30
RRQ
seconds
wins,
left.
it's a very expensive win. But there's no real incentive for Munchkin to not try to just get another kill, make every round from here on out be more and more expensive. Try to create some limitations there in the future. Yeah, Munchkin gonna come over to his right is where he needs to look.
One enemy
One.
remaining.
Oh! That was sick. That's going to be it with the clutch play from Munchkin. It's going to end 13-9. T1 wins.
A very close map, but T1 come out ahead at the end of the day. And even the desk was saying, you know, we're not sure about Munchkin. He really needs to show up. He really needs to be a bit of a carry for this squad, and he certainly was here on Haven. An excellent map from him. He was so clutch in so many different moments, including that last one. Low health were the members of RRQ, but he sniffs out both angles, and he is able to essentially win it for the team. So very nicely done. As if they had lost that one, definitely could have gotten a little bit dicey. I wouldn't even have been surprised if RRQ could have tied it up from there.
I got to say, both teams really played well. My biggest concern was that that's the map that RQ wanted to build their momentum on, right? And honestly, T1, they had some very good picks, especially on the defender side, played very cleanly. And you know that's going to be it for that first map.
Yeah, some crazy down to the wire, like one person left, one-on-one kind of duels. Some very nice angles from EJ were actually taken here. He had a pretty nice performance. Just looking at some of the players on the side of RRQ, 2G and EJ were definitely a couple of the guys that were kind of keeping them in it. Messiah player with some of his operator play, and then of course Munchkin with some of the clutch round winners. Ends up being my MVP at least for the first map. We'll see how the rest of the maps here go, or if we even do get a third map tasteless, because as you mentioned, that was RQ's map to take, but they did not actually get it done. So T1 are going to be very happy with their position.
I think this could possibly go to T1 in map 2 here. It could be a 2-0. I thought it was going to go to game 3 no matter what, but I also thought that RRQ was going to have a victory here on Haven. They did not pull that off. Again, it was a delightfully close match coming into this. I think that RQ showed why they're a real threat, why they're right in the middle of the pack here with all the teams that we've got. But T1, ultimately, they did pedal ahead. And I think it's possible on Fracture T1 can crush through.
Yeah, it was an interesting choice to go to Fracture, and we will get to that second map. But guys, we are going to go to a commercial break. We'll be right back with the desk and see what they had to say about that first map. On the right side, just trying to block on the site, is going to clean up,
Trying to spam out any attempt to defuse. That's going to force RRQ to push, and it's exactly
Are the After Smokes having, they're pushing in on the site, but Zayden,
commitment is
Zero just peeking through with the flash.
He's going to try to prevent. Whoa, only 30 seconds, and then they basically lost you. The defuse.
Make this push work.
Blindsided though by Saya Playa. Lauren, if it's possible. Beautiful. Further up in A. There's a lockdown. That'll be more. Down towards garage. Looks like an R. T1 went blinded jet.
Him and they push out of the smoke, but Elmi Moore and 2G are cleaning up, but 2G
Garage on the receiving end is Saya Playa. Gets the kill with the operator.
is just waiting with a friend. Here we go, the push comes in, Saya players holding down the...
Ready? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go T1! Okay.
You got aim.
You got focus, aim. Focus! You got aim, bro. You got aim. 10 seconds!
지금 도움 안 되는데, 근데. Best score.
That's good.
I'm ready.
Yo.
Nice shot. Good headshot. Oh, wish
릴렉스.
Nice.
닥쳐봐 얘들아.
Nice shot.
Okay. Okay.
아이젤이라고 하는 것 때문에 사실 압박감까지 느끼는 건 없고요. 하지만 책임감이라는 거는 확실히 존재하기 때문에 제 스스로도 아이젤로서 책임감을 많이 느끼고 있고, 형으로서는 그냥 동생들 기분 잘 다독여주고 재밌게 만들어주고 긴장 풀어주고 저도 트롤링 좀 하고 그렇게 지내는 것 같습니다. 저는 T1 발로란트의 아이젤을 맡고 있는 제타입니다. 우선 저는 북미에서 활동을 하고 있었기 때문에 한국을 대표한다는 사실이 너무 영광이고, 이제 오랜만에 한국을 다시 돌아가서 퍼시픽 리그라는 제가 원래 활동했던 지역에서 게임을 할 수 있는 것 때문에 좀 많이 설렜던 것 같아요. 제가 가지고 있는 특별한 점은 같은 요원이지만 창의성, 라인업 같은 것들, 그리고 피지컬, 저만이 가지고 있는 그런 부분들을 잘 이용해서 차이점을 만들어가지고 갭을 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
There's the thrash, gets destroyed. Pat gonna be shut down. Trying to close it out, but the rush is there from Zeta.
제타 선수를 보면서 특출나게 다르다고 느꼈던 거는 에이전트마다의 깊이가 다른 선수들과 차원이 다른 것 같아요. 소바를 예로 들자면 제타 선수가 정리한 라인업을 봤는데 뭐 200가지가 넘는데 그걸 다 기억하고 있고, 작은 디테일들이 다른 선수하고 제타 선수하고 다른 점을 만드는 것 같아요.
Zeta is one of the players that showcased what initiators can do in Valorant. And now him returning to the Pacific region and playing in VCT Pacific, I have high hopes for him to maybe even showcase some new tech, some new metas, and then be able to showcase what initiators can do. In some ways, I would almost say T1's success kind of depends on how much Zeta can do right there as kind of the pillar for T1.
Zeta is one of my favorite players, constantly innovating with the initiator roles, constantly coming up with new lineups, new kind of ideas to set up his team. He has impressed me greatly when he was on Cloud9. I thought he was arguably their best player. Coming into T1, it still looks like there's some kind of adjustments with the team, but he is playing other initiators, and I have no doubt that he will grow throughout this year.
본인 스스로 항상 생각을 해요. 지금 내가 이게 부족하기 때문에 내가 개선을 시켜야겠다? 이런 걸 느꼈을 때 한 번도 실패한 적이 없어요. 뭔가 변하는 그 포인트를 만들어서 계속 성장했던 것 같아요.
제일 인상 깊었던 거는 제타 선수가 혼자 남았을 때 뭐 1대3, 1대2 클러치하는 경우들이 많이 나오는데 똑똑하게 하다 보니까 그런 게 많이 나오는 것 같아요.
Snake White's either, so he's got to make this happen. And oh boy, wait, there's actually one more low HP number! Zeta!
제타 선수는 항상 굶주려 있는 선수다. 항상 뭔가를 이루고 싶어서 고민을 하고 노력을 하고 생각을 하는 거를 제가 항상 봐왔고, 실제로 그렇게 행동을 하고 있는 선수인 걸 제가 알고 있기 때문에 정말 딱 굶주려 있는 선수다라는 말이 가장 제타 선수를 잘 표현하는 말인 것 같습니다.
항상 좋은 작전, 좋은 방향성, 좋은 리더십, 이런 세 가지 부분들을 항상 염두에 두고 게임을 이끌어 나가는 게 제 사명이라고 생각하기 때문에 좋은 모습을 보여주는 선수로 기억되고 싶어요.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just completed Game 1 on Haven, RRQ versus T1. With T1 taking it, home, well, not home yet, but it's in the bag for them for this round.
They're halfway there.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Well,
a third of the way. We'll
maybe
have to
a third,
see.
yeah.
That's definitely possible. Because we have seen plenty of teams pick up their opponent's map picks and then go ahead and lose their own. So certainly not out of the woods quite just yet here, but kind of as we anticipated, fairly evenly matched between both of these squads. Plenty of great moments as well as mistakes from both of these teams. 11 first kills each. But in the end, T1 just able to eke out a victory here over RRQ, delivering their first map loss now here on Haven.
Yeah.
There were a ton of multi-kills in this one. Like, everybody just back and forth, back and forth. I mean, like everybody on RRQ had at least one round where they had a 3K, tons of 2Ks all over the place. So this was a very swingy game. You know, it felt like, okay, one team's got this round, we're good to go, and then all of a sudden, like, everything just gets flipped on its head, and you're like, okay, maybe not. Like, I don't know what's going on, but, you know, it seemed like Munchkin was really kind of the one who was able to be the most steady. He put up tremendous numbers. He had 5 2Ks, 2 3Ks, and 1 4K in there. So he had just that impact that I was talking about before, right, when we were highlighting him, that when he's at his best, it's like when he's putting up these multi-kill rounds, when he's, like, kind of almost a pseudo-duelist on the backline with that Killjoy, which we're seeing a lot of players play like this now.
Sure.
We're seeing you know, Forsaken, Buzz, these guys who can be those strong fraggers playing that Sentinel role, that Killjoy in particular.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, it's good to see Munchkin back into this form because it was lacking for these last 2 weeks. And like you're saying, we know what he's capable of. He is playing this a bit like a duelist, but he's also just showing off not only just like his mechanics and understanding about about timings on Killjoy, but also just his game sense, finding so many kills through smokes, just saying like, okay, I expect someone's going to be pushing through this smoke at this moment, and then he just comes away with a kill. So overall, a fantastic display here from Munchkin. Still not fully innocent of having some blunders throughout here, but for the most part, fairly decent here for T1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, as you correctly described this game, it was like a pendulum. It was definitely swinging back and forth, and it looked like in the earlier stages it was in T1's favor, but then we saw that first swing comeback coming from RRQ. Do you want to break that down?
Yeah, and this is a round where T1 is trying to kind of change things up. They've lost a couple rounds in a row here, but then right out the rip, they lose a player to X-Pharaoh's Hunter's Fury. So that kind of Saya player tries to gain some space towards A here. Now you do have EJ with that op in A long, so he can't cross back. So he kind of gets stuck in no man's land, but he's able to dodge the owl drone. So he's completely unidentified. So the rest of his team says, okay, we're going to try to gain space into C. In fact, Ban is even going to get over into the C site, and that's going to lead the forces of T1 to think they can go in there. That sends Sai on the lurk. So I like what T1's doing here. Despite losing a player early, they're trying to change it up, but then they're going to get caught into C window. You know, there's pings there. They're kind of expecting it. You know, both teams kind of know where each other is, but then a dart to try to lead out, and that just allows Elmimore to hit Ban's push unexpectedly, and then he steps up, gets 2, and this is basically round over. Even though Saya player, again, I liked what T1 is thinking here. It's just, it's read pretty well, even better by the start of RRQ. So just a good round to kind of see that there are adaptations being made. There are interesting things being tried, despite some of the kind of shakiness of how this map looked a little bit that just didn't really work out. And yeah, EJ just locking it down there at the end with that op.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of one of those moments where it's like, you haven't located where EJ's at. You know that he has this operator. No one has cleared out long whatsoever. You haven't even genuinely cleared that A site.
Yeah.
So Munchkin just stomping his way in, holding the spike, takes it from being in a potentially winnable position to then, just slipping through their hands. Saya doing his damnedest to put up some solid numbers. But, I mean, I like the ideas there. It's just right at the very end when they actually worked it back into a spot where it's like, okay, they can clutch this out. They just kind of dropped the ball.
Yep.
There was a lot of ball dropping, actually. In one particular round, I think it encapsulates a lot of the messiness from both teams.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and throw this one up. EJ with a great start. He goes ahead, dashes over to the opposite side, and for whatever reason, you've got Ban here, he's got a Paranoia, you've got Carpe, who prior to this had both of his flashpoints available. They don't throw anything. Instead, they just blind face onto the operator. EJ takes away his second kill. Munchkin, however, in all of this commotion over on long, gets himself situated in sewer, drops down this lockdown. Xfero wants to push, but there's that counter pressure from Zeta, so they shove him back. He ends up getting trapped in hell as well as detained. EJ previously chunked out. His Cloudburst doesn't cover him just below heaven there, ends up getting picked apart. The rest of T1 are able to collapse in onto the site and find this spike plant, clean up these kills until Elmimore does arrive. Headshot through the box, finds Carpe. He's going to get one more here as he swings onto the corner. A little bit behind there, some delay on the aim from Munchkin, and it all comes down to Zeta, who has to clutch it at the very end. So many of these rounds were down to the wire, one player left standing, and there was a lot of pasta being dropped on the floor. A lot of spaghetti got let loose, and I'll just go ahead and cue it up for round 19 because we show the mishaps here from the side of RQ, letting that round slip away. But T1 definitely not innocent at all in their own regard. So as we get ready to pull up the round 19 clip, you're going to see some grade A turbo feeding. As EJ, again, pushing out, manages to find Munchkin. Carpe set at the back of B, finds a quick pick. RQ then go ahead, they start shifting their 4 members rush into the site. Side player is going to be good for 2. A nice re-peek to get Xparrow taken down through the box.
Should be round over, right?
This should be round
right,
over.
Achilleos?
It's going to be map point. They're going to take this 1-12. Oh, no, no, no. Not today. Elmy Moore is going to get the plant. The plant gives him a lockdown, and he's going to go ahead and drop that behind the default box. Then they say, oh, we got to rush into the site. And they line him up, rushing in before the flash comes across. Elmy Moore guns down 3, forces Saya player into a save on the operator, and then RRQ move on to pick up another round after this. So could have been a much more concise win here from the side of T1, but they're getting overzealous, overeager, and not really acknowledging all of the steps and protocols that you need to go through in order to have a clean site retake.
Yeah, even though this is a win, we saw this in the map that I highlighted, the highlights we're going through, that there was mistakes, a lot of mistakes from both teams, but T1 made less of them, and a big part of this is Munchkin, the way he played. We talked about him and Elmy Moore were going to need to have serious impact. Munchkin today, you had more, and this is kind of like you were saying, the Munchkin we wanted to see, these big multi-kill rounds, him doing a pretty good job just being in the right place at the right time, having good game sense. Yeah, first bloods were just whatever for him. It was just, he was 2 for 2. That's okay. That's what you want out of your Sentinel. You basically want them to go about even, maybe a little bit positive is always nice, but you don't need them to be opening up with, big first kills like a duelist would. So pretty good stuff from T1 overall, even though there were some mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, T1 ended with their win, and RRQ's very first Haven map drop. We are going to go into game 2 now, and I believe it's for Fracture.
Yeah.
As long as, while RRQ just now nailed T1 with that triple kill in one spot, as I think Tasteless described as the bluest X on the minimap in Valorant, I think RRQ on Fracture also had a really horrible moment, and hopefully nothing like that happens, because with so many mistakes happening from both teams, I hope none of that happens on the next map.
Well, this is interesting to see. It's going to be Emin actually stepping in to GE, now going to be taken out as we do get ready to go into Fracture. And I kind of mentioned it, I found this map pick to be a bit puzzling from the side of T1. In this era, the Korean era now of T1 coming over to Pacific, we haven't seen them really play Fracture. They played it in the Ludwig Tarek event twice.
That means nothing. That means nothing.
Obviously, completely different team as far as how they are performing. Munchkin's no longer
who's
IGL.
playing what agents.
Yeah, it's a very different look. So we've only seen them play it once here in Pacific. That was versus Paper X, and it was a 13-6 victory for Paper X. Looks like, though, they feel like they've workshopped this enough to get it into a more manageable position, but it is the same look at the end of the day. And that was what I was curious about, is do they go for this combo yet again? Is it going to be the Raze Jet? The answer is yes.
And this is a very different look here from the side of RRQ. Last time they played Fade, Brimstone, Breach, Raze, Cypher. So this is wildly different with Emin coming in, playing that KO. You've got the Viper and the Astra this time. So this is a 100% different look than what we saw from RRQ versus Gen G.
Absolutely. With that, we are going to get into game 2 now. Fracture. We have T1 versus RRQ. We're going to talk to our casters. Tell us, is this going to be a 2-0, or are we going to go into that third game? Tasteless and Valdez, take it away.
I don't know. I think it might be a 2-0, but what do I know? I mean,
Tasteless, you know everything.
I'm
you
a
gotta
caster,
tell us.
not a fortune teller. I mean, I could try to guess who's going to take it. But if I did have to guess, look, I think T1, they had a really good showing on Haven. We were talking about how Haven, that's kind of the RRQ map, right? We're going to go to Fracture. This is the map that T1 wanted to take game 2 down. I think that it's going to be close, but I think maybe a 2-0. What about you, Valdez?
Yeah, I think if I really had to guess right now, I would say T1, but you never know. I mean, maybe, as the desk was saying, a lot of mistakes were made to either side. Maybe RRQ can kind of regroup themselves and take away T1's map pick, which would be very interesting. As they also mentioned, these agent setups are wildly different. Even RRQ's from the last time they played, but also from currently what T1 are playing with the double duelist. It's going to be very interesting, as now Ban is going to be stepping up with Saya player to get some of these entries on this map. T1 starting on the attacker's side.
Looks like it's going to be a push into A. We'll see how this is going to be handled. We are going to have Flip and EJ here on the receiving end of this. It's going to be a slow creep, though, up into A. Boombot goes out and ping-pongs through there. They are going to get that intel. EJ is ready. He whips around and gets that first kill. Paint shells come out to push them back. Bond takes EJ out.
Pretty massive. Flipsider also here. They finally take it out. Headshot from Carpe with the classic as Bond is on the site now. They can set up some really nice smokes here in the doorways to try to secure this one, but pushing out. Here comes RRQ. They clean up all three of them at the same time.
A nasty closure there for RRQ. Just spraying down T1 in what looked like it might have been a decent start for them. And this is really exciting now for RRQ because they've had rough starts on both of the sides there on Haven. So this is really good to see them actually pulling it together.
See how they make this work. Ray's in this position very nice. You can throw down the paint shells. We got to see the end of that.
Yeah, we saw nothing in between. So round 2 comes on.
Yeah, we do have Elmimore. He's going to hold on to the Ghost here. Saw a lot of teams last week not really doing that, just going for very safe buys, but Elmimore going to hold on to it. Has a lot of utility to buy as Xfero comes out, picks up the first kill.
Farming out the orb there. They're going to try to pull back around and maybe creep up into B. Saya Playa now out. Kind of a strained T1 trying to make any headway here. We do have a wraparound here. They're going to be pushing from the attacker spawn, but they're going to pull back over here. We're going to have it engage. Both sides pushing towards each other.
Enemy remaining.
Zephyro, beautifully done. Carpe and Zeta gone. The spike now down. And that left just Munchkin, who was finally taken out by Flip. The 2-0 lead here for RRQ.
Munchkin's lurk on through the spawn was pretty nice, but actually just good read from Schneider to turn around at the exact right moment. Take him down. It's 2 in a row now for the side of RRQ. And now Elmimore, remember he had a Ghost in the last round. Now he's got a Judge, so not really going for full buys. All light armors here. Bunch of Spectres, of course, holding from the last round. And see if they can take this bonus.
Yeah, this is going to be a critical bonus round. RRQ wants to really build momentum up on this map. And it's going to be some camping here to start out from T1. And this may end up working out. RRQ is fishing for intel, coming down A long. And they may be on the receiving end of the snipe. Carpe, though, blinded, forced down, sprayed out by Iman.
And the rest of T1, they group up onto the dead body. They're like, oh, what happened here? We're going to rotate back into A. They also have Bond coming in from Dish, and we'll look to form this this two-pronged attack, essentially, as Emin does spot him. So that's going to be good information for RRQ.
Nice shot there. Saya Playa getting that kill. They haven't opened up A just yet, but they're starting to. EJ's the last one left. They could try to hold his paint shells. Oh, no, going to come back. And in that switch, Zeta takes him out.
Yeah, rough spot for EJ. I feel like he could have posted up underneath there, but a little bit of hesitation, and he gets caught out with essentially a grenade in his hands.
Oh! Okay, hold on. This could go either way. Zephyro looking too late. Zeta too good. T1 takes that win and begins to balance things out.
Good comeback from them, but at least RRQ able to take 3 of the rifles out of their hands. Make this a bit interesting. Really came down to Saya players' great entries where he holds at ropes, gets the second guy who peeks, and does a great job even though he's essentially taken out right after that.
Yeah, he's been so good at just always getting these headshots, always winning that duel. And now we're going to have what should be the first even fight here. Rifles on both sides. Spike this time way up north. Looks like it's going to be pushed up into B. We've got a double stack there ready to defend. Once more, we have EJ pushing down A long. They're not getting any intel, which is probably going to make them a little bit more alert over here on the B side. They're going to pull back into tunnel and try to camp out, take out as many as they can before the spike is planted. Oh, there's going to be a push up in here.
Yeah, and he's got a shorty. I mean, this is a pretty nice setup for RRQ, but he's forced out by the aftershock. It's now just pushing on through. That's a 2-for-2 trade, but T1 have position onto the site, and they will be able to get this plant down.
Beautifully done. And now the spike ticks away. We're going to see a retake coming here from RRQ. Boombot ready to come out. They're actually going to pull out here. They're going to leave only one to actually sit on the spike here. Zeta's waiting, and the gun barrel is actually sticking out of the corner. He's a little bit too far forward there, making at least the first part of that easy. EJ's drop, flip takes Scarpe out. Munchkin kills off Zephyro. First one once more, and beautifully done there from T1. Munchkin clutching that. You know, he was the MVP in that last game.
Yeah.
He might be the MVP of this one, too.
I mean, at this point, still early on, but that was pretty incredible. I mean, the timing to come out there, Flipshider, he just wanted to, obviously, you know, tap the spike and not actually defuse it, but take a look. The timing, as he goes for the tap, Munchkin just pushes out, very aggressive, wins the 1v2, and gets a second round for T1, as we are very close already in this second map.
Yeah, it's been really fun so far here. RRQ though going to be having a very tough round. Man takes 2 out immediately. And, I mean, the push is not going to stop. Flip unable to stop this pressure here at A long. The rest of RRQ going to be scrambling to try to come in here, maybe get a pick, but probably unlikely here, as T1 has them massively outgunned.
Yeah. Bunch of members that already pushed in. Flipshider goes for the peek with the flash. MM at least able to pick up one with the Sheriff. Obviously, the firepower not quite there. Saya player going to pick up that last guy. Plans comes in for T1. They are beginning to stabilize just a bit from here. Saya player still only holding on to the Stinger, but he does have enough money if he wants to upgrade. There he goes.
Yeah, great round there. Again, we kind of expect RRQ to come in with something, whatever they can, but obviously it's a very difficult round. They were starved out. And, you know, every once in a while we have this in the back and forth at the start of the game where, you know, one team looks pretty good in pistol rounds and when there really isn't that much to work with as far as utility, and then the further along it goes, the better, you know, the team that can have more tools and weapons at their disposal start to have. And I think we're starting to see that a little bit here with T1. Another close round here as we go into round 6. This time the spike appears to be pointed towards B.
And they're going to go for this push second time. More members just straight up coming through, but Munson going to be stopped in his tracks as the two guys are already in. And here we go, showstopper. Saya player looking for someone, but he gets suppressed on his way up.
Ellie Moore spamming some shots through. They are going to set up, putting this just in the corner of B. RRQ going to need to do the retake.
Spree Jolt comes through. They're able to push on through. Iman gets the first one. As Carpe's holding it down, though.
Yeah, he's clutching this. Flip and Zephyro left over here. Well, now just Flip, and then none. The 4th win here for T1. They are streaking this. 4 wins in a row. This is wild.
This place is nice, but not nice
I mean,
enough
it
to
started
die in.
out
Let's
very
win.
close. RRQ got that pistol and the second one, of course, but T1 since then have been on a roll. As I really want to see how they got this. Carpe's he's just hanging out on the site, you know, stimmed up.
Oh, there it was.
Picking off one by one. Very simple from him.
Well, we've seen the rounds that it looked like, at least weapon-wise, RRQ maybe could come back and win. They've failed so far. And so Ewok says, pull the brakes.
Yeah.
We got to figure out what we're doing wrong. And I'm a little bit worried right now. I'm worried that T1 may start to combo this. It's an unusual ebb and flow for the early part of the first half here. You win the first 2 rounds, and then you lose the next 4?
Yeah, it's definitely an issue. I think especially after they lost the first map, RRQ's mental state is not really going to be in an amazing spot, to say the least. So, you know, you start off strong, but immediately get kind of stomped out from there. Especially that last round, right? It was very one-sided. I mean, T1 had 3 people, I think, left alive at the end of it. They had a push into B that was very strong. Even with multiple ultimates being used by RRQ, they're not able to retake the site. And that's got to get you worried as a coach, as a team.
Yeah.
And they're really going to have to pull something together. Interesting they go for the timeout here when it's essentially an eco round for the side of RRQ. They don't have a lot of money.
Well, sometimes we see really fun creative strats executed here. Like, you know, a full stack on one side of the map, but this time, not the case. T1 taking it slow here after that pause. Seeing if anything interesting is going to come out, any kind of rush from A. None of the sort. The Viper wall is set up over here at B, making this a little bit of a difficult angle to traverse if it goes up. And it does go up.
There it goes.
Right
There it
there.
goes.
Right there.
Nicely done.
They're holding that angle. Amon is able to pick up one. It's going to be pretty nice with the Sheriff he had, but Scheider up here with the Stinger. Looking to just lock him down, picks up one. Actually a pretty nice result for him given the situation.
And they've already pushed them way out of this position over here at B. They haven't planted yet, though. We're still waiting on this plant. Zeta hasn't done it. Well, never mind. They end the round. They plant after the fact. And, you know, we were talking about this earlier, Valdez. They did pause the game, you know, and we didn't really see much as far as plans there, but obviously that's a difficult round. But I think this next round is going to be the interesting one to watch for.
Well, it has to be, right? They took that timeout. They lose the eco as you should and then go into a round where nothing really looks differently. I'd be worried, to be honest. Man, his arms are just so wide.
Dude, he really wicked. The mouse is all the way to the right. Keyboard is all the way to the left.
I know. How does he do it? It's incredible.
I feel like we needed to make use of all that room in between those two arms.
Maybe two keyboards.
Put a big gulp with a big twisty straw there that he can drink from.
Whole bag of Doritos.
Yeah, something. Okay, so this is going to be a very easy capture onto the A site. Question now is how does RRQ come through? We've got Band coming through here, trying to push.
Uh-oh. He's going to be caught out there. The timing on the flash, very nice. They understand when Ban is going to push through there.
Ooh, looks like they might be able to flush them out of heaven, and they do. So far, this retake is looking beautiful.
Right there.
This is almost over. I don't think there's any way they could stop this defuse from coming forward here. Elmi Moore is waiting inside the smoke. Are they going to try to force?
Showstopper comes out. The burn does get the kill on the diffuser, but second kill comes in and it's already half defused. So RRQ are able to get it and they keep 3 guys alive. Only have to use 2 ults to get it done. T1's plant was very easy, but at least RRQ's retake was smooth enough, I would say.
Yeah, I think it was a smart move there. RRQ basically gives them the site and then reorganizes and comes in here with the retake. It was an expensive retake, but it's also one of the best retakes I think we've seen from them so far in the series. And so this time around, we're going to wait and see where exactly T1 wants to take this game. Spike headed up over here to the north. No. Psych, tasteless. It's going back down to the bottom. Yep. He's just getting his zipline reps in before we get this going.
Decides to push with the team over here, but Elmi Moore has had enough of that. And now they've got smoke up, so a fantastic for first blood picked up here for Elmi Moore is going to give them a good shot. But with this lockdown planted underneath, let's see if RRQ have an answer to this.
So they're going to have an easy slide right over here into B. And now RQ once again has to go for that recapture. Spike planted. Most of them, by the way, now down in attacker spawn. There is Munchkin in a very forward position. And he does drop 1 and 2 and 3.
Oh! Well, Munchkin, you can write it down. He's my MVP.
Yeah, that was so sick. Great spray transfer there. And now it's just Elmi Moore.
Yeah. Well, he's got a pit. I mean, if he really wanted to try, he could try to force it, but he's not going to. Probably a better idea to just save it for another round in the future.
Yeah, I was going to say there's no rationale for trying to come forward and retake this. Save the gun. There's now double the lead here for T1. They're going to get their 6th win on the board. RRQ, look, I think a lot of that just came down to failing the duel over there with Munchkin.
Yeah, we can take a look at the replay from Munchkin and his position. They did not have that covered. And he lines up the spray onto all 3 of them. And that's really what it came down to.
Yeah, they basically, I love the slow-mo.
Very clean.
So, look, I don't think that was so much of a tactical or strategic error. It was just the failure for any of those players to get that pick. A trade-out's fine when you drop 3. It's going to be too much.
And that's where the majority of them were coming from. As another fast push from T1 onto the A site. Very nicely defended so far by the side of RRQ. Paint Shell's getting huge value. As at least Zeta did pick up the kill on the EJ.
T1 tried to be maybe a bit too forceful here. They are going to push around through that door. Oh my god, they are just getting the picks they need. There it is, the 7th win.
Surprised they went for the breach ult in that situation just because, you know, it's essentially an eco round from RRQ, but I guess after that initial pick came out from Xfero, they're like, well, let's just be safe. You know, we're very far ahead at this point on this map, so let's just throw out that ultimate and make sure that we get this round and that we don't drop too much economy. And it's now the 2nd timeout for RRQ.
That's right.
They're really struggling here, Tasteless.
Well, you know, there is an art to figuring out when you want to call for that timeout, right? It is kind of this other resource that's not exactly in the game, but you got to figure out, okay, when do we need to stop everything and figure out how to reorganize? And what was funny about that last round is it was actually pretty straightforward. Like, T1, like, identified, oh yeah, they're waiting for us through door, and just shoved anyways, and came through. And it does seem like, once again, it's sort of a failure. I know it sounds silly to say, but really just a failure of not being able to aim, not being able to take your actual fights when you're set up in a position to do so. We saw that in the last round. 3 RRQ players in a row sprayed down by 1. That's literally not how it's supposed to happen, right? You're pushing in a group like that because there's no way they should have the bullets ready to take you all out at once. And so it does feel like the wheels are kind of coming off the bus here for RRQ.
Yeah, I would say at least Xfero's stinger accuracy has been good. But other than that, it's been, there's not too much to talk about. At least they'll be able to get mostly a full buy this time around. They have 3 ultimates. Let's see how they get this going. I mean, you should be able to get some kind of value on this Viper's Pit. He's been holding on to it as only more just been 2-3 rounds in a row where the team just hasn't been in a spot for him to really utilize that ultimate ability at all.
Yeah, and I think if they can't, well, I was going to say, if they can't win with that ability, I don't think they're going to be able to take this map because, you know, Viper's Pit is one of the best ultimates and one that you really do need to swing around with. He's already been taken out. Zeta's now taking the plant over here to B. As an outmanned, outgunned. RRQ attempts to retake against a very turtled up T1. An overextension there as Zephyro takes Carpe out.
Well, Xfero, I mean, he's...
Oh,
no.
God, saw the elbow
and
took the shot.
Oh, very unfortunate.
Munchkin's so good. Munchkin with 1 HP has no chance versus EJ. But EJ's the only one left. This spike is going to go off. EJ is going to go for a...
He's being hunted.
Yeah, he's going to go for a save. Right now, T1 probing out through attacker spawn to see if maybe they can get a kill on this.
They have so much money at this point that you might as well. And they might be able to, but he has really run pretty far away at this point.
I think they're just going to not fight him.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Some spam, but
in the half.
Yeah, not going to happen. Last round might just be a 9-3 at this point.
It's feeling like it.
Like, so Munchkin's here. Again, he dodges the flash. They try to push heavily. Again, this is the round right after RRQ went for the timeout, right? They decide to push heavily out of the A main and try to catch someone in rotation. Maybe they're expecting a beat push, which actually did happen. But Munchkin was there. He wins a 1v2. And sometimes it doesn't matter what your strategy is if you're not gonna be able to take fights like that. Like, a lot of utility was used to try to take out Munchkin, and they still weren't able to take him out.
Showstopper ready. And Saya play a find a target, fires into the tunnel. Elmi Moore does escape, but just barely, about 5% HP remaining.
Okay. Scheider picks up 1. They're pretty low on the backside there, and Carpe, Saya player, and Munchkin. Oh, nice little lurk from Xfero, but again, this guy can't do it alone.
Yeah.
Elmi Moore is taken out now.
And gets another B site. Again, there's no real reason. All you can do is push at this point in time. There's nothing left to do. It would need to be such a miracle play. Actually pushing through this to try to maybe throw the crosshairs off. Thinking maybe they can't possibly come through that angle, but ends up just eating the shot as well. 3-9, Valdez. This is looking pretty ugly here for RRQ.
Yeah, it's pretty rough for them. I mean, T1, you know, they've been playing more solidly. I would say this is, of course, their map pick. Looks like their pushes that they have prepped are going very smoothly. RRQ haven't really had big answers to them at many times. And once again, Munchkin is essentially single-handedly saying, no guys, like any push that you guys have, I'm going to take that away. After timeouts, T1s are winning rounds that RRQ took the timeouts on. It's been pretty dominant. You know, we've seen 9-3s in the past, but it's definitely one of the more dominant 9-3s I've seen. As RRQ really have to get something going here on the attacker side. I mean, Fracture is one of those maps where maybe they've got a good strategy on the attacker side and it looks entirely differently. I would love to see it because this has been pretty one-sided so far.
2 wins in the first 2 rounds, and then it was hell from T1. T1 looked unstoppable. I think if we don't see at least those first 2 wins again here from RRQ, there's just no way, because right now on this map, T1 seems to be so confident, and a lot of failed peaks in groups from RRQ. I can't blame this on one player right now. I really feel like somewhere RRQ seems to be distracted. They're just not reacting fast enough.
Yeah, I mean, watching them last week when they were able to get the win and things were looking up and up for RRQ, it looked much better than this, you know, in terms of just their mechanics, purely able to hit those headshots. But you said it, Tace, it's like that one round where all that utility was used on to Munchkin in a 2v1 and still they weren't able to take him out. That immediately brings up warning bells in my mind as Saya player, teach me how to op. I'm sure it's not the first person to ask him about that. He's been pretty strong.
He has been clutching every duel. We now go into the second half, and it's one that has to be maybe the best performance from RRQ to date. Otherwise, this is going to end quietly with a 2-0. Well, this time the spike over here up towards the top. RRQ. Oh! I can't believe that didn't connect. I was so ready for that shot to connect.
The baby operator not pulling through this time.
All right, EJ starts it. They're going to be able to come into the B site. On the other side is Munchkin. He does get the boom bot, but it blows his position away. Gets 2. No, just 1. EJ continuing that momentum.
He is so low.
Carpe is flashed. He goes into the smoke. Lurking there, waiting for a pop out. They don't have the spike where they need it to be yet. The pushback here is looking very good. Zeta, beautifully done. Shot right off the zip line.
But Flipscheider able to pull 2 back, and Emin is able to clean it up. So RRQ take a second pistol round in this one. They're not able to get that plant. I was kind of surprised at how forcefully they were trying to make it through the tower, especially when there's a breach right there in your face, who made things so difficult, but they were able to get some of those earlier picks. EJ picks up 2, Flipscheider gets a couple here that are trying to push into Arcade, and it ends up being good enough. And maybe that's a little bit of a boost that RRQ needs to come back in this match.
I would say so. But again, there's really almost no room for error here. So we go now into the second round of the second half here. We did see the initial Sheriff pick whiff back there. You know, in Haven, we saw that kind of the starting point of the pistol rounds going to T1. This time it's a bit more of a trade, and T1 is starting to look not so bad here, all things considered. We do still have Zeta ready to be on the receiving end of A. They will know he's there ready. He's going to try to spam out some utility as a sandwich move is going to come in here from behind, but EJ shuts man down.
Wow, that's huge. I mean, Man had a Spectre that he picked up from one of the members from RRQ. If he was able to get that flank,
oh my
God! The Munchkin!
What is happening?
Oh no! Just like that!
Are they going to force flip up into B? I think they're going to try to run back and preempt him. That was incredible.
Yeah, Flipscheider has a Phantom. Like, he really needs to lock this one down for the team from where it has come. I mean, Munchkin just, he's on fire today. Nobody's really been able to deal with him on the side of RRQ just yet.
So the spike ticks away. And it's going to be the T1 for the retake. Now, already this has gone brilliantly for T1. We saw some big buys here in the second round from RRQ, and they've dropped it. So this is a train wreck. But if Flip can clutch this, maybe. He takes 1, but it's Munchkin.
Well, he knows where he is. Let's see if this works out as we do have the turret down. Munchkin.
He goes halfway.
He's going to hold half.
Right now.
Strider waiting,
Oh
but he gets
my
taken
God!
out. Oh, man.
Munchkin. Munching on their souls, Valdez. That's what he's doing.
Oh, no.
Oh, not the souls.
He's no Munchkin anymore.
Not anymore.
He's a big Munchkin.
Yeah.
And this was all with the Sheriff. Like, come on.
Man.
That's just not fair.
And so, with the heavy buys there from RRQ, this is going to be an extremely difficult road to go down.
Yeah. And the whole team is like really gassing him up. They're like, "Oh, you're so cool!" Like speaking of him, he's like, "No, like that was nothing, whatever." But actually, Munchkin has been a big reason why T1, I think, are looking so much better today. He has really upped the tempo, and it doesn't stop with round 14. He's back.
Quietly, RRQ is going to stay back. Munchkin waiting now up here, ready for the pick. Elmi Moore hasn't committed down here just yet. So far, defense on B has been stellar. And T1's probably not going to be overextending, I would imagine. Beautifully done. Oh, my God.
Well, they didn't need to, but...
Full double dragon on him back there.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
They didn't need to do this, but they are going to go for the peaks, and... Actually, a lot of damage has been done to a couple of these members, but at the end of the day, it is just X-Pharaoh left alone.
X-Pharaoh just going to be lurking. Again, a disastrous round 2 has led to a almost impossible, round 3. Yep, that's going to be it. A flawless victory. The 11th round win on the board, and maybe the 11th hour of this game we're having here.
And let's get back out there.
Yeah, as you said, Tasteless, in terms of economy, losing that second round in the manner that they did, it just put them too far behind. And so RQ, they go for a little bit of a aggressive play through arcade. It doesn't pan out. That's no fault of theirs, I would say. Just they don't really have the firepower. So now, we've said this many times before, but this has to be the round that RQ get. Yeah. From here, maybe they can get something going with Flipsider's ultimate, push straight onto A, get a solid round, get something going behind them. Otherwise, might just end pretty quickly on Fracture.
RQ going to come up towards A. Crossfire setup if they were to come through the heaven side of A. They're not. They're going to be moving down here through the bottom. No crosshairs over here just yet.
Off your feet!
Oh, excuse me. Never mind. Carpe's got that covered. He's
feet.
going to molly that. Try to sandbag entry.
But
hey. Oh, my God. No way that misses. Beautifully done. But they trade out. The truth is, it's 3-3. The spike isn't on site. They have to push through the smoke. Oh, my God.
It is clean as ever.
That was so well handled on A.
And Flipsider, he throws the ult in, but it's onto the site. So it doesn't actually hit anybody that was on Dish. And there were 3 members of T1 over there. So they're able to trade out 2. And yes, I mean, Carpe gets hit in the face with a rocket, but he trades out. And then they all just push in through a smoke, right? They're desperate at that point. They don't really have a choice. And T1 cleaned it up. That was probably the cleanest round we've seen.
Yeah, they're getting better and better. It's wild. I feel like the writing's on the wall. RQ, I mean, can they have the perfect play where they don't lose a single round from here on out? Oh, no. Oh, my God. Carpe nukes him. The end is near. Only Elmi Moore remains. And I think the writing's on the wall, Valdez.
I can see it. It was written. It is very visible. Elmi Moore, Phantom in a Dream. That's 1 kill.
26 HP. And nothing else. Spike not in hand yet. Looks like he is going to try to grab it. But first wants to obfuscate his position. No, actually going to push through this. Nobody's peering down this area right now, so he can actually get the spike. Van's going to be ready to receive him if A-Long is going to be the point of entry. Obviously, going to the door would make it audible.
Well, that's going to be occurred here. 26 health.
Only 30 seconds left here, so he's going to try to come around.
30 seconds left.
It's the slow push through door.
That's going to be it. GG.
Defenders
T1 takes it over RRQ 2-0.
And an extremely dominant Fracture. 13-4 the score there on that second map. The desk was like, interesting choice. You know, we haven't seen T1 play too much Fracture. They came out and they looked pretty flawless on this map. RRQ, to be honest, I think they are a better team than what they showed tonight. I wanted to see a little bit more on Haven, and especially coming into this second map. I feel like they could have taken more rounds, but they were only able to get essentially some pistol rounds and go from there. But T1, the much stronger team tonight. And this is going to look good for their chances now for playoffs moving into the second half of the season.
T1 really doing exactly, honestly, what they needed to do. They've improved in all the ways we've talked about. We were worried about them in the past. I think RRQ, you could feel T1 actually adapt to them in real time as round after round passed. It did feel like RRQ took a major hit to their confidence as well. There were these embarrassing moments where all three would peek out and all three would get killed. These moments that are just unacceptable. You can't allow that to happen. And what started out as a very close map 1 on Haven turned out to be a very disappointing map 2 on Fracture as T1 cleans this out.
Yeah. Some of the pushes I feel like could have gone a little bit slower, a little bit cleaner on the side of RRQ, you know, in terms of, you know, looking at maybe what they could have done a little bit better. But also sometimes you play against a guy that plays as well as Munchkin. You know, it doesn't have to be Munchkin on the day, but sometimes everybody's experienced it. You play in solo queue and the guy on the other team just sheriffs your entire team. Like, what are you going to do? It's rough, and I think that some of the members of T1 really overperformed, and that led to their 2-0 tonight. I was very surprised that this ended in a 2-0. All of our predictions were scattered all over the place to both teams, and easily could have been RRQs had they played slightly better, but T1, the better team tonight.
I gotta say, RRQ, I really like these guys. I've had the opportunity to actually sit down and talk with them, even have dinner with them, and they're charming kids. They're really motivated. They're a lot of fun. They got a lot more personality, honestly, than a lot of these other pros I've seen. So it hurts a little bit to see them fall today. You know, these are the two teams that are right in the middle. This is actually a really exciting day of Valorant overall because all these matches are so important. Some of the teams at the bottom are going to be disappearing for a little bit, while the other teams are going to have their story continue on in a bracketed format. But I think this was a best of 3 that was possible for RRQ. They gave it their all on Haven and kind of fell apart back there on Fracture, to be honest.
Yeah, Fracture, I think, you know, definitely, maybe as RRQ, you're like, okay, well, that was wrong. Like, we're better than that. That's, you know, whatever. If I were the coach, I'd say, okay, like, we all know what happened on Fracture. Let's really not touch too much on that. But certainly, we've all put a lot of focus on the Haven, you know, it being their map pick and how they could have potentially taken that down and they were not able to. So if I were the coach, if I were RRQ, maybe go back to the drawing board on that map and say, okay, what went wrong here? How could we have made those pushes a little bit better on this map? And try to just bring it in better for the next time. Because obviously they're very confident on the map, but didn't really get to show it tonight.
Yeah, they had a big buy round in the second half. They really wanted to try to swing hard and kind of crush through in the second round. In the second half, and it completely backfired. I think that was probably the most significant round in the entire best of 3, because that was what ensured the T1 was going to be able to continue that momentum now. Now the next 2 rounds for RRQ are going to be perilous. They don't have the tools at their disposal to really try to navigate what's going to be a pretty tumultuous road.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they can shore up the rest of the season, because we talked about how this is so important for both sides. But, hey, you never know. Maybe RRQ comes back really strong in the next couple of weeks. They take out some teams that maybe right now on paper they're not supposed to, and we could have a very different situation here in this VCT Pacific.
Yeah, and as we get a few weeks further on here, it's going to become pretty clear who's actually not going to be surviving. And so things get more and more tense. And at the bottom, it's got to be rough. I mean, coming up here, we're going to have another best of 3 with 2 teams that, you know, whoever loses that could be in an impossible situation where they can't recover and they can't move on.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty rough, but curious to see the rest of T1 season as well after this big win. You know, definitely a big turning point for them, and perhaps from here, especially with Munchkin playing like he played today, I mean, anything is really possible, right? Like, they didn't really show up in this manner against Gen G, but clearly they took a week. They really shored themselves up. Munchkin decided, hey, I'm going to be a boss today and essentially take over the lobby, especially on that second map. And if you have guys that can carry that hard, I mean, anything is possible.
Let's not forget, you know, T1 not the strongest team in Korea, or at least not yet. Right now, DRX is still crushing over and over again. But it's cool to see that T1 is developing and adapting and improving on what they needed to do in order to continue to have a strong presence here. And again, this result today, it seems to be in line and in theme with what we've seen so far here for VCT Pacific, that the Korean teams do appear to be the most dominant.
Yeah, definitely continuing with that road in general. And, you know, as I said before, anything is possible. T1 get into a position in the best 5 and playoffs and stuff against a Gen G or a DRX. If they're playing at their top level, who knows? Maybe they can take them down. So we're going to have the interview in a little bit. We're just getting that prepared. I'm sure you guys can guess who it will be with, because there definitely was one name that stood out to me on this one.
Yeah, I mean, let's not beat around the bush here. Munchkin was an absolute monster. He won pretty much every duel that was important. And individually, when you're going to win every single pick that comes out, it makes it just easier for the rest of the team. You've thinned out the numbers. A lot of times the attacking team will then seesaw back to another position on the map. And so far, so good here for T1. T1 is going to climb a little bit higher up from that 5th. I think they were tied for 5th here with RRQ.
Yeah.
And so they're going to bump up a little bit higher. And again, a big relief here is they are very unlikely to get eliminated now.
Yeah. Would have been interesting to see if we could have made it to Pearl also. It seems like we have some extra time, so maybe just talk about the third map. We didn't really get to see it, but let's say RRQ win on Haven, which was their map choice, then maybe T1 come out strong, and then we get to Pearl, because RRQ, you know, they only played one map on that match, but they had a really nice win rate, 65%. They were able to take the map down, and, you know, could have been theirs, but it's rough. That's why we play best of 3s, and, you know, we gave RRQ an extra chance, but it wasn't meant to be at the end of the day.
Yeah, RRQ, again, I think it goes back to that first map on Haven. That was the map that they wanted to come in on. They did seem to have a lot of good ideas on both sides of that, and that's what made it actually such an exciting and close map. T1, you know, they really did pull through, obviously playing slightly better. But then it went to map 2, and that's where you could really see that on Fracture, T1 was so comfortable, even coming down to just basic pushes. But the ebb and flow of all the games, T1 was absolutely on top of that. We have a short delay here as the interview's not ready, some tech issues, but we're going to be getting to that shortly here. But again, huge moments here for T1. Oh, and the interview, excuse me, is actually ready, so we're going to go to that now.
Thank you guys. Sorry for the short delay. I'm now standing here with T1's Munchkin. Now, congratulations, Munchkin, on the win tonight. I feel like you guys really needed it today, especially to bounce back. So what can you tell us about the game? 먼치킨 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 좀 팀의 분위기 반전을 위해서도 오늘 승리가 꼭 필요했던 것 같은데 오늘 경기 총평 부탁드릴게요.
사실 저번 주랑 저저번 주에 2패를 하고 저희가 엄청 멘탈적으로 힘들었는데 정말 그래서 이제 더욱 더 열심히 준비했거든요. 그래가지고 네, 값진 승리인 것 같아요.
I mean, this win is just priceless for us. I mean, last 2 weeks have definitely been tough for us, so we put in more hard work, and I'm glad that it paid off. Well, yeah, let's talk about the last 2 weeks. PaperX and Gen G, not the easiest opponents to go up against. So what were you able to take away from those 2 matches and kind of build on? 그러면 이제 좀 2연패 기간 동안 어떤 부분이 좀 문제점으로 진단이 됐었고 어떤 부분을 고칠 수 있었나요?
일단 팀적인 문제보다는 일단 제 개인적인 문제가 굉장히 컸다고 생각하거든요. 그 경기 때는 제가 이제 했던 플레이 스타일이나 이런 게 너무 공격적인 성향이 많았기 때문에 상대방이 저를 조금 저격해서 이제 저를 좀 견제하는 그런 플레이에 제가 많이 당해줘서 사실 그런 플레이들이 좀 문제였다고 생각합니다.
Well, I think it was more on me individually than on the whole team. I was playing super aggressive, and I guess our opponents tried to take advantage of that, and I played into it. So I felt like I needed to kind of stay disciplined and stay away from overextending, and I'm glad that I was able to fix those problems and pick up a win tonight. Well, mentally and emotionally, though, how much pressure does it put on you to have 2 straight wins and then also dropping the next 2? Because you guys are a big org with big names, and every single mistake, every single loss can put a lot of pressure on you and your teammates as well. How do you deal with that? 그러면 이제 좀 아무래도 기대치가 높은 팀이다 보니까 좀 패배 한 번 할 때마다, 실수를 한 번 할 때마다 부담감이 좀 늘어날 것 같거든요. 부담감은 느끼지 않는지, 그리고 어떻게 좀 대처하려고 했는지도 궁금해요.
사실 부담감이 없다고 하면은 조금 아닌 것 같고요. 솔직히 엄청 큰 부담감을 가지고 있긴 한데 그 부담감이 있는 것만큼 뭐 그래서 더 이기고 싶은 것 같아요. 그래서 저희가 졌을 때 갖는 그 약간 멘탈이나 이런 게 더 힘든 거고, 그래서 나쁜 점도 있지만 좋은 점이 더 많은 것 같아요, 저는.
I can't say that there is no pressure. I mean, there is huge pressure on us. We have to live up to the high expectations. But I feel like those pressure can kind of fuel us forward and make us do better each time and after each game. Well, and I also heard that you and Zeta are sharing the IGL duty. Zeta as the primary color and you as the secondary color. So can you tell us a little bit more about how that's been like? I mean, surely you guys don't agree on every single thing, right? 그러면 이제 또 제타 선수와 IGL 역할을 조금 나눠서 진행하고 있는 거로 알고 있는데 좀 의견 충돌이 있을 수도 있잖아요. 힘들지는 않은지 좀 어떤지도 얘기해 주시죠.
사실 의견 충돌이 없다고 하면 진짜 정말 이상한 부분이고요. 항상 그런 게 엄청 많지만 그래도 그런 의견이 딱 이제 서로 한 번씩 똑같을 때가 있거든요. 저희가 그런 경우에 항상 쉽게 경기를 이기고 그러는 것 같아서 언젠가는 이런 의견도 항상 맞지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
So yeah, I can't lie. I mean, we can't really agree on every single thing, but at times when our shots match and then we kind of call the same things, we tend to win very easily and things go flawless. So I feel like someday if we keep working at it, then maybe we can make the identical calls and make our team stronger. Well, lastly, any message over to DFM? They'll be your next opponents. 그러면 이제 DFM에게 한마디 부탁드립니다.
혜성이 형, 딱 기다려.
코치님 말씀하시는 거죠? 네. Well, this message is to DFM's coach. Well, you know, get ready for us. We're coming to get you. Well, that was Munchkin, everybody, from T1 picking up the win tonight. And for more, I'm going to toss it over to the desk.
Thank you, Jen. Indeed, we are closing it out at 2-0 in T1's favor. They ended up just dominating that map. I mean, I think it was a really bad sign during the first half of the map when RRQ has already called for 2 timeouts.
Yeah, that was definitely...
Kilios is over there checking his watch.
That was definitely the white flag being raised. Yeah, I was going to say, because this was a very, very fast series. I mean, we get through the 2 maps. A little bit delayed to get into the interview, and it hasn't even been 2 hours since we went to the stage for the first time. So very one-sided affair here from the side of T1, and I think a fairly pleasant surprise because, again, I had my doubts going into this one with them selecting to go to Fracture once more. They didn't really show us too much. Only were able to pick up 6-round victories versus Paper X the last time that they played this. They were showing Ban once more on the Jet. And while he has, a performance hovering near the bottom goes positive by +1, honestly, didn't even really need to get that involved because this map was so well handled by the likes of Munchkin, Carpe, and Saya Player.
Yeah, and this whole change-up that RRQ tried with their agent composition, really the Rays being about the only thing that carry over there, maybe the Breach too, but like other than that, it was a very different look here in terms of the style and the composition that RRQ tried, and it just didn't work. And this was a T1 that was really dialed in today. They were playing really well. Playing really. I feel bad for you because I'm talking and the camera cut to you. No, okay.
I like to have fun with it.
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, I'm trying to find something here to talk about RQ. No, but they didn't look nearly as well coordinated today as T1. I saw a lot of playing off of each other, not giving up, especially against ecos and things like that, not giving up too many, especially on Fracture, kind of easy kills or bad trades or things like that. So overall, it was just a very dominant day for T1, and a big part of it is just Munchkin. I mean, he was just really dialed in today.
Yeah, actually, let's talk about Munchkin. Munchkin just carried the crap out of that. And I mean, every single round, but let's focus on this one in particular.
Well, this is just him. I mean, he's able to just kind of anticipate this push, turns the flash, and gets 3. Yeah, he gets taken down, but this is just a phenomenal position and play that he took that caught RRQ completely off guard. I mean, he did this time and time again today. I mean, after everything was said and done, 8 2Ks, 4 3Ks, 2 4Ks. He had 4 clutches. The most anybody else had was 1. Total, he had the same amount of clutches as everybody else in the server. That includes both teams. He had just a world beater day.
Yeah.
Incredible performance, and I get once again just what we wanted to see, because he's shown the form before. We know what he's capable of, and even with him doing a bit of side calling, as it turns out, right at home when it comes down to playing this. So I'd love to see him just continue to play these Sentinel roles. Don't touch Viper again. I remember lock-in. It wasn't pretty. Just keep playing
KJ's going
this.
pretty good.
Be a side anchor. Be aggressive. Whatever you got to do. Just keep doing this.
Yeah, Duelist Killjoy is working out really well. Now, I think there were a couple of really cool plays by T1 on the second half when they're defending, just really not allowing RRQ onto their side at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is right near the very end. Obviously, T1 looking to take this over to match point, and given the scoreline, as we already know, it's a 13-4. We know that RRQ don't manage to win out this round. It's a solid start to the entry. EJ gets himself up on top, finds 1. Carpe's able to trade him, though, before the rocket comes through. So they end up equalizing that, bringing it back to a 3v3. And then from there, it's just Ban dashing over to the side, getting himself onto the platform on the A side. They set up a crossfire, and they just mow them down. Carpe as well with a nice timing on the molly, manages to find M&S. He's trying to enter into the site to provide some extra support, and it's just everything going perfectly well here for the side of T1.
The coordination was just better today for T1 in general. Everything I saw was just them playing off of each other or playing off their own utility, or just literally everything across the board was basically better for them for the most part.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys called it. The team play by T1 is what their strength is, and that really showed. It showed through both of the games. Let's talk about Saya Player. Saya Player was another, key player that we discussed.
Yeah, I mean, they decided to go with this double duelist once again, and Saya had, I think, a much better performance this time around compared to the last time that we saw him on Fracture. Granted, of course, that wasn't a loss, so you're going to have to gloss over a couple different things. But as far as the cleanliness of his entries and just being able to find frags, it was all right there. So he might not put up quite as many kills as Munchkin. I think he's behind in 4, but he's also right up there as far as that damage per round is concerned. 193 to Munchkin's like 201 or something like that. So not very much separating them. I think that this was a really good indicator for the future of T1, having Saya Player be able to put up these really strong performances on Raze, because we've seen some people, I'll say Texture, Foxy9, who's also still finding his footing when it comes down to flipping off of that jet, going over to the Raze. If you can really comfortably veer back and forth between those two picks, given the current meta, you're in a really good spot as a duelist player.
Yeah, Meteor too. I think for the most part, Saya Player played really well today, other than a few times he got picked off early, and I would say that's more good reads from RRQ than it was him playing badly or anything. Like, I remember a flash over the top that set up Elmimore where he just pushed down B main, the B main ramp, and just got a kill right out of tree. So things like that were set plays that RRQ had set up, but it's still the performance behind him was so good as well that those few little mistakes, quote unquote, that I don't even think are necessarily mistakes, were still not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it was fine. It obviously worked out really well, like you guys pointed out. You're looking at your watch, those games went by really quickly. Now, let's just take this moment to hail Munchkin.
A bit more.
A bit more, yes, because Munchkin.
Hail the Munch King.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but continue to sing praises given the way that he was able to perform today. I'm glad that we got to hear from him in the interview. I mean, this is another situation where he comes away with a 4K.
This Sheriff shot.
This one, yeah, we missed it during live. Luckily, we had it covered during the replay. But this was, a round-saving play there for T1. Him being able to just push out the door, find that double kill. And in the end, his aggregated stats are still phenomenal. Averaging out almost 300 ACS across both of these maps. A monstrous KD. It's just a great performance here from a guy that we have high expectations of.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you think back to his crazy raccoon days and things like that. This guy has a ton of experience across multiple regions, multiple different levels of competition. So you have to think that you know, he needs to be one of those banner carriers for this team. And, you know, him, Saya Player, and Zeta, I'd say are the three that I'm really focused on to be the guys who are leading the way in the stats and in all those things that you want to see from players that have competed at the biggest level, right? All three of those players have played at international events before, so you're looking for them to get Carpe and Ban and Intro kind of, you know, up to speed and get them comfortable in those kind of things.
Yep, and I mean this does break that tie between the two teams that we're playing today. T1 will be playing against DFM, and you know, if anything, today shows that's probably looking pretty positive for them so far.
I mean, widely, I will agree. I think that they're going to be well set up to take that, but since we do have DFM coming up next,
yeah,
you never know.
RQ is now the biggest DFM fan, right? Like,
yeah, for sure. But you know, depending on how DFM looks today, obviously that narrative could change. But given that they haven't been able to net themselves a win quite just yet, I think initially you have to just kind of give that over to T1.
Yeah. So. Well, on the flip side of this, RQ will be facing off DRX next week, and well, I wish you all the best.
Good luck.
Good luck. Maybe you'll show us something that none of the other teams have been able to show us yet. With that, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, we're going to go into our next matchup. As we talked about, we have Detonation Focus Me versus Team Secret, the two teams we were just talking about. All right, so see you guys on the other side of this break.
That Intel EJ is ready.
Pretty massive. Flipsider also ways to try to secure this one, but
they're going to try to pull guys pushing towards each other. Blinded, forced down for RQ. And there's RQ, but he's forced out and is waiting. And the gun barrel, at least the first part of that easy. RQ is going to be having a very tough, just not going to stop. Flip, obviously the firepower. Now just Flip, and then that angle, Amon here with the stinger. Forward position. And he does drop one, and two, and three. Down through that door. Oh my god, I think they can't, well, I was going to say, turtled up D1.
Sparrow, I mean, he's alone. Oh, he's Saya Player and Budskin. Oh, nice.
Gets two, looking very good. Zeta right off the zip line.
The Flipside,
Watch this, maybe. He takes one.
Flipsider waiting, but he gets taken out.
He loves the tempo. You know, imagine. Beautifully dragging on him back there. Oh, sandbag.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
パシフィックリーグで戦うのが楽しみな相手は DLX です。ブラジルのロックインでの活躍もそうですし、世界的に見ても、最強のチームの一つと言えるので、DLX に勝ってデトネーションフォーカスミは世界でも通用するんだということを証明したいです。
パシフィックリーグで対戦が楽しみな相手はゼータディビジョンです。
もともといたチームなので、元チームメンバーだったりと対戦するのが楽しみです。パシフィックリーグっていう、舞台で対戦させていただけるということで楽しみにしてます。去年いたチームでは、あと2個のところまで追い詰めるところまで行ったんですけど、負けてしまったので、今デトネーションフォーカスミーというチームでまた戦ってリベンジしたいと思ってます。
パシフィックリーグで戦いのチームは T1 です。T1 は韓国で一番有名だと思ってますし、そしてサヤプレイヤーで NA 大会で結構なかなか強かったのデュエリスト Z だから、パシフィックリーグでデュエリスト対決してみたいです。
戦いたい相手はゼータディビジョンですね。理由はいっぱいあるんですけど、なんだかんだボコボコにするって言って勝ててないんで、今回こそは余裕で勝って、打ち上げで3秒プされてもかわせてあげようか、ゼータに。イケメン集団なんでボコボコにしたいですね、とりあえず。
パシフィックリーグで戦うのが楽しみなチームはグローバル eSports です。理由は僕の友達タクチャ選手がいるから、それが楽しみです。でも勝つのは僕たちです。
パシフィックリーグで対戦が楽しみなチームは GENG です。なぜなら元チームメイトのメテオとバイルさんがいるからです。このような大舞台で戦えることは、すごいことだと思うし、本当にワクワクしています。待ってろよメテオ。
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, you got Achilleos and Paper Thin. We just finished our first matchup, which was pretty quick, so we'll see how early or how late tonight's going to be, depending on this next matchup with DFM versus Team Secret. Now, last week, we saw the first appearance of Soldam on DFM on their face-off against Zeta.
Yeah, and
looks like he's still in the roster for
Yes,
today.
but Zenfree's back in and Raida's gone. So this is another completely different look here from the side of Detonation.
I'm biting my tongue. I'm biting my tongue.
Now you got to share as our expert. I don't know. You were what's the word, hesitant last week about this pick.
Yeah. And I talked about it a lot last week with Soldam. Well, yes, I know he is a highlight, a walking highlight reel at times. At other times, he just doesn't. He doesn't always fit in with teams, and especially since he took a year off, basically, and then came back to try to be a competitive player again. His tendencies seem to have gotten worse in terms of him going for plays on his own to try to make, something out of nothing. And at this level of play, that just doesn't work anymore. We've seen it with something against DRX. We saw it with him, previously. So I think, to me, I think DFM is also still trying to maybe find their best 5-man that they could string together, but to me, we've already seen it, and that was, without Soldam in the lineup, unfortunately. They were able to take a map off of Genji. That's where I thought this team, they had it. Maybe this was going to be a team that could compete for a playoff spot. Since then, it's just been a slide in the very wrong direction.
Yeah, I agree.
It's bizarre, because it's, I guess, somewhat similar to T1 when we're talking about how they started off. They were able to, T1 get some wins. For Detonation, it wasn't wins, but it was getting close. Taking the map from Genji, nearly taking Lotus from Paper X. There were these signs of life, and we're like, oh my, okay, they're trending in the right direction, and then now it has completely slid. And they just continue to make these changes that obviously we don't have full insight onto, how it's going in scrims and what the full process is behind it. But from the outside looking in, it looks damn confusing because now Raida's gone, and he has been, I think, one of the more consistent, decently performing members on this team so far. So it's very puzzling to see him removed from the starting lineup.
Yeah.
And this means that likely it's not going to be Suggest on Duelist, which is hard to stomach with how good he's been.
Yeah, absolutely. I think our confidence in this roster is questionable with this. But before we get into that, we'll break it down a bit more. Let's talk about Team Secrets. Their steady roster. I think it's been the same, and I don't expect any changes. And yeah, we've got Jesse Vash as their IGL.
I mean, obviously, the most recent loss here for Secret, that's going to be a little bit of a tougher pill for them to swallow. But they're going to be looking to bounce back because they have shown their potential. We know what they can do. They've had some fantastic performances so far, both in Pacific and even, over at Lock-In. So I'm looking for them to just get back on the horse and just have a steady series. This, in theory, for them should be a fairly easy matchup. If it's not, then it's concerning for them, and it's also a good sign, obviously, for Detonation. If they're coming out here and they're looking cleaner, they're looking stronger, that is a good trend for Detonation, but it would definitely be a worrying concern here from Secret because they themselves have slipped down the ladder a little bit as far as the standings are concerned.
Yeah, we need to see better performances out of Dubstep and Jesse Vash today. In particular, they struggled last week against RRQ, so I really need to see them, step it up today, kind of show me that, these Boomer boys aren't out of it yet. I need to see them really step up. But in general, when Secret is at their best is when everybody's playing together. They have good protocols, they have good coordination, the good, that Warbirds has talked about, the good foundation that he's been working to build with this team. When it's there, that's when they've been playing well. That's when they've been impressing us. So we want to see a return to that form for them, for sure.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we did see that rise when they beat Paper X, and you're right, it's kind of slid down a little bit since then. Let's look at the scoreline so far between these two teams. DFM has definitely been having a really bad run with 0 wins in their pockets, and Secret also with 2 losses in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the Genji one perfectly excusable when it comes down to it here for Secret. It's the RRQ one that's the tougher pill for them to swallow because going in, even with RRQ on the rise, getting their first win versus DFM, you would still say, okay, given what we have seen from Secret, given that they were able to take down Paper X, they should be still able to challenge RQ and pick up this victory. They weren't able to do it. RQ looking a hell of a lot better across those two series. So now this is the rebound moment here for Secret.
Yeah, and especially because you look at the rest of that schedule for Secret, Zeta, T1, DRX, Global Esports, none of those are easy opponents going the rest of the way through. So this is a huge, important win that they need to find today if they're going to make it into the playoffs. I mean, you could say the same about DFM. They have a almost similarly brutal schedule that they have to go through. But, you know, DFM obviously much further on the outside looking in for that potential playoff run. And yeah, I mean, the stats here are very, very good in Secret's favor. Their post plants are really excellent. Again, that's those fundamental foundations that I'm talking about. Once the spike is down, they put themselves into good positions. They have good protocols in place to make sure that they get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, pistol round wins have been quite favorable for them. And then, as you say, when they get into those post-plant scenarios, they have been fairly clean about closing them out. The thing that I need to see, and this is on a grander scale, is just them winning a map pick. Can they finally do it?
Yeah, that's right.
Because obviously you don't want to be walking away from this series as a Secret fan, with a scoreline that's anything other than a 2-0. You know, let's call a spade a spade. They should be able to close this one out relatively cleanly. And if that doesn't happen, then there's still going to be concerns. You can at least breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, they're not falling further behind here. They're keeping pace. They're picking up more wins. But it's still not going to be a good overall trend as you're looking for this team to be able to make it into Tokyo.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, when we did come in today, we had 3 teams that were tied for 5th place. Secret was the third of the 3. Now let's talk about the 2 key players that we're curious about and that we're going to be keeping our eyes on.
Shot callers.
Well, thank God Anthem's in.
Yes, I mean, yes. Well, at times, shot callers, Anthem has typically often been, recently the IGL, there's been some changes in that role potentially, but I wanted to highlight both these guys, right? They're both initiator players, kind of. Anthem, usually you think of him more as a Sky player, and Jesse more as like of a Sova kind of type. So, both of these need to step up today. Anthem seems to be good for like an ace, like once per day, apparently. Like he's often got these highlight reel moments inside of him, but I need to see him step up, if he is shot calling in that regard, but of course then just, setting up Soldom, making sure you're playing with him, trying to reel him in a little bit, making sure that you're getting him in position to do well, plus supporting him with your utility.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar things that we have kind of said, surrounding EJ on RQ, for example. Make sure that you are supporting that star jet player so that they can excel, and RQ has gotten better about that. Now we're looking to see if they can continue to develop, since they seem to want to keep Soldom in this roster, have him playing this jet the whole way throughout. So it does come down to Anthem to be the one to guide them. Jesse Bash on the opposite side as well. Obviously, we're looking for him to just rally these players back alongside the leadership of Dubstep and Warbirds to get them back into a good position. Because, at the end of the day, if you're going to have some players that you think can bounce back from a loss, it's going to be these guys who have been competing for so very long. So having those triple vets there on the side of Secret should give them a nice boon coming into this.
Yeah, we gotta see Jesse be really good, like late in the round. That's where he's really excelled. That's where he's been able to put up those multi-kills, get some big round wins in the hands of Secret. And that's why part of the reason their post-plant success is so good. And I think for our predictions, well,
we don't need to.
I don't think anybody went the other way on this one.
Yeah, I think all of us, all the broadcast talents for VCT Pacific.
Now, here's what I will say.
No curse?
What?
If they lose this, if Secret lose this, we had nothing to do with it. There's no caster curse. You can't pin it on us. It's not our fault, but they should win.
No curse.
No, it's definitely our fault. Don't worry, Secret. We got you.
I take none of this blame.
I mean, Warbirds tried to blame us in the hall, and I wasn't having any of it.
It's always our fault. I mean, that's just the way the world is. With that, I hope this is a blessing and not a curse. Let's go over the stage and watch the walkout for Team Secret and Detonation Focus Me.
Demons on my way, and I know the
Live in Seoul, South Korea, this is VCT Pacific. This is a make or break for DFM, who has yet to secure any wins. And in the other corner, we have the Philippines, Team Secret. Oh, he's flexing. He's ready for Borkum time.
Yeah, we need Borkum time as well. That's a player we didn't get to touch on too much. We haven't seen much Borkum time, so hopefully we will be checking our watches for all the right reasons.
They must be working out or something. Everyone's
I
flexing.
guess.
They're all just
They also have Cruz doing it.
flexing.
Cruz has been hitting the gym hard, so everybody else is trying to match him.
I will give credit as well, off topic, to Jest, who just kind of flexing his Japanese skills in the video that we ran right before we started our desk segment, just doing the whole interview in Japanese. So, man's been putting in the effort.
He's been grinding. He did not speak much Japanese until, you know, he started playing for the teams, and then he quickly picked it up. So
it's effectively trilingual now.
Yeah, exactly. I want to give a shout out to Jeremy right now, in terms of like one of the players who's had kind of a quietly strong performance for his team right now. He's 8th in our league in damage per round at 147. So one of the important, I think, kind of stats that you can look at potentially. You know, often playing Sentinels or that Rage when he's called upon. So, oh, come on, boys.
Oh, no, Envy!
Oh, no. Oh, Zedfree's just like, no, I'm not having any of it. Nope.
Oh, the self-fist bump.
Oh, no.
It's all right. He got himself. He got himself.
That's all that matters.
All right. We got our good old coaches. Warbridge had joined us on our very first recap as our first guest. And it was pretty cool to hear some of his insights. Definitely, I think we've said this time and time again, he's been really critical to Team Secret's successes.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to see, you know, more out of them. He's tried to come in and establish a base, and now it's, you know, building beyond that.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I think that, again, we keep singing in praises. He's got a very good head on his shoulders. And widely, from what we have seen from them in the past, especially surrounding their wins, is that their prep can be incredible. A bit lacking, obviously, with the last two most recent losses. RQ going above and beyond with their own prep work, and we can't, sing enough praises for the side of Ewok. We can see this elongated speech here that he's giving them right now, making sure that they go into this one level-headed, ready to perform, firing all cylinders.
No doubt about it. And on the other side of the coin, Molipovia for the side of DFM needs to right the ship and right it fast. So, hopefully they've been cooking something because they need to, man. And it's, last week was concerning. Every week has been at least a little concerning. Again, that week against Gen G that gave us that false hope. We all want to see that return to form for them, but so far I'm not too sure. Okay, Lotus gone, sure. It's going to be the first pick for DFM. Okay, Ascent, yeah. They like this map. There's a map that Soldom is very comfortable on, so not too surprising there.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a Jet stomping ground, which means that we should be seeing Dubstep on Jet as well to go up against Soldom. Just given that, from what we've heard, Jeremy not the most confident when it comes down to, using the operator. So we can anticipate to see Dubstep there, and then Haven is their own map pick. So here's to see where they want to go.
The ban on Split makes sense too.
Yeah.
I mean, Secret has done well on Split.
And then it's going to be Fracture.
That's the map that DFM won.
Yeah.
Very
true. So, I mean, if they can make it to, if not, close it out 2-0, obviously. But if they can make it to 3, then you do start feeling a lot better about the odds here for the side of DFM. But I'm curious if this setup without Rada is going to be something that is only for this first map. Because already, it still is puzzling by itself. Because typically, we expect to see Rada come out here and be playing that Silva. So are they going to move away from it? As I will glance over. No, it's going to be Anthem playing.
Huh.
Yeah, usually, again, a guy who tends to lean towards Sky, but, can play the Sova as well here. So, it's a mirror matchup. Both teams playing the exact same comp. There's nothing too out of the ordinary here. This is very much a meta comp on this map. Sometimes, you might swap out an Omen for an Astra, or you might swap out a KO for something else, but this is pretty stock standard.
It's just an interesting change because, I mean, Anthem has played Sova in the past, but it's not very many games. This will be his 6th performance on Sova, but everything that we've seen from him in the last month has been 6 games of Sky, 2 games of Breach, and then 1 game of KO. It's always been Flash-centric. Now he's going for that recon, so I'm curious to see how he performs.
And unsurprisingly, Soldom is on Jet. And you know what? Despite our questions about this, I personally wouldn't mind a little highlight moment. I don't think he really succeeded last week in any of those, so I wouldn't mind if Knives came out and did something spectacular with it. Now let's see where this game takes us. Our casters are gonna talk us through that. Rather, not walk us. They're gonna be up there in the caster booth. And we still have Tasteless and Valdez. Take it away.
We can walk it too. We can walk it and talk it. There's a lot of room up here.
Walk
We
it
can
and
pace
talk
around.
it and run it and sprint it.
This is going to be an exciting match. There is so much on the line right now. Team Secret here versus Detonation. Team Detonation, they've been having a hard time. They haven't been performing that well. They really need to pull it together here.
They have won the one map, which was highlighted against Genji. These guys have it in them. And, you know, they were highlighting a bunch of the changes they have made, you know, some of the different players playing different agents and stuff like that. Like Anthem, we're definitely going to keep an eye on him. And I think that's what you got to do. If nothing's working, just change it up, especially if you're not getting any success, really. So I like that, but we'll have to wait and see if any of these changes have helped them out. This Team Secret on a little bit of a losing streak, but definitely on paper the stronger team coming into this one.
You know, Team Secret, they came in here with such a strong performance. They kind of blew everybody else out of the water. And then it seemed like things started to turn. They really weren't playing that well, and this is going to be their moment to try to get back on top and build that momentum. Detonation Focus Me, they appear so far to be the weakest team, but, you know, every week is an opportunity really to have that moment of growth and come out and prove that you are still viable.
Yeah, absolutely. Will be interesting to see. The one map that was won by Detonation was actually Fracture, which is the third map, but obviously we get there as pushing on in very quickly. Pretty standard. Up on top is Dubstep. I feel like he's seen Soldom, not 100% sure though, as he falls into that. Soldom is going to get some value out of his position.
Yeah, Detonation there. First blood now as Dubstep has been taken out. We're going to try to clear out Heaven. Spike is now down. It's going to be up to the retake now for Detonation.
Always this angle. Envy, okay, he's just gonna hop on down and immediately get taken out. Envy picks up one, but Detonation are holding on to this as the retake does come in, and they will be able to get the defuse.
Yeah, good start here for Detonation. Jesse Vosh, the final line of defense, but ultimately he is taken out as well. But at least, you know, for the sake of Team Secret here, they did get that first spike plant. They'll get that credit boost, try to come in here with a different performance in round 2.
And I mean, Detonation, they are a team that actually does have a decent win rate in terms of pistol rounds, right? It isn't all losses over there, even given their overall score. So they do have the ability to take these ones out.
Okay, so the formation now for Team Secret looks like they may be trying to collect up. Over here for another push into A. We're going to have the knife come out to probe for any information. Not going to give them that much so far. Smoke down over here.
Hey, please smark off that alley. Thank you.
Consider it smarked off.
Yes, thank you.
Got that set up over there by A. They're going to now loop back around towards the B side of the map, where Soldom and Zinfree are going to be waiting to receive them.
Yep. This map actually one of the maps so far in Pacific, at least, that does have a slight lead for the attacker's side, 52% to 48% overall across all teams. Pretty interesting to see that one. I think it's a pretty balanced map. As just waiting here, grenade in hand. Knife is going to get a lot of information as they do push in.
Oh, beautifully done. Mowed down through the smoke. And with his position given away, it looks like Jesse Vosh is going to be taken out there. Only Envy remaining.
And he's hiding.
Yeah. And so this is going to be probably a sad ending here to round 2.
30 seconds left.
Detonation. With a strong showing, we're going to have to see in the bonus round exactly how Team Secret can perform.
Flawless. Soldom so far has, you know, the second round, it is what it is. Like Team Secret, they're spotted coming on in, they get mowed down, it's whatever. But his positioning in the pistol round was also pretty key. Already 5 kills in his hands. Yeah, just hold down that left click, and sometimes, you know, hit the right mark.
That's a good flash to wake up to, getting those 3 kills. Okay, so they've got it started. Is it possible now for Detonation to maybe try to pull ahead here with that third win? That oh-so-critical round 3 about to start.
Yeah. It's clear that he's really trying to get his team hyped up as well. You know, a new guy comes into the roster. I mean, he's not a new player by any means, but, you know, joins the roster when he wasn't originally on it, and he is coming in and trying to make an impact in more ways than just one. So you like to see that.
Looks like we may have a little push up here towards Tree. Now we do have Taka J ready. If the push does come through, they're going to go ahead and smoke out mid for now. And nobody's overextended just yet. A second smoke is going to be set out here. This is from Team Secret to further obfuscate mid. Nobody really in mid right now to search. And with the loop around down here from the bottom as well, it is going to be an attack sprung on A.
I don't think Takajay saw this at all. They have no idea that they have pushed on through. Seldom is able to trade one back.
Beautiful shot. They're getting 2. And now comes out a blinded Jesse Bash is taken out immediately. Insane round here for Detonation.
Insane for Soldam, who just pulls off an incredible 4K. Now Jeremy is able to pick up 2, and that would really put a damper, you would have to say, on this, but it is going to be a double look there. They do take 4 of the guns out of the hands of DFM, but it does not matter. DFM still able to win that bonus round. And man, really just came down to Soldam. He is really feeling himself today.
Yeah, you can see why they decided to put him in. We were a little bit worried when we saw him come into the mix at the start, but with that double kill, really making things easy for the rest of the team. Ultimately, it was a very close round there at the end. Jeremy, the last one to be taken out. But again, an important moment here as momentum continues to build for our Japanese team. Detonation, focus me.
Team Secret having no luck so far on the attack, and it really just has been at the hands of one guy so far. The rest of the team able to support Soldam very well, of course, not to take anything away from them, but yeah, Detonation a much better look to start us off with, and Team Secret do not seem to have the answer just yet, as the pushes onto A have been mostly held off. Let's see if they decide to go towards B once again. Looks like it.
Yeah, B seems to be the place to go to. A scrappy round if Team Secret can take it. They're going to quietly peek through middle. Nobody's going to spot them, so, I mean, time's definitely on their side coming into this. The Aldrone's going to come out. They're going to have to back up, at least momentarily. They have not given anything away just yet. Anthem going to be ready to set this up. Here we go. There's going to be a burst in. Anthem's going to go into the boathouse and camp it out, wait for reinforcements. Oh, completely backfiring there. I thought Soldam was going to have a much better chance.
All right, that was confusing. Not sure how he did not kill Anthem there. But
that was a weird exchange for sure. Now,
finally took him out.
Suggest and Taka J are going to come around in a pretty impossible retake here. Jesse Vash up, ready to hit them from behind. It's going to take a while for this to clear. Looks like they're going to smoke out. No, excuse me. That was a paranoia sent out. Not connecting with any target. And now down to just 1. Suggest the last one remaining. Would prefer to have this Vandal go into round 5 with him instead of trying to do the impossible.
Oh! It's got the angle. That's a thrifty from Team Secret. Keep in mind, they had like stingers. Envy gets the first kill with the Sheriff headshot onto Soldam. Just with a quick flick on the entry into B. So Team Secret, very slow start, but look at this. Like, just takes his head off, and yeah, the spray on the backside of the site was in the boathouse was very much off. You know, maybe just a fluke there, but a great read here from Jesse Bash to clean them all up. And I mean, that's just about as good as you can hope for Team Secret after that start.
Yeah, great play there with the Garbo guns.
Yep, that's their official name. That's Garbo guns.
And now we go into round 5 here. A very well-armed Team Secret, eager to try to come through and keep this momentum going. It's going to be a push on to B. This game may pick up a little bit quicker than the last one. There is a gauntlet of Killjoy utility over here, and Anthem just outside of spawn, ready to receive this as the lockdown comes in.
Yeah, he's just trying to run back to his teammate here, Anthem. Gets a lot of value with that shock dart.
Ooh. And they will be able to easily come in here onto B once more. And it's going to be Detonation having to come with the retake now. Spike ticks away here as Detonation is going to try to send a lot over here through mid. Heavy stack in the back over here. Envy could come out from the sides to try to take some swipes, and way in the back it's going to be Jesse Bash to try to hit them fully from behind.
Envy just biding his time. He's essentially buying time, right? Before his team throws out some flashes, stays in the smoke, and picks up a free kill onto Soldom as Team Secret are wiping him up here on the B site.
Yeah, just Envy remaining, and he's not going to be in that game for much longer. The second win here from Team Secret. Can they pull this back 3-3? They did have a rocky start, but it does seem like Team Secret is really stabilizing. And now this is going to be by far the most difficult round here for Detonation Focus Me as their funds have dried up.
See here, you know, they're able to get onto the site relatively easily. The nice pick in mid, and from there, just singing.
I love it.
Just as the game is finishing up, just giving us a little song. Not a bad singer either. Liked it.
Borkum working out here. Oh, dubstep. Things have already sped up pretty quickly here. 3 picks into mid as B site is going to be cracked wide open. It looks like Taka J and Anthem are going to try to loop around, but it's going to be the long way. Unfortunately, Envy is not able to get that shot to connect. He knows where he's going to find the next move. Oh, and Anthem's actually going to, kind of a smart play, just actually push through where they were spotted.
Yeah.
And this might actually work.
Last player standing.
Borkum. Well, how many kills did Borkum get back there? Was that 3?
I think it was 2, because...
Oh, maybe we had it from his perspective, but it was the other players that got the
kills. He was up there on the box, and then actually, I think it was Envy. or no, it was Dubstep who just lined it up.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
One enemy remains.
But Borkum with the lurk, just hanging back and getting a big kill over there. It's tied up 3-3. We now have Soldom with the operator. Let's see if he can get a pick over here. It looks like he's set up to try to peer down through mid, and we may end up with that jet duel as well. Dubstep possibly going to peek down middle here.
Yeah, Dubstep looking to push in through tree. The rest of the team coming in real quick. In through the A side, but Anthem is there. He picks up one. Taka J is defending pretty well, but Borkum able to trade one back.
Bit of a trade there. Dubstep going to come up, smoke out the window, backing around up the stairs. The spike is not planted. They've got Borkum lurking. Well, they had him lurking.
Yeah.
Now it's just Soldom left.
They got the res on Envy too, which means he's able to plant this down. Not able to win that though.
He might be able to do it. Fake defuse. Door shot down.
Maybe he should have held it.
Oh my God. Dubstep, beautifully done. Gets that kill. 4 in a row now for Team Secret. In what is turning out to be a pretty quick moving map 1. Timeout's called here for Detonation. Let's not forget they started out with 3 wins in a row. And now Team Secret pulls ahead, comboing 4.
Borkum he gets out of the site. They do not identify it. He picks up 2 kills from it, opens it up for his team to get the res onto the KO, onto Envy. And Soldom, you know, trying to get really aggressive, going for the very aggressive, the over-aggressive play, I should say, is what I was looking for. Just trying to catch him off guard. It does not work out. And so, you know, at the beginning, those first 3 rounds, Pistol, the anti-eco, and then you had the bonus all going the way over to DFM, and a lot of it was just Soldom popping off. I wouldn't say that he overheated, but I think that a lot of it just came down to those rounds. Essentially, he was doing all the work, right? And once Team Secret stabilized, it has been all their map.
So in this timeout, you know, we got to see what exactly can Detonation Focus Me adjust. That was an important round, especially with the operator in hand. That's where on the defending side, you can start to try to create those opportunities. You can try to get those picks, thin out the lines, and make those sites a little bit easier to hold, but it completely and totally backfired.
Some Team Secret fans here, proving that so far, if you root for Team Secret, or even if you vote for them in the predictions, doesn't mean that they're going to lose. Just want to point that out. As we'll see where it goes from there. Maybe I'm just adding to the caster curse. You never really know.
Well, you say that I bet
caster curses.
I wished Team Secret's victory on a monkey's paw, so maybe the curse is real. Ooh. Now, we've got a little bit of slow play here over in mid. They've got Borkum just peering down the entry point of A long. And it's going to be a little bit of a sneaky move here. Only Killjoy over it into B, if that's in fact where they want to go, in a pretty retracted position. Well, I say that, but then Takache is now going to move in here with that as well. And they have not found Team Secret at all. Yeah, it's got to be a bit of a confusing start here from Detonation. And all they'd really have to do would be to smoke out the defender's side of B and probably get in. Well, never mind. They're going to actually slip in now on towards the actual B site itself. We only have 45 seconds left, so something has to happen here for Team Secret. Sometimes you'll see these teams, they run the clock a little bit too long, and then they don't manage to actually plant the spike in time.
Okay, not taking the backside of the site there. Indy is able to pick up the kill on Atakade. Suggests they know he's back there. They're trying to isolate him, and that they will. Anthem is able to hold it down, but gets traded out by Jesse Vash.
Oh, in between the shots there. Sinfree going to keep trying to come forward. He does have a rifle. Nice wall bang. Beautifully done. Borkum's going to come. He's going to wrap around the side over here. Not that much time left. He's got to get the kill, and he does it with 6 seconds on the clock. A huge moment here, the 6th win. 5th win, excuse me, on the board there for Team Secret. Got a little too excited.
Yeah, it was really clutch. I mean, he had to run in. It was very obvious what his position was. And, you know, Zinfree a little bit low, I would say, from what I could tell after that last trade. This is a great start. Envy gets in there. Anthem is able to trade a bunch back. And, yeah, he's making noise, but still he's able to just get on in there. Even with Zinfree, he's got a crosshair right onto where he's coming in because he can hear him. And at the end of the day, Borkum just able to land those shots a little bit quicker and pulls off that clutch moment at the end of the round.
All right, over here towards A. They're starting to smoke it out. A pop flash comes. Indy on the move right now. Oh, beautiful flash there. Some great defense so far from Detonation Focus Me.
Upstep got in, though. He's in the window. He's behind them. This is going to cause some confusion as now he's even... Whoa!
That was insane.
Sodom just snipes him.
Yeah, getting those kills.
One enemy
It's kind of a weird spot. Suggest going to try to wrap around here. Can he get the peek? Jesse Vash ready.
Revealing area.
Jessica just waiting. Helds. The reason to really peek is just waiting for his teammate to come on over.
Yep, the push is going to continue on, and he whiffs that, just firing above the head. Suggest takes out Jesse Vash, and a much-needed turnaround here. Finally a win for Detonation Focus Me.
Yep, it was 5 rounds in a row. Team Secret, and the push was relatively slow. It allowed DFM to get this excellent flash, which you pointed out, and it just caught the 2 guys that were just waiting in the doorway. With their, hands tied behind their back. There wasn't much they could do. They just both got cleaned up and took a lot of the power out of the push onto A site, where DFM were very well equipped and prepared for that push.
Yeah, they handled it very nicely. A delightfully close match now. Detonation Focus Me seems to have found their 2nd win here. It's going to be a push into mid. Soldom's going to be ready. Jiggle peeking around this corner. And unfortunately is not able to make it connect. It is a trade. Suggest takes dubstep back out. Oh, a force spray there. But ultimately it just comes to a lot of trades. Jeremy, the last one left. He takes out 1. Can he get 2 more? Blinded, but covered nicely.
They're just waiting for him. And it's all tied up now. That mid-push that has been getting some value for Team Secret, just challenged essentially by DFM. They get the better shots, and they're able to catch them off guard. So now it's Team Secret's turn to call a little timeout, and it's a very even map so far, regardless of the streakiness.
Yeah, we had the 5-win streak there for Team Secret. Clearly, the decision for Detonation Focus Me to try to come in there and recalibrate has totally paid off. They are back and building that momentum. We don't have that many more rounds here in the first half, but I mean, the most different it possibly could be would be a 7-5, right? support here for Team Secret in the audience. So good to have you guys come down to the studio. Some great matches today so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty fun. Did have a 2-0 earlier on, hoping that it is not as much of a one-sided matchup in the second one. Some DFM fans also coming down.
Yeah, very cool to have some Detonation fans here in the audience. It's got to be tense for them. You know, Detonation Focus Me has been struggling at times. And look, this is a team that can beat Team Secret. Compared to the full lineup we have, I think this is doable. I do think Team Secret is still the favorite. But if they can really pull it together and bring their best game, we'll see what happens. We're going now into round 11, operator in hand. And so far, at least, it looks like an A-site push to start things off here for Team Secret.
These have had kind of middling successes. I think DFM has been mostly been able to cleanly set this up. As a lot of information as now we got chaos.
Unfortunately, that very aggressive position backfires and leaves A wide open. Suggest going to try to lurk up into heaven with a big 4 stack over here onto A. Let's not forget there's an operator in this game. Will you really be able to push here from heaven? Again, there's not much left here in the first half. Just one more round after this. So what exactly can you get done? The position's now been given away. And Borkum clean Suggest out with ease. And so he decides, why not just go ahead and save this operator, try to even this up 6-6. There's no way Detonation Focus Me could take this round. But again, you know, an unusual setup, by the way, for Detonation Focus Me to be in A long ready to whip around the corner and basically hit them right as they would start to feed into the site.
Yeah.
But it backfires.
And double Hunter's Fury, I was surprised that there wasn't more. Oh, he actually got the operator at Assault on me, found him at the end of the round, and now he's got it himself. Doesn't even necessarily have to use it. Of course he can on the attack if he really wants to. But, yeah, I mean, there's Hunter's Fury flying both ways, and you can see that they're just able to challenge them. Dubstep got in through tree, and the rest is history. As this he was like looking at the wall, probably looking into market, but it looked a little bit silly. And able to take that operator out of his hands. He just buys another one. He's on half armor instead, but still has an operator.
This time B site is where the attention of Team Secret is going to be. Soldam again, going to try to come in here, takes the turret out, but of course that gives away the position here for Team Secret, who's not wavering, who's not backing off. They're just going to come in here anyways. Oh, great shot there on the Dubstep. Oh, and then Borkum.
It's almost like they didn't know where he was. He just lined up straight for that pick. And now Anthem's just spraying and praying with the Omen. As maybe they even get a res here onto Envy. Jesse Vanish would love to, but he doesn't really have much time. And there's even a defender's lockdown. That's going to do it for this half.
6-6, dead even for the first half. In a great back and forth here with Detonation Focus Me and Team Secret. So now we're going to have Detonation Focus Me go onto the attacking side. Team Secret will be here defending the A and B side. Let's not forget that early on it was Detonation Focus Me winning those first 2 important rounds to kind of get that momentum. It was really in the middle of the first half, which was where the majority of Team Secret victories were.
Yeah, at the end of the day, not much hope for Jesse Vanish. And to be honest, I mean, Soldam has been the better performing Jet. Maybe there is a way for Detonation Focus Me now moving on to the attacker side. Perhaps if he can create some more waves and get some good entries, some good pushes on for the team, maybe there is a world in which Detonation Focus Me run away with this first map.
Yeah, well, let's hope for their sake they can. Team Secret, I'll tell you what, they did not want this to be even 6-6. I think they were expecting to have a stronger performance. You know, the thing with Detonation Focus Me is that they're very hot or very cold. I need to see that Goldilocks play, that right in the middle. This play is just right.
That's true. I think it does lead to some of the streakiness as well.
Yeah. So this critical second half is about to start here. And look, with Detonation Focus Me, they've had their moments of greatness. I mean, you can see back here that, a lot of the timeouts really did benefit them quite a bit. They were able to make the big adjustments. That has been one of the criticisms of them, is occasionally their play is too formulaic, is too predictable.
Hashtag Soldom Jet. Hashtag Focus You.
Yeah. Hashtag DFM Win.
Yeah.
Hashtag
he's got all
caster curse.
Oh no, don't get the chat all riled up now.
All the casters in the green room going,
yeah.
Ow! It wasn't us!
No, actually it's we've got our little caster curse group where we are all cackling to ourselves as we vote against
that's right.
Or no, we vote for Team Secret.
That's right. We
And
get our voodoo
potentially
dolls out.
Yeah, we get those curses going. You guys, you don't know what we're up to.
Yes.
We have so much power, according to Twitter and to the chat. It's amazing. I didn't even know I had this power.
All right, it looks like it's going to be a rush into A. Things are going to pick up pretty fast. Soldom coming through here, waiting in the smoke. The crossfire is nice. Oh, Team Secret with a shutdown so far.
Oh boy. Could barely even get out of there. There's so much spam, and yeah, he's just gonna take him down. Dubstep, he heard what I said about, better performing Jet. Just lands a little 4K, and there's the ace.
It was a savage round one. Team Secret with a total shutdown. Detonation Focus Me not even able to get any infiltration onto the A site. And look at it, it's perfect crossfire here. I mean, you could not have asked for a better round.
One enemy remaining.
And remember, last half it was Detonation Focus Me taking those first two.
Yeah.
So
they're all singing
I know.
now.
I'm feeling it, man. The energy's there for Team Secret.
Yeah.
Gotta love these guys.
And that's a big round. I expected DFM to come out guns blazing, getting really aggressive, and it seemed like Team Secret knew it as well. They set up that crossfire and they put an end to that. So maybe they do have a pretty good read here on DFM and can get something going from there.
Yep, they're gonna run all the way around back towards the B site, going the long way so that they don't make any audible sounds. On the receiving end of B, there's a little bit of Killjoy utility. We've got Jesse Vash ready, scoped down to the B entry point. And okay, they're going to start to smoke this off.
Revealing area.
The scan comes in. Shot fired into that. We're getting to sandbag anyway to get into the entrance here, buying a little bit more time. Might be a bit of a scramble to try to actually get onto site. The Jet does come through, and they can pull the rest in. But the spike is dropped and dropped again.
30 seconds left.
They can't get that spike back onto the site. They're going to try to retrieve it, but the push comes through here from Jeremy.
Oh boy.
Sold up.
You can't
get it. 8-6.
Yeah, it's rough. They didn't smoke off market, and there were two guys in there with Spectres just waiting to rain down hellfire on them. And no Brimstone in this one, but still, I mean, yeah, it's rough. They tried to do what you can. I think they got the one kill at the end there from Soldom. So at least he's got some extra credits, I suppose. But still, pretty straightforward thing from Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret just not letting that spike actually get into the site, and basically it forced Detonation to start to crawl back into a place where they were vulnerable, and from there it became a very easy cleanup. They've tried A, they've tried B. Maybe they're going to try mid this time, at least to come through.
Yeah, and it's not a good feeling when you're when you're going up against Team Secret's bonus round, and Dubstep already has Blade Storm.
Yeah,
and he's potentially going to be stronger than your rifles that you just bought. Let's see what he does here.
Oh my God, one kill, pops through. This is an insane moment. He's just not finding anything just yet. So far, Detonation's actually managing mid a little bit better, and that's literally it. Okay.
Yeah, I guess the rest of the team tried to push in with Dubstep, especially after he got that first kill. And DFM were like, no, we're not rushing into mid. We're just going to wait here in the courtyard and pick you off one by one. We were looking at Dubstep's point of view.
Yeah.
It looked good for him, but not the rest of the team.
Yeah, they did a really good job back there. Unconventional play there from Team Secret. Didn't work out, but I think that's fine. And so the game of catch-up does begin here for Detonation Focus Me. And now it's going to be our first fairly even round. Round 4 here in the second half. There is an Odin ready for a possible wall bang if a push into B does come. Meanwhile, over here in mid, Soldom's going to be coming through. The Aldrone should have spotted him. Oh my God, gets one. Detonation with a slight lead now. Soldom lurking over here with that shorty. Anthem plants. And it's going to be up to Envy and Borkum to try to come in with the retake.
It's not going to be easy. It looks like they are going to try for it, though. 2v3.
Now, Soldom is going to lurk right in here and has a real opportunity with it. Yeah, Envy comes through and gets popped off. So it's just Borkum.
Yeah,
he's so deep in here, I can't imagine he's going to try to get out. Maybe go for exit frags here.
Looks like it.
One.
He's got the one.
Yeah, not enough. 8-8. It's heating up here, Valdez.
Yeah, Detonation, they didn't waste any time on this one. They got the smoke way in the back near the spawn, and they pushed, 2 through main, 3 through mid, it looked like, and right over the top, Soldom just gets in. And I mean, it's pretty straightforward stuff. Soldom's just lurking in the smoke, and nobody's really able to dispatch of him. Again, I think that utilizing this very aggressive jet you have in your roster for some of these pushes is going to be one of the ways that DFM can win from the attacker side, and so far, that has been the case.
It's Soldom right now, peering down the catwalk. And Detonation Focus Me is banking on, at least for the start, maybe an aggro push from one of these spawns, or one of the site locations, excuse me, from Team Secret. Team Secret isn't doing it, and so it's going to be the start of a slow round here. Anthem sends the Aldrone down into Wine, can confirm that at least there's an opening there, and I think we may see the beginnings of a push from Detonation Focus Me. No, it looks like they're going to pull away, actually, and try to go up towards mid.
Shadows traveling.
So really messing with the tempo now. It was a pretty all-out push on a B the last time. Now they could just go for it on a different timing, but take a look at Team Secret on the mini-map. Pretty much everybody moving over towards the A site right now, with only, you've got Jeremy who's just trying to get some info in mid. He does get some.
Did seem like the Aldrone itself sold the push onto A. And now they're going to back out of mid after being spotted and go right up here towards tree. So this
30
could be
left.
really bad. Shots fired into there, but they were blinded. And Detonation Focus Me is going to be able to crack open A.
Very nice push as, Jeremy desperate on the backside of that dubstep. Does pick up a second rifle at least.
And now Detonation Focus Me is back in the lead at 9-8. As this is turning out to be such a close first map.
I really don't know who's going to take it from here. I mean, it's a full buy this time from Team Secret. But yeah, very, very nice push set up. Like all 5 members really on the same page. They get the blind into tree. There's really no hope for, a couple of members on TS with, I don't know, like one guy had a sheriff, maybe the other guy had a stinger. And they just got absolutely clobbered 5v2. From there it was free into A, as now here they come quick into B in main at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like they might try to actually back out. The Aldrone at the distance can spot them and at least confirm that they're still there. They haven't committed further down. And so the plan from here from Detonation Focus Me is to try to wrap around into mid. They're going to send their own Aldrone back out here. They're not going to find much. Nobody's close to this area, although it is going to be Envy hearing the Aldrone come through. We'll see if that actually telegraphs a commitment up towards mid or not.
For now, he can just sit mid, make sure that none of those crazy pushes come in just yet. Seems like they're reading the fact that they're still around B, as we do have Borkum slowly maneuvering over. Just keeping the Killjoy alone on A.
Soldom's going to come in, looking for a target, and is shot down immediately. Team Secret with a good start so far. Only 2 members remaining here for Detonation Focus Me.
Not expecting Takate in that position, actually. There is a very small chance that he could clutch it from here, but no, just Crossfire comes in. 3 kills for Jesse Vash. And now we're all tied up at 9.
Thought they might be able to get the KO back into this, but he is taken out. I'm loving this first map, Valdez. 9-9. Such a cool back and forth. It just ultimately was such a good positional setup over here onto the B side. They couldn't quite figure out where exactly the other players were lurking over there. They were kind of hiding in plain sight. Nobody missing fist bumps here. Even we got a fist bump.
Yeah.
You guys
even
at home.
you in the chat.
I know that sometimes you guys have your own fists out at TV and you go, no. It's like sometimes when they miss each other, fist bump.
Yeah. There was the one guy, he got that fist pump this time.
Yeah.
So if you missed it, if you didn't have your fist out, make sure you have it out for the next time.
Team Secret doesn't miss fist bumps. I mean, we saw it happen when they were walking out on stage and he recovered with his own fist bump.
They just don't miss fist bumps.
Now, they've got a little position up here on the mid. Well, Dubstep makes quick work of that, dropping that number down to 1. What was supposed to be a Crossfire setup. And then bounces back a little bit further into market. Takajay eating a little hit there, dropping him to 83 HP.
Deploying drone.
They're going to send the Al drone out.
Flying high, see what he can see. Finds Suggest.
Yeah. Now the spike's actually in the hands of the KO at mid, which makes me imagine it's going to be hard to actually go to B unless you're really confident that B is smoked off. So they're going to try to come up towards tree and get an infiltration onto A. We don't have much time left in the rounds. They're going to have to be pretty hasty with how they move. And now over here onto the site, Jeremy takes Takajay out. It's becoming a bit of a trade. Only Anthem remains. And then Team Secret takes it. We don't have much left here for this map. We are getting very close to the end.
Yeah, it really has turned into a battle of the Jets. You see Dubstep on the 2KD right now compared to Suldom, who is on the top of his team, but not really a comparable scoreline, you could say, to Dubstep. But it really has been between the two of them to pull off the clutch plays, and Dubstep has been coming up big here, actually on the defensive jet, which has been pretty cool to see. Just always seemingly in the right spot, reading the pushes very well, especially that last one in towards A. They had a pretty good idea that was coming in. Takajay had to use a lot just to get out of mid, where they kind of got caught with their pants down there, fortunately. So DFM trying to make the best of a rough spot. I think this is a good time to call a timeout after a round like that was a little bit shaky. And try to regather yourself here, because this is, I mean, they could definitely still pull it out from here, because they have found many holes in the armor, I would say, holes in the strategy of Team Secret so far on this map.
Considering how close this is, you have to imagine Detonation Focus Me, they need this win. Remember that we count the map score, the maps you take. And so, even if you come out with a loss here, just taking this map is going to be huge. Team Secret is really being put to task here. The casters, we all voted this should be a Team Secret victory. I mean, they looked like they were one of the strongest teams when we started VCT Pacific here. But as each week passes, it does seem like these other teams have begun to acclimate to the studio, to Korea, to the teams they're facing off against here. Anyways, that timeout's done. And we're going to go right into an A-site push.
Suldom is just sprinting in with a stinger. And he is getting some value. He's able to pick up one, and eventually he gets taken out, but a lot of attention thrown over to him.
Borkum doing so much damage through the floorboards there. The spike is planted.
You should run.
And they're going to set up the Killjoy ulti here.
They might be able to, they're going for this. They're trying to take out this lockdown. Otherwise he's going to run away.
All right, okay. They did actually take it out. Jesse Bash eliminates Anthem, dropping down into hell. It's over. That's going to be the 11th win. Team Secret in a chaotic game actually pushed through, crushed through, and the finish line is in sight.
I was getting pretty nervous there at the 4-second mark on the lockdown. They are like, oh, are we pushing or are we not? Someone takes it out. And that kill, I don't know how Jesse Bosch did that, but then all these 3 members just get cleaned up on all the 3 angles.
It's like every Team Secret member just picked one Detonation member. They all won the duel and closed that out.
Yeah.
So
just
here
win every one-on-one and you'll never lose a round.
I think it was Confucius that said that, actually.
Yeah, it's a very famous quote.
Yeah. So we go towards round 21. There's going to be some probing into the A site. Over is Borkum in Wine with a deep lurk back there. They haven't really used Wine, but they're going to abandon it this time around as they're hearing a lot of footsteps come through there. The Aldrone's going to come looking. Are they going to commit? They're giving a lot of time, by the way, for Team Secret to wrap around all the way into the back. If they turn around, oh, here we go. Here we go. Suggest. Oh! Dubstep shuts it down, and now they're locked into this position.
Oh, boy. And he's going to have to push out here as Soldom just try to gain his team some space, and he will be good at that, but he gets taken out on his way in as the blinds do come out, and they will have to abandon that mid position. But TS have a 2-player advantage now in this round.
Cool movement here from Team Secret. They're going to actually pull all the way back. Remember, there's 45 seconds left. They are far away from the spike site. They're going to have to start running pretty quickly. Up ahead is Envy, ready to intercept this movement. They just do not have a lot of time, Valdez. This is a really scary moment. Any sandbagging over here at the entrance to the B site, and they just might run out of time.
Yeah. Well, looks like they might actually go through mid.
How much time moves the same for all humans and for this team, right? I mean, we have 15. What are they, oh, God,
well, they gotta go now.
They gotta go now. They don't have any time. There's only 10 seconds left.
And they have run out of time. Dubstep gonna pick up the 3K and put an end to their hopes in that round and probably this map. Team Secret with 4 in a row. And it's pretty self-explanatory. That early map movement that you were talking about, they get in behind them. It's painful for DFM to even get out of there. And then they got to make a very fast push, and even Warbirds is just enjoying himself.
Well, you can see he's relieved because they're probably thinking, like, where are they?
Yeah.
They're like, we're on the defending side, right? Nobody has a spike, and we have to plant it. They go, oh, okay, they're here in market. Yeah. They're not going to make it.
Eventually, you have to give up your spot, and they did, but it was too little too late. So now, DFM, they do have some of that loss bonus money. They have enough to pick up some rifles. Let's see if they can pick up a round and give themselves a chance.
Big shot there from Zinfree. They do manage to get the plant set up over here, and this is starting to look like a Detonation Focus Me round. Soldom solo, 5 HP. He's going to just find a good spot to hide.
You are powerless.
There's still some ults here on the side of Team Secret. Dubstep alive, but Envy gets taken out.
Remaining.
All right, just Dubstep left over. This round should be theirs, no problem. Now again, Soldom very low. If you shoot Jet on the bun of her hair, you'll kill her. That's it. Flawless victory. Detonation Focus Me is fighting back. Can they win 2 more and bring us to overtime?
Well, before I even get a chance, Team Secret is gonna pull the emergency brake. Just take a look at how Soldom sets it up. He gets up. That was actually, I think, the second pick. And from there, they're able to hold on to the site pretty nicely. They even had the KO ult as well, so a lot of kind of last resort stuff used. You know, even the KO ult in that one, but this is how you begin to build back that comeback. Second timeout really shows you how close this one has been.
This has been such a great series. 2 more rounds, and we are going to be in Valorant heaven. Only if Detonation Focus Me can win. The problem is that Team Secret doesn't seem like a team that you can combo wins against, right? We have these very tiny little micro bursts of round wins from Detonation Focus Me, but Team Secret is slowly skating ahead. And I don't feel like, well, I guess there was one bad round here from Detonation Focus Me, and that was the one where they ran the clock too long. They just didn't seem to be comfortable committing to any one spot. But overall, it's been a very good series from both teams.
Yeah. Team Secret holding on to 4 ultimates. Was mentioning it at the end. They saved every one in that last round because they're like, well, we'll have a couple more. So let's see if they've got a strategy prepared here with pretty much anything you can ask for. You've got ultimates, you've got armor, rifles, utility. So Team Secret's still in a comfortable spot, but DFM were able to still win from there in the last round. So it's not decided, it's not over till it's over.
Dubstep ready here with the operator. A bit of hemming and hawing back here from Detonation Focus Me. There's not going to be any well, hold on a second. Dubstep is actually going to peek out here. I was going to say they're not going to overextend at all, and as I say that, he leans out. But it seems like we're going to have a little bit of a creep up towards tree. They've had success before with this. Why not try again? They're going to give themselves a little bit more breathing room here and probably come in at about the 50-second marker.
Indy getting a bit isolated, but he gets the kill, and Dest at least trades it back.
Oh, not bad so far. And it looks like Detonation Focus Me is going to get it on the site. It's just Jeremy and Jesse Bash.
And as Jeremy used the lockdown here, I wonder.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like Jesse.
I feel like this is going to all come down to round 24 here.
Yeah. I guess he will hold on to it. Probably the smarter idea with the 2v4 you find yourself in right now. Although,
Jesse gets one. Oh my God! What is happening right now? So it's just Jeremy left over in a 1 versus 2. Lockdown still available, but probably not going to be used.
Spam not in the right place. Sakate back in wine.
Oh my God! How much time did you have here? A very poor shot from Jinfree. Jeremy takes him out and just tries an escape. They may end up meeting around this corner though. Oh! Valdez, this is so close.
Round 24.
This is such a good match.
And they held on to 3 of their ults, so, I mean, you look at them, it's kind of rough. Like, Indy's probably got to use it early, but he got caught in this little skirmish over by Tree. And just a couple of picks before this really even gets planted leads to, Jesse Pash almost able to pull this off at the end, but just running out of time.
Yeah, that was some legendary shots from Jesse. That was so sick. All right, here we go. Changing the tempo a little bit. It's going to be a rush into A. That means Team Secret has to do a retake.
It's free again. They get onto the site, except this time Team Secret have 5 members alive, and they have a defender, Killjoy, lockdown.
Now they're going to be able to flush them out, unless there's some way to take this out.
Oh, no way.
God, it's a total bloodbath. Oh, he's locked down. Oh, God. Oh, God. He's going to defuse it.
That's it. I mean, he can't stop it. That's the end.
Oh, that was sick. 13-11 is how we end this story for map 1, but the series itself goes on.
Well, it didn't have to get that close at the end of it all. It's a detain on the last guy left from Dead FM trying to kill that lockdown. You really see the power of the Killjoy lockdown in positions like that. And you'd see a lot of size of relief, on the side here of Team Secret, because it really got close. Maybe they were even beginning to believe in the caster curse, because DFM really gave them a run for their money on that map. It was, of course, DFM's map choice.
Yep.
And, Soldom looked pretty comfortable on this map.
That was my favorite map I've casted. That was so fun. And what a nail biter there at the end. When you see that lockdown setup, it's like, oh yeah, where do you actually go? Especially for where they planted. That's not a position where you can easily try to come back, poke out, and deny the defuse. So, bit of a catastrophic and dramatic ending there. But certainly a fun one to watch. And I'll tell you something. Team Secret's no joke. They were playing so well, but Detonation Focus Me brought them to their very limit.
Absolutely. And that made for an awesome map here, a really close one between these two teams. We had a dubstep ace in the pistol rounds, which really got him launched up into the sky in this map. Where it all started off with Soldom, actually. You know, he overheated very early on in this map, and I think that dubstep really rose to the occasion. Jesse Bosch alongside of him, those two really carrying the team along to the win on the side of Team Secret.
Man, I think, you know, no matter who you're rooting for, you can be happy with that result. I think that Detonation Focus...
Some William fans.
Yeah. I think they can absolutely come back here in Game 2. It's not going to be easy, though. Clutch moments in that last round. So fun. You love to see it. And so, they take the first map. Obviously, this is a best of 3. We're far from over. That was the map pick for Detonation Focus Me, right?
Yep, it was,
right.
And they got close. And that would have been their second map so far in all of VCT Pacific. So I'm sure they were getting really nervous, you know, feeling the energy, because that could have been the start of something new, the start of a, you know, turning a new leaf for the team. It ends up being a loss for them, but hopefully they can take some energy from that and say, hey guys, like we can match these guys. They absolutely could have forced overtime. They could have taken some rounds here or there and really maybe even taken the map, but it wasn't meant to be. And yeah, Team Secret, they barely get away with the win.
Yeah.
For them, maybe they're going to be a little bit nervous now, because like even Achilles on the desk was talking about how this feels like you're not going to be happy if it's not a 2-0, because Detonation feel like the weakest team in the league at the moment, but they didn't play like that here in this first match.
No, look, they looked very strong. This is definitely going to be a match of endurance, a match of stamina. That was a long and dramatic map one here. I don't think we're going to have a one-sided map coming forward here. They do seem to be extremely evenly matched. Obviously, Team Secret a little bit better overall. There were a couple rounds back there that did seem to be a little bit shaky. The one I go back to a lot is the one where they just kind of ran out of time, and you know, there was like 8 seconds to get in from market and plant on to B.
Yeah. Well, either way, guys, we have run out of time here on the caster desk. Let's go to a commercial break, and we'll be back with the analyst desk and see what they had to say about that first map. Falls into that, hop on down, and immediately get teammation as they do push in. I don't think Takate saw this at all. They have
Insane round here for Det.
An incredible, you'd have to say, on this, but it,
not connecting with any possible.
Oh! His team throws out some flashes, takes up a free kill onto Soldom. They've got Bork to plant this down. He's back there. They're trying to
come forward. He does have a rifle. Nice. Jeremy, the last one left. Their position's now been given away. And the dubstep. Oh! The smoke. The crossfire is nice. Oh!
4K.
Oh! Spike is dropped. They're going to try to retrieve it.
See what he does here.
Oh my god, finding anything just yet.
Has a real opportunity with here. It's like,
all right, they did actually take it. Drop me down into hell.
Only 10 seconds left. And they have run out of time.
Earthquake challenge. Magnitude 20.
Boomer like a
Go
Go with the flow. Be water. Ready?
Oh, no.
Ready?
Go.
The hair needs to be on more one-sided.
High score, high score. Break the high score. Break the high score.
Oh!
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. Again, I'm Victoria. We got Achilleos and Paper Thin here at the desk, and I also see a lot of overseas audiences over in the audience today. Overseas people in the audience. There we go. English.
There
we
are
go.
people in seats watching the video games. They are here in the facility.
Yeah.
There's audience in the audience. Yeah, that's
But
actually
anyway,
true.
I just want to shout out Mischief Magic. She was supporting Team Secret. She's from Singapore. But in Team Secret, they won, but I have to be honest, there was a point where I was like, oh my god, is Caster Curse real? Because DFM is looking good.
Yeah, I mean, this was a much better performance than we could have anticipated. Very close here from the side of DFM, nearly running that all the way into overtime, if not for that one pesky little lockdown at the very end. Disappointing, though, in Secret, that they didn't go for the knife kill at the very end. I thought they would have done it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
There's
changing
opportunity
for the worst.
some condos, yeah.
I think they do.
If they don't get knives, then they fall apart. I mean, that's just the way it is. Like that's their mental fortitude is is the knife.
It's
kills.
linked to that.
Yeah.
I think maybe they knew they didn't deserve it exactly that round. It was a 6-6 at the halfway mark. Again, it did keep us wondering a bit, like, oh, is this map, well, for me anyway, maybe this map is going to go to DFM. Now, DFM on round 3, they were doing well, winning the first, second, and even the bonus round.
Yeah, this was the moment where we're like, oh, DFM might be able to win this because we go in around number 3. Envy starts things off with a nice kill, but then Soldom very quickly comes up with 2, pulls the blades instantly, and just dives on top of Jesse Bash to go ahead and confirm the kill. Manages to find the 4th. Doesn't quite get the ace in the end, but the cleanup eventually does come through. So Jess falls. Jeremy dragging this out a little bit more, making it close, desperately trying to get this win. But already by this point, if you're DFM, you've effectively won the round. You started off 2-0. You're taking away effectively 4 rounds. But it didn't last too long here, Paper Thin.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a really good execute from Team Secret, able to kind of put together a thrifty here in the back of it, and Envy with a great reaction, the coordination with the utility, the flash there as well to get into both sides of the site, the crossfire from Jesse to keep Ali, pinned down and even get the kill in there. This is just a phenomenal breakthrough for Team Secret. I mean, they start out the round a little bit slow. They're kind of working the map a little bit to see what they can find. And then Jesse able to work his way up into market, find another kill, and Suggest just has to hightail it on out of there. So this was a really good, this was the start of the turnaround here for Team Secret. And Jesse even finds Suggest at the end. But this is kind of where the map was like, okay, they've stabilized, they got a thrifty. Now, they can really start to string some rounds together, turn this thing around, and then in the long run they did.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 5-round streak after they convert that thrifty over, and I mean that should have been the moment that DFM was starting their own massive streak.
Right.
Had they not gotten thrifty at that moment, we could very well be looking at DFM winning this map right here, putting Secret then back on their heels. But Secret, good perseverance, some good timeout callings there from Warbirds as well to right the ship when necessary.
That's right. And I think both teams did play well, and there was a couple demonstrations of this on both sides of how well executed it was.
Yeah, so this is just a really, really good execute here. I mean, Soldom's grabbing a lot of attention. That allows Takajay to TP in here while this utility is just kind of bursting all over the place. And then, Team Secret is getting some spots, getting some damage in, but it's going to be spike planted for the side of DFM. And so, yeah, there's a shock dart, does a little bit of damage into Suggest, but this retake is going to be really, really good, and it's set up on the back of Jesse Vash's utility. He's able to get the spot. He had gotten some damage previously. They're able to really isolate back there with Envy's fragment. Envy, by the way, had a phenomenal map. He had like 19 assists or something like that. He's second in our league right now, and that is just the timing is just phenomenal here from Team Secret on this drop down. So they are having moments of really good stuff for both teams, and that's what you want to see here in this matchup, that everybody's improving, that both these teams are, they know what's at stake, and they're fighting tooth and nail, and it shows.
Yeah. I mean, good to be able to get the lockdown, that fragment being able to fly in, help get the destruction on that.
Right.
It completely enables that retake. If they miss that, if the nade goes wide, they can't get it in time, then that round widely would have gone the way of DFM. And it's another one of those swing rounds where it's like, okay, had this gone the opposite way, had DFM been able to pick this one up, we could be looking at them with a win on Ascent. But really great effort here from the side of Secret to just continue to persevere and fight back, not get too rattled, and you know, obviously they have looked quite good on Ascent in the past, so this isn't really too surprising, but it does always feel good to walk away with your opponent's map pick as a win.
That's right. I mean, it was a good game on both sides. I want to talk about two players now. Dubstep was like phenomenal. But let's compare him to the Jets. Let's talk about the two Jets. Soldom did get 21 kills, but he also
died a lot too.
21 times.
Yeah,
so.
I mean that's a thing that's you know fairly bound to happen as you're going to be playing entry. Dubstep. I mean, both these players obviously a known quantity as far as how they perform on the Jet, but a little bit less so for Soldom here in Pacific. We've seen him, you know, this is not the second time. And the first time, it didn't really instill that much confidence. It looked a little bit better than we had seen from him over at Lock-In when he was debuting with Detonation versus Giants. But here, he looked a lot more at home. He was very comfortable. It looked like Detonation were playing around him and playing to support him a hell of a lot more than they were just a week ago. But Dubstep, what can you say? The guy still got it. I mean, dropped an ace in round number 13. Just to go ahead and kick off that pistol round in the second half with some flair. It was just a powerhouse performance from him.
Yeah, it was a good back and forth, right? Like both players really playing well. I thought there's a lot more support this time for Soldom. There weren't as many just wild moments. And even on that Blade Storm when he got that 4K that we highlighted earlier, you know, there was support utility backing him up on that. There was that paranoia that set up the Blade, you know, finish and things like that. You know, Zenfree as well coming back in had a lot of impactful utility moments. So this is better than we saw the previous iteration of the Soldom, you know, version of DFM. Still, it's not quite good enough to best Team Secret so far, but like, you know, Achilles has been talking about, we still don't have a, you know, Team Secret map pick win for themselves. So there's a world where we go to map 3 or for sure. And frankly, DFM looks a lot better today. I mean, like, they looked a lot more coordinated. Everybody seemed to be, you know, playing off of each other well. There was strategy, there was tactics in what they were doing.
That's right. DFM is, whatever it is, if DFM isn't going to make it easy for Team Secret. We are going to go into game 2 now. The map 2 pick is Haven.
Yeah, and I was curious to see if there was going to be, you know, some swaps. You know, is this a one-map thing? Is it just Ascent where we have Reyna stepping away? It seems like the answer is no. So I would suspect that this means that Anthem is probably still going to end up playing Silva going into Haven, just because you want to have that extra info. The Hunter's Fury is absolutely critical in being able to take things down, such as the lockdowns. And yeah, that will be the case. So as far as the comps go, it's just going to be fairly stock standard. The big difference is that Jeremy, and this is what I was curious about, because you have Dubstep going back over to play the Killjoy, Jeremy, because he doesn't really want to be put in that op position, is just going to be playing Raze.
That's right. Yeah, it's almost a mirror, but yeah, that's right. Jeremy does, you know, he plays really, really well in this race. He's had really, really good performances. Again, like I talked about earlier, one of our top 10 players in damage per round, and often on the Raze here as a duelist. You know, he does swap over to some other roles if they need Dubstep to come in for that Jet. But this should be really interesting. You know, what does DFM have for us? Because I thought their Ascent was really well prepared. It looked really coordinated. Is Haven going to be the same? Are they going to be able to show us another strong performance?
That's right. These are questions we're looking forward to seeing answered. We're going to go over to our casters now, Valdez and Tasteless. Talk us through this.
If you say so, we will talk you through this. Excellent work at the desk as always. Coming into this, I think it's going to be an extremely close map too. I do like what Paper Thin was saying as well, that Team Secret does not win on the maps they pick, which is kind of a funny stat and a kind of weird thing to have happen. I feel like it can't stay that way.
It's not a good thing.
If it does stay that way, I feel like, hey, we're going to have a long evening ahead of excitement with these two teams duking it out.
Yep, that could be a good thing to come out of it, but not for the side of Team Secret, of course, as they'll be looking to take down Haven. The Nation have not had a lot of work done on this map, and at the moment, Team Secret has 0% win rate on their two most confident maps, Haven and Icebox.
So weird. We had Paper Thin hammer that home, and then I hammered it home, and now it's even going to be a little blurb on our screen, but it is definitely something to remember. It's going to be Team Secret over here on the defending side. Detonation focus me with the spike trying to plant. And at least to start this off, it looks like we're going to have a lot of friction over onto the A entry points. That's short and long.
I suppose the more common play for him is very isolated, but he does have some help here as finally They take out
Whoa.
Soldam. It is chaos in sewers.
Yeah, they went right by Jesse Vash there. And now we're going to see if they can actually get the spike back up here. They're kind of lurking down in sewers, so A is still safe. They do have dubstep way in the back, so if they do turn around, that's going to be a difficult spot for them. It's kind of a funny spot. They just kind of waiting it out. I think they're hoping for an overextension. I don't know that they're going to have it, but that's going to tee up dubstep to come out here. He's going to get the confirm. He gets the kill, and that's going to allow them to escape back out. But this is kind of a crazy game. There's a lot of very low HP players.
Yeah.
One straight bullet, you could be taken out.
May come down to this.
Player standing.
Taka J with that kill, just Envy left over. And, I mean, this is a big wraparound and what's probably going to be a pretty depressing closer here for Team Secret.
Yeah, Envy is going to get the unfortunate news that he was not able to flank anyone. And, in fact, DFM are just all on the A site.
Yep.
Very well set up.
If they all separate, you know, it's possible he can win a couple duels. But the problem is Envy's also so low on HP. Like, any one bullet that hits him, he can be shot in the foot and he's going to die.
Well, it was almost that bullet.
Yeah, almost there.
Wasn't that one.
And Anthem, of course, is going to be the tankiest of the setup. A lot of times pistol rounds just go blow for blow.
Well,
I know.
If he's really
There
buying
it is.
his time, and he does get taken out in the end.
Now, we saw this happen last time on Ascent. A very strong first few rounds here for Detonation Focus Me. Let's see if there's any way that we can have Team Secret try to swing this back. And it was a funny moment. They both passed each other for a little bit there in sewers. A decent lurk there from Dubstep to intercept, but he just was outgunned. He didn't have enough bullets in the chamber to stop the progress, and so they did end up spilling into A. But a funny interaction as well. We saw a parked Detonation Focus Me just staying in A long and A short for a while, seeing if they could bait out that overextension.
And essentially they did. You know, caught a couple of guys lurking around the back and able to get that push in. As now Detonation looking to go in onto the C site.
Okay, tries to get that shot with the Sheriff off. It does not connect. He is winged. But are we going to actually see Detonation Focus Me try to come in onto C? The stacking's going to be pretty heavy now. If they are going to commit to this, they're really taking their time. I guess it makes sense, though. You don't want to overextend and drop too many more rifles. And so here they go. Soldam right on top of the box. Does get the first kill onto Dubstep. Wraps around and gets two, but Borkum cleans him out.
Yeah, and the rest of the team actually didn't go in with him. I mean, there was a lot of utility thrown either way, and now Jesse Vash waiting.
Nobody checked it! Oh my God! That was so sick.
Oh, man.
Nobody cleared that side. This is still doable. Borkum, by the way, ready with a rifle.
Yeah, I feel like Detonation should be able to still clutch this one out, but it didn't have to be this messy.
Okay, so they go get one. Envy's down. Oh, they got to know that they're probably in that bubble.
Oh, I guess they have no idea.
They are so certain this is going to come from Defender's spawn. All right,
Okay.
so now they hang out here. They know he's going to have to clear all those corners. Up in heaven.
Cover going out.
All right, here we go. He's going to try to start the defuse, bring it to halfway. Oh my God, this is going to be so difficult. He gets one. Borkum, another fake.
Just kind of running out of time. Has to get it.
Oh! That was a nasty round. Does he have enough time? No.
Oh, so close.
That was so sick.
Nicely done, I guess, from Detonation to at least win the round. But they lost everybody. And it really all came down to the push on the C going, it was just wild, right? Okay, so Soldam's in here by himself. He takes out two. Nobody follows him. So they go for this big rotation, but they don't clear out all the corners. Jesse Vash gets 2 free kills. Borkum gets the other 2. And yeah, he doesn't win the round, but he takes all the guns out of the hands of Detonation Focus Me. It's not the cleanest anti-eco I've ever seen, but
yeah, well,
see where they go from here.
It's going to be an expensive round win here. I mean, we've got some real budget guns. And it looks like it's going to be a spring attack onto B. They do smoke out to the C side of B. And we are going to have Borkum come down here with a lurk outside of garage, I think. Spike goes down, but not before he gets naded. What?
Yeah, not the cleanest, but okay, Bucky time.
Ooh, Aka J, that was sick. Ultimately, Jeremy does take him out, 4 HP.
Cover going out.
That's a tilter.
Yeah. I think Jess is just hanging back. They do not have a lot to work with. They don't have a smoke ready just yet to try to clean this out.
One enemy
Oh my
remaining.
God, that was insane. That was so clutch. And
That
so there we go.
means, yeah, Borkum will be able to get the defuse. And, I mean, that was... this map is already getting really messy. I don't really know what to say.
This has already been such a fun map, too.
Takajay, so he gets in here, he's sitting on the spike, he gets 2 free Bucky kills. And at the end of the day, yeah, they get the spray through the smoke, and Jeremy is clutch enough. Obviously, he's not going up against a lot of firepower, so he can win those, but... Yeah, I mean, there was a world in which DFM lose all of their guns in round 2, and then they win round 3 with the Garbo guns, as you described them, Tasteless. And that would have been, just goes against everything we know in Valorant, right? As now we got some more chaos here.
All right, they're going to push down A long. And they've already gotten the drop on Jeremy. But we saw this in the first round here. They're really kind of taking their time over at A. This may allow Dubstep to once again try to lurk up, as I don't think the Team Secret's going to try to overextend. Anthem's covering the long entry point from C, but no one's going to come down that way. We've seen this before with Detonation Focus Me. Occasionally they're a little bit too liberal with the time that's left in the game, making these spike site seizures a little bit difficult to do because they're just not giving themselves enough room to get their executes off.
Well, really waiting this one out.
Yeah, well, Dubstep's going to be over here ready to receive them if they come through garage. And that seems to be where they're going. If not, Borkum's also ready at B. So he puts the turret out, and that allows him to clear one angle. Borkum gets one.
Spike down mid.
Foldham takes him out after that. And this is becoming a bit of a trade here. 2 versus 2 now.
Uh-oh.
Dubstep
spotted. He's got to judge.
Yeah. Judge at that distance not going to be ideal.
It's not a lot of time, though.
Wow.
Yeah.
There it is. Jesse Vash with a sick kill clutching that. I'm still thinking about that time he got the classic sprays to the head there on A long. That was so crazy. We're tied up 2-2. Let's not forget how streaky the wins were from Team Secret here. We're going to have the same thing happen again as we get further along into the first half of Haven.
So this push through this smoke is really what gives Team Secret a chance here to stop the plants. They kill the spike carriers coming right through the doors, and yeah, essentially they're able to take out, I forget who it was, right out of the smoke, and from there, just the aggressive push before the plant is down ends up working out for them. Let's see, now they're going to spot this push coming in through A long. DFM don't really...
Look at this, they're just going to go ahead and give it to them and go for the retake. But here we go. Detonation is just sort of hanging back, not too committed. And we might have a very slow wraparound. I think they're looking for a pick here, especially Soldan, but they're not going to find anything because the position is so retracted right now for Team Secret.
Well, it feels like Borkum's got a decent read, and this rotation will come in as now he can give that information over his teammates. Dubstep is still here.
Oh, a triple! Spike down over in garage. He's going to get 4.
Yeah,
He's on the lookout. Where is he? Give me the ace.
They thought that the one flash was good enough. The one shock dart. Well, I guess it was 2, but
30 seconds left.
No, it wasn't good enough. Dubstep, now he's upgraded to a better gun.
Yeah.
And it's just disaster for Detonation. They try to make that push through garage work. And essentially, Dubstep just tells them no, as now we do have Seldom way behind them, just looking to hold on to his gun.
Kind of a cool hiding spot to just take this up here. I don't think they're going to be able to find him this time around. Huge moment there. Third win on the board. Team Secret continuing this with so much momentum. I mean, those judge shots, that was insane. He took out 4 players for Detonation Focus Me.
Then
Yeah.
let's run it again.
So you gotta look at the information that Dubstep has before this even comes in, which we will see in the replay. It just allows him to be so ready for it. Flash doesn't really get him. So he's just sitting here. The position of this is really what makes this work, right? If he's a little bit back, he gets flashed, maybe he has to back away. And they're calling for the ace, but he does
That
not get
was
it in the end.
So cool. Humiliating moment there for Detonation Focus Me. Immediately we have a smoke over here so that the orb can be farmed out onto the A site, just buying a little bit of time. Team Secret trying to tighten everything up as much as possible and maintain the momentum on that lead.
Enemy tagged.
Back here, Soldem just gets pinged with the dart. And it seems like we're going to have a similar formation, at least on the A side, where they're very willing to abandon A for the time being. I think they're really taking advantage of, at times, how slow Detonation Focus Me plays. You know, they like to probe just up to their side of the map and kind of wait for overextensions. And I think the Team Secret is adjusting very nicely by saying, we're not even going to come out there. Now you've burned through half the time in the round. Hurry up and figure out how to plant the spike. And then we do get these sloppy initiations. Now, over here at C, looks like they're going to have a pretty good setup.
What?
Whoa. I almost just didn't even see that kill for a second. That happened so fast.
He is peeking in the corner. Now he's going to get a bunch of value here. He's got his teammate Dubstep, and the push doesn't even come through as the Rolling Thunder was committed to,
Okay, so
and there was no follow.
They're going to TP over to A. And they're going to have 2 pretty deep lurks. Oh!
Oh, God.
Oh, my God!
Oh, not again. Please.
Okay, that was so good. 10 seconds left. The lurk might be too deep to even try to get up here. Talk about improving your abilities like that so perfectly. Buying the time with the Hunter's Fury, then getting ready to set that up with the Showstopper. And there it is, the 4th win on the board. Team Secret is really starting to outclass Detonation Focus Me.
Yeah, and now it's an issue where Detonation have taken pretty much every round very slowly, outside of like the one round they went very fast on a B. Or I guess the time Soldom went by himself on the C, which was also a little bit confusing. But other than that, they've gotten the read on the slow paced play from the side of Detonation, like you were talking about, Tasteless, and that's not working anymore. So if you go really fast from here, it's somewhat predictable. And if you continue playing the same style that's been read like a book, that also doesn't feel very good. So I think this is a very important time for Coach DFM to just come out and try to find an answer to this, because the pushes have been lackluster, to say the least. I don't feel like that same kind of teamwork has been there that we saw in a sense. DFM looking much more comfortable on that first map.
Now, it does seem to be that Team Secret just knows how to take advantage of this approach that Detonation Focus Me has. The problem is, what if they just start to get too aggressive and that backfires as well? That's another round where we've seen that Detonation Focus Me has run the clock long enough where they didn't really have any kind of easy setup. I like the idea of having the Omen ulti kind of come onto A, and then you have 2 deep lurks, and you can try to intercept them from there, but they didn't appreciate the ulti setup that Team Secret already had and kind of played into their hands.
Yeah, so now 4 rounds in a row here for Team Secret. And Jeremy now looking to get aggressive as he nearly finds one.
Oh, God. Comes out, throws the paint shells down.
He got the kill.
Beautifully done.
So right out of the gate from the timeout, it's actually Jeremy who gets aggressive. And he throws the timeout in their face.
Yeah, it was so smart, because it's like whatever they're going to do, just rush out, kill them, trip them up so their plans can't even work.
Yeah, so whatever they discussed.
Super smart play from Team Secret.
What are they going to do now?
Okay, well, they
5.
grab the spike again. They bought hard into this round, and it's going to be an extremely difficult one to retake. They are going to try to creep forward here. Maybe they can get a pick around Garage. Okay, they're smoking out B now. B has Crossfire set up at it as well.
Yeah.
They're waiting for that audio cue of the spike maybe getting planted. Yeah. Try to just spam through there, but they're not going to take that either. 35 seconds left, Valdez. The spike doesn't have a home yet.
30 seconds
Yeah, we
left.
really need to find one
Spike
for him.
down,
He's not feeling good right now.
One
Envy gonna
enemy
pick up
remaining.
one. Borkham gets a second. And Suggest is here by himself on C.
Yeah. Now they have no idea where he is, but it doesn't really matter. They can just guard the spike and run the clock.
Yeah.
I love that opening.
10 seconds left.
Well,
They
gets one.
They come out really fast and just use that paint shells to get those initial kills. Completely tripping up whatever Detonation Focus Me wanted to do. We didn't even know what their plan was. We never got to see it.
And now they don't have an economy. It starts also with Borkham. He actually got the second kill. We're not going to look at what happened earlier on. So Borkham gets the second one, and they're trying to push through Garage now just to pick up the spike, and it's just desperation from there. So now 5 in a row to the side of Team Secret.
So much of each of these rounds is really mirroring the results we saw on Haven. The question is, are we going to get that mirrored moment where Detonation Focus Me could start to pull back?
Here.
Yeah, that's really the question, because they haven't really shown it so far. Suggest is holding on to a Bulldog. Picked up some extra money at the end of the round, I guess, and see what he can do.
I like what they're doing. That's actually been a spot they've used many times before over there. They try to just break the armor off, but nobody's there. The rotations and the randomization has been very good for Team Secret. And it just doesn't seem like Detonation Focus Me can find anything to kind of pull them ahead. We do have Borkham ready with the operator down here in the very, very corner of A Sewers. They've smoked that out.
Here.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Here.
Did you hear that? Oh! Great shot.
Was that you, Jason?
No.
Or was that Omen? And Borkham is, okay, they're going to trade it out and actually Operator in the hands of Soldom, but Jesse Voss is here. So Rolling Thunder pours through and they put an end. Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. Okay, once again, it's just Suggest left. If anybody could do it, it'd be him. It's going to be hard. Team Secret is looking so solid. He finds one, and Envy returns the favor 6-2.
Yeah, this one is really beginning to run away from Detonation Focus Me. They did not have a good round win rate coming into this one. It was 26%. And honestly, guys, it's not looking too much better.
No, this is getting pretty dire.
Up and down. Contact. Up.
Nicely done.
Nasa box.
Okay, so now we go into the 9th round here. And this is going to be a big buy round here for Detonation Focus Me. We've got an Odin in hand, by the way, here for Jesse Vash. They do spam some utility down over into A, which does draw in Envy, but nobody's there. On the other side of the map is Dubstep waiting. Killjoy utility set up lightly over here towards the entry point of C. The Aldrone comes out. A lot of times, Team Secret has used that as the actual Q utility that says they're committed to the site. Almost always when they Aldrone, they go in there.
Oh, that was a mistake. They didn't have the back side of the site cleared out, and Dubstep just gets a free kill onto Takate, who's trying to port into the site.
Uh-oh.
It's Team Secret now. We got double lockdown available.
Look at that. Oh, and they just knew exactly where it was going to be. Oh. All right, lockdown destroyed on the defender's side. The attacker lockdown is still up, meaning they can't come in yet.
Not going to buy some time here for DFM.
All right. Oh, good shot from Suggest. Kind of in mid-hop.
Didn't have his gun out.
It's still these two, but are they ready for the seaside push? Oh, my God, he saw him.
Okay. Remaining.
He's defusing, he's holding it.
He was
it's not going to happen.
Try to stick it. I love the end of that round. That was so cool.
It's very funny. And actually, it does get the two members of DFM killed.
Yeah.
They already don't have much of an economy, so it's actually a smart play for them to just all in onto defusing it and force DFM to stick around.
Some big brain plays there for sure. And every win that Detonation Focus Me has, it's impressive, but it's also extremely costly, extremely expensive.
It begins.
They're still having a good time, you know, even though Team Secret do have this big lead, it's not over yet. Detonation Focus Me. Oh, there you go. Soldom gonna get some stuff going for the team.
Oh my god, he whips the shots, and he's taken out by Soldom as well. Soldom 8 HP, knives drawn. Oh, steps on that and is killed. The spike has been dropped, not planted.
2 utility kills already.
All right. Oh, he fires that perfectly handled. The spike again, still not planted. The Yeoman pulled out, Taka J on the move. They're a little bit too afraid to try to get this set up. And now the crossfire position here is so good on a B, I almost feel like Detonation Focus Me has to abandon this position.
That's why, okay, that was a really nice peek from Tedesque. Very slow.
One enemy remaining.
And that's going to be the end of that round.
I got a little bit confused there at the end. 7-3. Only 2 more rounds left in the first half. Team Secret is on a roll.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, pushing into B, if you're going to do it, it's got to be clean. They get in. I mean, Soldom got them 2 entry kills. Well, you can't really ask for much more.
Yeah, I mean,
they head in, and it's like, okay, get the smokes down, plant the spike, but they're not able to be clean enough to do that, Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, they had what they needed. The opportunity was created, but, you know, Team Secret very methodical there with how they handled that. Another strained round gun-wise. They're going to need to rely on Soldom here from Detonation to get that first pick. They're not going to find anybody in Garage. Dubstep's going to be ready over here if they do try to come down that alley. And they do. Oh, boy.
Oh, they didn't check it, but he does not going to kill Soldom. They rely on him, and he picks up 3.
Okay, now they're going to need to wait for Jesse Vash to get all the way around here. Oh, did it connect? It did. Oh my God. He just keeps going.
There's no one in the corner.
Sinfree's so low. This is absolutely doable for Team Secret. Taka J. Oh my God. Oh God.
Oh,
Dude, Jeremy is a legend. That was wild.
Yeah.
We saw Omen put the gun away for a second, maybe trying to set up for a blind or a smoke at the wrong time.
And that's the roughest moment. So Soldom gets in, he gets behind, he sprays through the smoke. He does so much work, picks up an operator, doesn't get anything done with it. But then Hunter's Fury gives some vision, and Jeremy's able to pick up 4 on the rounds.
Man,
8-3.
I got to tell you, Detonation Focus Me losing this, it's not on Soldom.
No,
Soldom is doing a
not.
really good job of getting in the initiations, getting the kills, and setting up a moment that could be a real opportunity, but he needs the rest of the team to follow through. The orb is now going to be farmed out again. Slow movement here towards B. It looks like they may try to set up here once more, or at least try to get a pick. Go.
All right, he's going to put down the smokes himself.
Oop, Envy backs up. Oh, man, great shot through the smoke there from Envy.
Yeah.
Soldom's already out. The spike isn't planted yet.
Very nicely handled.
Oh, and they're not going to try to plant it until the showstopper's done. Doesn't find its target. We need to get the spike down here. I feel like
they've been a bit reluctant
Borkum
about doing that. That's going to be 2 for him, 9-3.
That was a sick ending there. You know, this is the problem. If you don't get that spike down in time, now you're just getting surrounded.
Yeah.
You need to actually get in, get the setup, have the smokes covering it, and then it's going to be your opportunity to make the other team scramble. They're taking too long.
Yeah, it's a combination of things, you know, like I think that, especially in this round, TS's response to the push on a B was very nice. How they backed away, they knew that Soldom was going to get very aggressive. They droned even to give the vision of him, and they take him out first. And then after that, you know, they're able to clean up essentially, but with the showstopper to deny the plan timing and stuff like that. But also on the side of Detonation Focus Me, that's like 3 pushes into B from the attacker's side where it looked
just honestly very messy. Like it almost looked like they didn't have a set plan on like where the utility was going to go and who's going to get the spike down in time and how they were going to play it out from there. And that's got to be cleaner because Team Secret, they're showing up. They have the answers. But Detonation Focus Me's attacker side has looked a bit weak compared to some of the other teams we have in the league.
Now, Team Secret, again, they don't win on the maps that they normally pick, but that curse might be broken. They say that casters cause curses. We might also break them.
Maybe we do. I didn't know I had this power, but I'm learning a lot today, Faceless.
Right, well, to those with great power comes great responsibility. Yeah. Use it wisely, Valdez. Team Secret, 9-3 against Detonation Focus Me, and the 3 wins that Detonation Focus Me had, they had to pay for it with everything.
It's very true. You remember the second round, which they won, of the entire map. That was, they had won the pistol round, and their anti-eco, they lost all 5 members.
Yeah.
And Borkum wasn't able to defuse it. He had he needed like an extra second, but it was still, you know, it was a win, but it was also a loss. Because that was what started the streak of Team Secret of like 6 rounds in a row and really put a huge dent into this map.
Well, we're going to go into our next half here. Excuse me, I can't talk. Half 2.
Yes.
Round
number
13.
2.
I can do this. Sorry.
Yeah. It's like the first half, but it's the second time.
Yeah, it's like the other half, but they switch sides. Is the way
exactly,
I like to put it.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. My job is to talk about this game. Can't you tell? So we have the pistol round coming in here for Team Secret. They're going to send the Aldrone down here. Now around the corner is Soldom. Remember, he's done an excellent job of getting picks at the start of these rounds on the attacker side. Let's see if he can do it, intercepting anybody on the defender. We do have Taka J way in the back over here. Just, oh, hold on. All right, Soldom gets 1. Gets 2.
Jeremy's already on the site and actually just sneaks around them. Taka J is also here. I don't know if they know.
Oh my God.
It looks like the answer is no.
I think he's just going to wait for the smoke to dissipate. He gets 1, gets 2. Detonation Focus Me with a masterful first round win. And Taka J exhibiting so much patience. He sees that he's not been spotted by the 2 running in and says, okay, well, the smoke's going to finish anyways. He's going to be mid-plant, and they're clearly, if they've already walked by me, they don't think I'm here, they're not going to be pointed at me. Gets that kill.
Well, it's a pretty funny one. I'm surprised that he actually got that kill, the second one, Soldom, with the shorty. And then, of course, the lurk up there on top of the boxes was very nice from Taka J, who has been having a little bit of a struggle street here on this map with timing, I have to say. Like, some of the times where he's putting his gun away or he's teleporting onto the site, it's like very all over the place. But that one was pristine.
All right, we've got a wrap around here. Team Secret on the move in a different spot. We do have Dubstep eyeballing B. This is littered with utility here. So they're going to try to come in. They could get hiccup. Here we go now. Jeremy going to go for the plant. And they do get the deny. Suggests nuking Jeremy.
They just want to get the spike plant money, it looks like.
Yeah, they really need that spike plant money.
Hey. Well.
Oh, Borkum. Borkum.
It's Borkum time!
Oh, Borkum. Just murders right there.
Enemy remaining.
All right, just Dubstep remaining.
Yeah. And Dubstep has a sheriff. That's not the correct angle.
Well, I mean, can he get another pick?
He's buying time, but it's half defused.
Oh! Oh my God! Oh! Dubstep!
Oh, that was disgusting.
I can't even believe it. Oh! It was like, well, I guess in theory, if he just gets 2 shots to the head, he could do it. That was a crazy round. And let's not forget how it started. A very tough position here for Team Secret, but they somehow managed to pull it together. Look at them going wild.
Yeah.
See Jesse Vash back there? He like frowns, looks around, he's like, wow, all right, we'll take this. We'll take it.
Yeah. Just like Not the round I envisioned, but
Yeah,
I'll take it.
I guess that's good news. All right, they've already flushed out any defenders over into A long. Jeremy going to try to probe further here with the Boombot, see what they can get. Triple stack over here, and one more agent looping around. That'll be Taka J to defend A. But Team Secret, I don't know that they're going to commit here. They do have Dubstep looking into B, try to see if anybody's taking a shortcut through mid. And actually, it's a very heavy stack over here into the back. They're going to take the orb.
Just hanging around. So they're going to spot the head of Zinfree.
Yeah, nobody's peeking right now. No ego peeks here. Detonation focus me. And they are going to commit to this. They're going to try to come up. Oh my God, that was really bad. All right, Dennis.
Oh God, hide your eyes.
Oh boy. That's not one that I can play by play. Sorry. Detonation focused me in pretty good shape. In a bungled execute there onto the A site.
Yeah, the plan was perfect. I mean,
I don't know what to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
The ideas were there, but you do have to actually get your crosshairs on the target. And I'll tell you what, the stars are aligning, at least for round 15 here for Detonation Focus Me.
1 health.
Yeah.
He's still sticking around.
Yeah.
He knows that Soldom's behind him.
Literally 1 HP.
Thrifty.
Are they going to rush him?
I mean, they probably should. There you go.
All right. I was like, is this really going to happen? Are they going to let him get that into the next round? All right, 10-5 here.
I think I heard William over there giggling like a dolphin.
Yeah, I heard him with his dolphin cackle. Now, it was just a really bad initiation, honestly, onto the site.
The counter flash was great. I mean, that was essentially the only reason why they were able to stop it, and why he looked really silly on the spray.
Okay, so we've got a big push coming up here onto C. The Omen's going to Shroud Step out of here. Try to wait for some reinforcements. Lion comes through on the other side. Shroud Step again. Does it work? Oh, looks like it will. Taka J. Oh. Shroud Step to the left, to the right. Where'd he go?
2 hops this time. Yeah, he he essentially solo carried that one.
That was
a very
great.
slippery Omen play.
Yeah.
You don't see that every day.
Yeah. Look, where did he go?
He's lurking in the shadows, turns out.
Yeah. True Omen play there. So, round 17. This time, Soldam with the operator. Tearing down C. Will anybody give him any opportunities? They smoke out this position. He decides to relocate. And Team Secret really pumping the brakes after a pretty explosive last round that backfired. They weren't able to use that chaos to their advantage, and so they mixed the tempo up a little bit.
Swarm grenade out.
Soldam is once again going to find some opportunities. It does seem like C is in fact going to be the target. The Omen smoke should disappear in a second.
Yeah, and they're in there. He's in the cubby.
Now, yeah, and this may, hold on, I was going to say it may mess his position up here with the crosshairs, but
seems like he's got an inkling.
Yeah, he's going to just pop up on top of Crate. 45 seconds in this round for that spike to be planted, and they're quietly trafficking this up here. This is just going to come down to the first pick.
It's not a huge amount of information for DFM.
Oh, he does get that first shot. Borkum's gone. The showstopper is fired down into that alleyway. It doesn't connect any target. Soldam going to try to peek again, but it looks like already the Raze here has a pretty good angle. He gets him too. Knives drawn.
Oh, they're pushing on in. TS with a Rolling Thunder, but Soldam has the Blade Storm.
Enemy remaining.
Zinfree's there to support.
Oh, that's going to be it. Beautifully done. This is going to be the 7th round win. Detonation Focus Me is fighting back. It's an uphill fight, but they're starting to do it. This is another win in a row here. And I gotta say, Soldom is really doing an incredible job with these picks.
Planted.
That first one.
That looked like the
second
operator
one.
fired so hard that it shot the jet back.
Essentially did. And yeah, very nice retake here. Not much else you can say. This is, to be honest though, guys, it feels like a lot of pressure is on Soldom to be carrying these ones. Suggest and Takajay though, definitely holding their own, right? They're carrying their weight. Takajay with some good clutch rounds. Suggest just overall pretty consistent. But yeah, Soldom has been the guy. He has been the guy. To
Damn,
look
Soldom!
Soldam!
Soul.
What?
Oh, dude, what is happening?
What?
Is this the new John Wick movie? What is going on here? I can't even believe this.
Well, he can add that to his highlight reel of
I can't even.
TikTok plays, YouTube Shorts, whatever you want.
We barely got to
Instagram
unpack
reels.
this round, man.
Ace.
Do it.
Yes.
Oh my God. Ace.
your faces.
Yeah. You tell him, Jet.
Get him, Jet.
Little
All right.
timeout.
Well, if there was ever a moment that was appropriate for a timeout, it would probably be that one.
Yeah. What? How did they not kill him?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Let's go. Hey,
What is it? 10-8 now? Yeah, 10-8.
Yeah.
Done. They're talking right now. They're like, all right, listen. The operator, it kills you with one bullet. We can't let them shoot us with
The
it.
shorty also
Yes,
sometimes,
shorty.
if you're in range.
The shorty's like an operator, but close range.
And many bullets.
We need to be honest, they need to figure out where Soldom is and get out of there.
Yeah, I think that's a good read.
Soldom's good, but he's not as good on a retake with an operator. Not that he has to use the operator, but the point is you do not want to get in a position where it's going to be you running down a lane versus Soldom. Now, I would imagine we're going to have the operator user move to an unlikely location. You have to imagine that with the timeout. This is so obvious what's going on.
Yeah. I think that the pushes from Team Secret, they've been decent, but I think that DFM, honestly, have just been playing really well to stop the pushes and essentially just take all the wind out of their sails. There hasn't been as much action on the backs of the site. You know, they don't have a jet, right? So they're using Jeremy to try to open up the site with some satchel plays. And remember, he just got sniped on their push on the C. And that last one, I mean, can you really blame them? They didn't really have much in terms of economy. And, you know, they ran straight into Soldom's operator. So let's see if they can stabilize or if DFM are going to pull off the comeback.
They should know that Borkum's back here, but maybe they don't. They're going to try to come up through garage. Takajay ready here with the blind and sends it out. Does not find a target, gets blinded himself for a second. I think they know that Takajay's back there. Oh, and just shot through the smoke. Great play by Dubstep. Oh my God, great lurk. And this means it's just going to be Soldom and Anthem. They're going to have to come through, try to find something. Indy with the plant, but now they know where they are.
Revealing area.
Oh.
Expecting the wide peak, he does not win that one. Anthem able to take him down.
Yep.
One enemy remaining.
Dubstep just coming through here, and now it's just Soldom. They're getting their revenge. Oh. Yeah, beautifully done. The 11th win on the board here for Detonation Focus Me.
All right, well, can't really say too much else. Team Secret, extremely effective timeout, and Detonation immediately call one afterwards. They're like, no. We're coming back. Like, that was the story that was being told. It was the Soldom show. A pretty straightforward push on a C.
Takajay was actually doing a pretty wild job of trying to control C. It was really difficult, but they kind of know where he likes to set up shop now. They spammed that out pretty nicely. All right,
man, a few words.
Time for that timeout music.
Oh, yes.
Yes. It's on my all-time favorite songs.
It is my favorite timeout music of all time.
I have this on vinyl at home.
Yeah. It's a good one.
8-11. Oh man, you know, Detonation Focus Me, they are doing a really good job of coming back. The problem is that it doesn't seem like Team Secret is gonna drop too many more, right? I mean, every mistake or misplay that Team Secret has, they seem to be able to adjust and fix their play and come in with a different approach. So, yeah, you know, Detonation Focus Me, by the way, is playing very well. This has been a really fun match, but they're going to have to bring the best games of their careers out if they're going to cross this finish line and play catch-up against Team Secret.
Yeah. Team Secret playing pretty well. I think that Detonation have definitely brought some of their better stuff here tonight, but especially after that last round, it's hard to find a real angle here for Detonation. Now, they do have tons of money. So even though they lost that last one, it's like, okay, they got enough rounds in a row, and
okay,
let's see.
Borkum's actually on top of the box, and I think he's going to end up behind. Yeah, okay, there we go. Did the same play again, and it looks like he may use this just to scout and confirm. No, he's going to go all the way into... Okay, no, he cancels. I was like, what? I guess he just wants to see if anybody's wrapping around from behind. It's a little scout move. Oh!
Okay, well, those extra shots were just unnecessary.
Whoa!
Oh, Envy.
Envy
Oh,
is crazy.
One enemy remaining.
That didn't even look real. All right, Takajay, can you do it?
And they have the lockdown in this one as well. Not able to utilize it effectively. Takajay is alone, and he gets taken out. Envy picks up a second, and that is the 12th round for Team Secret now on match points.
12-8.
We got them beat. Knock them out.
Oh, Detonation Focus Me. They played so well, but it seems like Team Secret has just figured him out. What a weird moment, too. I didn't expect to see the Omen double shroud step into B again, but it totally worked. I mean, you know, when you see an Omen smoke on top of that box on B, it's like, yeah, he's probably in there. I wonder what's happening. I mean, you could fake, sure, but then, yeah, the second one came. Maybe they thought he shroud stepped to the box onto the side. Anyways, not the case. Dubstep with the operator. No operator in hand here for Detonation Focus Me. Already, Takajay drops two. Oh. A good start. Can they get the closer?
All right. Well, Jeremy able to get that one, as now TPing out here is Takajay. Can just go back to safety on the defender's side. Borkum is way back here on a C, as now the Sova, Jesse Vaz can just run this in and get a free plant.
Yeah, I mean, the plant would be good. Get those credits. An unlikely round to win, but they've got C very much under their control. They have a deep lurk here with Borkum. I really like this setup.
This is going to be free. There's no HXS angle, right?
Okay, he just wants to see if there's any more. This is so funny. He did the knife. We want blood.
All right, now I get anxious. I'm like,
right,
please
now.
just kill him.
Oh my God, I can't do this.
Please just shoot him.
I can't do this. I can't do this. Oh.
He was about to kill Jesse
Yeah,
Vaz.
I know. Like, can't wait
come
any
on.
longer. It's crazy. All right. Oh my God, the knives all miss, and
boy.
Soldam is taken out. It's all gonna be up to Anthem, but he is killed as well. 13-8 is where this ends. 2-0. Team Secret is victorious.
They were the better team tonight. Shout out to Detonation Focus Me for putting up a good fight, but that was not enough, especially on Team Secret's map pick. No map pick curse, no caster prediction curse, none of that. It is just Team Secret playing the better Valorant today with the 2-0. Maybe if there's any curse, it's when I come in here, it's only 2-0.
It's called the Valdez 2-0 curse. We want more games, Valdez. Stop it now.
I'm sorry.
I wanted 6 games, Valdez.
I'm just too powerful. Sorry, guys. You know, I tried. Detonation Focus Me. They almost took Ascent, but it wasn't meant to be.
We tried to will it, but it wasn't enough. So many cool plays here. Soldam, so good on Jet. We were curious exactly how the performance was going to be, but man, if somebody was the MVP for the losing team, it was him.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's trying his best. He is getting very aggressive. His team is playing well around it too. I feel like give Detonation Focus Me some time with this roster, and I think they're really going to fine-tune it. The issue is,
they don't have enough time, Tasteless. We're already halfway through the season. They've already lost too many matches. So, you know, maybe they'll look good towards the end, but I still don't think they'll have playoffs. Team Secret looking very, very nice today. Outside of times where Soldan was just creating his TikTok highlights, you know, outside of these rounds, it was pretty much all Team Secret. So, really big congrats to them. This is one that they really needed the 2-0 on, and they deservedly do take it tonight as the better team.
This was such a great 2-0. I mean, look, it's nice to have that third game, but it was so close in these two maps that they played against each other here. Yeah, we're looking at this 7 first bloods here for Soldum on our score screen.
Yeah.
Gotta show some respect for Team Secret. They have been very explosive here in VCT Pacific. And now Detonation Focus Me. I mean, they may very well be in the zone where you just can't recover. We may be very close to ushering them out.
Yeah. It's rough, you know. It's a really competitive tournament that we got going on here, and there's not too much time for the side of Detonation. But Team Secret, they get this win. Chubby Ninja's the best!
We agree.
Shout out to Victoria on the desk.
Hell yeah.
We'll see her later.
Well, Team Secret does it again. And this is week 5, right? Week 5 of Valorant here?
Yes, week 5.
So we're getting deeper and deeper into our tournament. I had a lot of questions about Team Secret, and I was really curious exactly how they were going to perform, but they've really delivered.
Well, this is a really fun day of games that we did have here. At the end of the day, I'm going to give my MVP vote to Dubstep.
I'm doing Borkum.
We are very mixed. It really felt like a team victory from the side of Team Secret. Some Borkum votes, some Dubstep votes, Jesse Bosch vote. And I'm curious to see who's actually going to pick up the MVP, because it really feels like it could have been any of them for many different reasons.
Right.
Like Jesse Bosch, I like that vote just for his shot calling, his ability to play the team around himself and like get some of those really extremely clean entries, and some of the clutch plays were his as well. I just felt like mechanically today I would have leaned towards Dubstep or Borkum for some of their incredible like flicks, and the jet play on map 1 as well from Dubstep. Really cool stuff.
When you look at Team Secret, they really do seem to have a very all-star lineup. There's all these different moments where they're firing on all cylinders. Everybody's creating opportunities. I think this would have been much more one-sided had Soldom not been so insane in these moments that they needed him to succeed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If Soldom wasn't playing, I mean, again, you know, the desk was touching on this, and I think their points are fair about how you bring in a new guy, and it's kind of rough to get everybody on the same page and all that stuff. That is very fair, but at the same time, he individually was just so gifted. But at the end of the day, Team Secret, the better team, they do take the win.
I do feel like Detonation Focus Me is improving. They are looking good inside of their games, but they're not able to cross that finish line. They're not able to get that 13th round win. I thought we were going to have it when we were looking at the first map on Ascent, but Team Secret really buckled down and pulled through with some clutch plays.
Yeah, and everybody really pulled their weight, even outside of the names that we mentioned in terms of like MVP votes. Everybody, even Envy had some big rounds and stuff like that. Jeremy as well. Really cool stuff on the Rays here on Haven, rather. So I'm just curious to see who's going to get it. But I'm getting the word now, guys, that the interview is ready. Let's hand it over to Jen for the interview.
I'm standing here with Team Secret's Dubstep. Now, Dubstep, congratulations, but that was a close one. DFM fought very hard up until very end. So do you feel like it could have gone either way as well?
I believe so, because I think every team here in the Pacific League is improving a lot, and every week there's so much improvement from each team, especially like the teams that haven't had like wins yet. They're like trying their best to improve. So I think every team like deserves like a win, like a chance here in VCT.
Well, speaking of improvement then, what did you make of your opponents today, DFM? Did they surprise you maybe a little bit on how much they've improved?
Yeah, they surprised me because I did not see like Soldom play a lot, but in our match I saw him, and I think it was going to be a fun match because expecting the Korean Jet to be playing in the server with me, that was one of the exciting things that I had in mind going to the game.
Yeah. we got to see Saldam play a lot on the Haven, but thank God for Team Secret's Haven win, because up until today, I don't know if you were aware, but you guys have not won a single time on your map picks. So were you aware, and what do you guys think that is?
I think most of our map picks could have gone under either way, but yeah, I think people think if it's your map pick, you should win automatically. But the thing is, if it's your map pick, people will review you. People will will know how you play. So it's kind of tough. It's 50-50.
It's a double-edged sword. That's what you're saying, right? Well, another favorite map of yours is Icebox, and you guys haven't picked up the win yet, but you were pretty confident in it. But it's leaving the map pool starting next week. So do you think that's going to affect you guys a lot, or affect the preparation process a lot?
I think. For me personally, I don't like Icebox, but my team loves Icebox. Also, we love Icebox. A lot of upsets gone from Icebox, the Gambit game, the Liquid game. But yeah, I'm glad it's leaving, and I'm glad Riot and Valorant is making changes every now and then. I like this change. I like every change, because with change you can only grow.
Well, speaking of changes, Bind is coming back, and so you prefer Bind better? Okay. Well, have you guys been prepping a lot on that map?
I mean, I think it's too early, I guess, but we're trying our best to be updated. So yeah, I think we'll be ready when Bind comes out, and hope to see you guys there.
Well, are you guys planning on picking it yourself, or should we wait and see?
I think that's a secret.
All right, that's your secret. All right, well, your next opponent will be Zeta, and they look stronger and stronger by each week. So what's your expectation heading into that matchup?
I'm always excited to go against Japanese teams, because I find them very interesting. The way they play is so different from the rest of the teams. So yeah, I'm really excited to go against one of the Japan's best, and can't wait.
All right, facing two Japanese teams in a row. Good luck in the future, and thank you always, Dubstep.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was Dubstep after picking up their victory against DFM. And for more, I'm going to toss it over to the desk. So, Victoria?
Thank you, Jen. I would like to officially announce it is now called Caster Blessing. Congratulations to Team Secret.
That's right.
Yeah, so that was, it went how we thought it would go. And did you think it would?
Sort of.
Okay, why? Why sort of?
I mean, it was very wild at times. Both maps, frankly, had a lot of good things from both teams and a lot of not so good things from both teams, where I kind of was left scratching my head. I mean, but that's kind of the nature sometimes of players like Soldam, where they bring so much chaos, and he's all over the map, and they're using him to try to sell fakes on their eco rounds when he has a Phantom, and he's the only one with a rifle, and everybody else goes the other side, and they give Borkham a Phantom. The whole thing's just chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, this was just the road less traveled to get to the expected result. A bit closer, I think, than we might have anticipated, especially there almost going to that overtime on Ascent. So, I mean, do I walk away from this saying, okay, yeah, I got my pred right, this is what was expected? Yes, but I'm also a little concerned still for Secret, because this was way scrappier than it needed to be. Like you said, Soldam kind of bringing out that chaos. It felt like he was really able to kind of grab them and drag them down into the mud here alongside DFM. And TS, hopefully moving forward, if they're going to be a playoff contending team, we want to see some cleaner performances from them. Obviously, for the side of Detonation, this doesn't mathematically eliminate them from the playoffs, but with a matchup still against DRX,
kind of, yeah.
It's unfortunately, basically, the curtains are closing.
We're pretty convinced that this is a done deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sadly have to agree with that. Now, there was one really cool moment where Soldam definitely served up that TikTok reel, but there were also a lot of DFM hiccups, and it was just really well played by Team Secret. Now, there's one round that DFM did win, but it came at such a high cost.
It really did. We'll take a look at this. This is going to be round 9. On the defending side here is Secret. Dubstep set up in Garage. He's got the lockdown ready to go, just looking to flush them away. Now, Suggest does have a lockdown available for the counter. They also know that Anthem does have this Hunter's Fury. So at the very least, a dropping lockdown to go ahead and get that ult away from them. So now they also have the lockdown that they have to respect and play back away from. In the meantime, though, they still manage to find a couple eliminations. This suddenly leaves Suggest and Anthem left to try to defend the spike side. They hear the jump up. They manage to go ahead and take down Jeremy. Nice 2 kills here from Suggest. And just right at this moment is when they start reading, like, okay, we can hear the footsteps. We know they're coming through from C. TP in, Anthem opts to go for the quiet play here. They do manage to get the flush in onto Borkum, who's just desperately holding this spike, trying to get the defuse, but he's bought so much time, he's drawn them further into the site. They have to gravitate towards the spike. It ends up exploding, and it kills them all, so no weapons end up being retained.
Yeah, and I mean, then over to round 11 here, it's just an absolute mess here. Soldom gets 3 out the rip, and you're just like, okay, this is looking really good. The plant is down, but then Jesse Bash comes from behind off this Hunter's Fury. Jeremy uses it to peek, picks up a huge kill, and then it's just chaos. Like, DFM is trying to figure out what the heck's going on. They're kind of confused about the positioning exactly of Jesse Bash. You can see that they're trying to hold the crossfire angles. Jesse, they're able to buy a little bit of time, but then Jeremy just, kind of senses that they're going to be focused on that recon dart that Jesse had just sent out into the cubby, and then he's able to get a double out of it. So it's just, every round was so chaotic here. It was so, it's like a roller coaster. You're like, okay, they've got it. Okay, no, they don't. Okay, we got it. And then, it was fun, but.
Yeah, it was fun. At the very least, it was fun. But those post plans were completely out of their control, or rather, Team Secret took it back into their own control in the most chaotic way possible. Now, I also want to talk a bit about what Team Secret did well, and it might just be because they make some rounds look like they're just having target practice.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
I mean, no doubt about it. That Secret is talented. We know this. We've seen it. Pound for pound, they can go up with some great players, with some great teams, but they don't always, follow through sometimes. Sometimes their protocols do start to break down. Sometimes we see them, kind of not anticipate the aggression from DFM properly.
Yes, that's right. There's one particular round, round 14, where Borkum comes in, and I'm going to let you walk through this.
So DFM, the one thing that we can really say at the end of this was pistol rounds, pretty damn good. As you can see, they've got a decent amount of firepower in their hands, Taka-J with the Guardian, etc. They try to go for this quick plant on B site due to the side of Team Secret. Nanoswarm manages to find Jeremy. They pick off Jesse Bash, and instantly they have this 5v3 scenario, but Borkum swings around the backside, and no one is expecting it at all. He manages to find one, steadies, barely survives long enough to kill off Sentry, and Suggest is just able to kill him before Envy takes him down. Suddenly, now, where you once had a 5v3, you got a 2v1. You still favor them, given that they have this long-range weaponry. Soldom is looking to use these cloudbursts to try to cover. No one's going to clear the Nanoswarm. It forces them off to the spike, and then Dubstep is able to just isolate these very quickly. Gets the 1-tap, gets the 2-tap, and bing, bang, boom, the round is lost. That's an anti-eco out the window there from the side of Detonation.
And they had almost lost the other anti-eco as well. Jesse Bash had that double with the Classic. I mean, so there were struggles here for DFM in rounds that should be pretty winnable usually, but I mean, granted, Team Secret is pretty cagey. Of course, we know that their aim is good with dubstep and these kind of things, but overall, there was a lot of concern with some of the protocols as well for DFM.
That's right. Now, there was a moment that we briefly mentioned where we thought maybe Soldom is gonna. Actually, to be honest, when Soldom had an op in his hand and on C site, I thought he was gonna lose it, but he keeps it for this round.
He just drags this round back in. I mean, he's just crazy.
Yeah. I mean, granted, this, they're all up against a half buy, but this right there, that shorty kill, being on the dash back into the Cloudburst was already placed. It was just crazy stuff from Soldom, and this is what we have been wanting to see. It's something that was missing over at Lock-In. We immediately saw the sub out. Going into that second map versus Giants, he disappeared for a long while. He came back last week. A middling performance from him. Today, I can comfortably say, in both of these maps, Soldom's impact was felt. It's just unfortunate that the rest of the team wasn't able to play up to that level, and if they had, we'd probably be looking at least a third map, if not Detonation potentially being able to walk away here.
Yeah, Suggest just doesn't look as comfortable on the Killjoy yet. You do have some good support now. Better, I would say, utility. It wasn't as good on Haven. Too many times where Soldom's off running around on his own.
Yeah.
And he's too good to be let off the leash like that. Like you don't let your treasured pets, just go run around by themselves out in the middle of the forest usually. I mean, some people do.
You keep the collar and leash
up. Yeah, especially with cats. As a cat owner,
you
you can't let them do that. They'll just take off for forever. But you know, you got to make sure that he's reeled in. You got to make sure that you're supporting him with utility. On that ace, we did see some utility to support him. There were flashes. There was a stun from Zenfree as well in the middle of all that. So there were things that were there to make sure that he's set up for success. But then on other rounds, again, where he yeeted that Phantom over into the hands of Borkum and almost sacrificed their other anti-eco rounds. So things like that where they're making correctable mistakes, but they're still mistakes.
Yeah. I think we could see, you know, after all the questions that we had about, you know, they keep rotating this roster, what are they trying to do here? I think we can kind of see that the pieces are starting to come together a bit. This looked a lot better from them. This looked more in line with what we saw from their first 2 series when they were pushing people, where they took that map away from Gen G. This looked a hell of a lot better. But unfortunately, it's coming at such a dire moment here where now their backs are against the wall. They have to win every other series from here. And with still such tough opposition, it just seems nigh impossible.
And it shouldn't have taken this long to figure this out. They've been together as this team for quite a while, just as long as most of the other teams. They put this squad together very early. They were already playing together by December for the Riot 1 event. There's no reason that they should be that far behind still trying to figure things out at this point. It should have been, you know, figured out a while ago.
Yeah.
That's right. So it will be interesting when we see DFM go up against T1 next week, another team that's, I feel like that's also been trying to figure out a couple of things. Now, let's talk about the key player here. I think a lot of players at Team Secrets just played really well today, but let's talk about Jeremy.
The Raze specialist. Yeah, he was super impactful. Had, especially on that first half when they went up 9-3. I mean, he was like 16 and something. He was absolutely on one. Had some great moments. Again, getting set up on some of those rounds like we saw with like playing off of the utility of Jesse Bash very well. I thought Jesse had a great day on the Silver overall across both maps. But you can see that Jeremy, he does a ton of damage, and he gets a lot of the damage done on the Raze. He is one of our better Razes we have here. He has great instincts. He seems to be in the right place at the right time. Plays off his team's utility very well. Really impressive performance.
Yeah, I mean, solid stuff. The entries were coming in were fairly clean. I mean, for the most part, felt like his ults were widely on point as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many times where as soon as he pulled the ult, he just had...
They at least cleared space, right?
Scattering, you know, to the wind. So, I mean, people might be saying, oh, Rosa ult didn't get a kill. But the amount of space that he was acquiring for his teams was great. And in particular, there was one where Sultan dashed away from it. So that's not Jeremy's fault. It was very well
But you got to
piloted
dash
by
out
him.
of Soldom, which is something. That's something.
See what he does with those dashes?
That's right.
Get rid of that. That's a lethal weapon taken away from him.
Exactly.
Well, let's also talk about another player. I think we were discussing our MVP for overall, and there was some back and forth because again, there were just so many good plays by so many players.
Well, it's a thing about Secret that when they're playing their best, it's actually kind of hard to pick an MVP in a way because everybody's playing well. But Dubstep here, you know, from his performance on the Jet on the first map to some solid stuff here on the Killjoy, you know, that quadra kill with the Judge and other just good positionings, doing what you need from a Killjoy on the map that I think is, you know, one of the best suited for Killjoy overall is Haven, and he played it extremely well.
Yeah, I mean, and that one right there, being able to get that Sheriff double kill, win them that eco round off the back of the pistol laws. You know, again, you never really know what the spiraling effect is going to be if he's not able to do that. If Detonation do start off that second half, going up to 5-round wins, you know, do they manage to push this into an overtime, etc.? It's hard to quantify, but Dubstep was there when they needed him the most. He almost dropped 30 kills in the first map, so he still looks crisp on the Jet. He looks like he's very comfortable on this Killjoy, you know, having now somewhat recently stepped into the Sentinel role. So as one of the veteran faces here on Team Secret, it seems like he's right at home in both of these roles that he's playing.
Absolutely. And they really had an incredible showing today, and we'll see how they do next week. Now let's see where the standings are. We are halfway through week 5 at this moment. Again, DRX is at the top. Gen G's our second Korea
We have a
powerhouse.
3-way tie! But this time it's for 4th place, not 5th.
I see, yes. Interesting,
But
okay.
those are the playoff spots, down to T1. Those are currently, you know, everybody at T1 and above is in the playoffs currently, if it would, you know, finish today.
Yes, for a reminder for everyone, we have 10 teams in total, but only 6 will make it to playoffs, and from there, only 3 teams will make it to Masters in Tokyo. So it's gonna be a big one. Tomorrow we have Zeta versus Talon. Talon is a team that is, well, they're at the very bottom with With DFM.
I had this like weird, like pompous voice.
I thought she was like going for like the Mary Poppins or something. Like, I'm expecting you to like pop out an umbrella and float off stage. I'm like, wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure that at times that's how some of the talent players feel because it hasn't been a good road for them. They're staring at Zeta, who has been on a hot streak. They look really good right now. Depp has been absolutely incredible, and Talon is still kind of struggling to find heavy impacts from just about anybody, let alone just from Garnets. Going into this matchup, I have to really very much favor Zeta, and I can't really I can't really overemphasize how much this is in Zeta's hands. Talon, I'm hoping that they can show us something, push them to the limit. At the very least, honestly, I wouldn't be that upset if it's a similar performance to Detonation versus Secret here.
Yeah.
If they can push it, pick up 11 rounds on a map, maybe get us an overtime, get a map win, I think that will at least be like, okay, things are getting a little bit better. It's unfortunate that it's this late, but hey, who knows with the LCQ, yada, yada, yada.
It's a coordination thing for Talon, and they just need to kind of start getting back to what we saw at Lock-In. I mean, that was a great form. That was a great setup. You know, as good as Patty is individually, he's had some struggles coming in. He's played more agents than anybody. He's played a different agent on like literally every map he's played.
Yeah.
So there's clearly them trying to find an identity, and they don't have any more time to mess around with it. They got to find one, and if that just means going back to not having Pat play, I know that's hard to hear. I know that nobody wants to see that. We know how good he is individually, but that might not be what's best for the team. I'm not sure. Zeta, on the other hand, Depp is playing out of his mind. He's topping most of these statistics in our league right now.
Yeah.
I mean, anything's
Top 3,
possible. We
for
saw
sure.
CGRS play yesterday. Talon could do anything.
Are we going to see Bars from Zeta? I mean, he's like one of the few who hasn't played yet. Can you give him a chance?
It could happen.
Tomorrow could be the game for them to do it. I mean, I agree with you guys, though. Talon hasn't been performing the way we thought they would be. If anything, I thought they would have a similar trajectory as Zeta, finding their footing at some point. But they still haven't quite found it yet. But we're going to find that out tomorrow in that best of 3. Now, with that, any final thoughts for today? We just finished so fast. I feel like it's too soon.
It was a wild day today.
I will say, just for a little bit of extra praise for Soldam, he did have the most first kills in that game. 12-8 across the series. Dubstep 9-7. So another good job to Soldam, who looks
he played
like
better today.
He looks like his TikTok self.
And they played better around him today as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think continuing to work on that, they could be very strong next week against T1, and I want to see that good game happen. Now with that, we are going to close it off for today. Again, I'm Victoria. We have Kilios and Paper Thin. Shout out to Mischief Magic over there in Singapore supporting Team Secret. And thanks for joining us, guys, at VCT Pacific Week 5. See you tomorrow for more good games.
1 hour later.
1 hour later,
1 hour
that's
later
right.
on Monday.
1 hour later on Monday.
Yeah, I get to sleep in an extra hour.
Yeah. So do check the schedule for the exact timing. It's 1 hour later. So you guys enjoy your Monday work or school. See ya. Bye. Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. We are on week 5 of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. Let's see what happens. We are going to go live and let fate take it away with RRQ versus T1.
Right side, just trying to block him outside. Player going to open up with that first one over right now. They come in, close in, get the kill, and this is going to put the first win on the board for T1.
They're pushing in on the site. Potatoes here in the back. They did not clear this out. He picks up one, but does get cleared out. Lockdown now destroyed, and RRQ will be able to clear this out.
Like they probably are. They've closed off one side. It's going to have to get a kill on City. He goes for the flash. He comes out. And that's going to be that. T1 gets the 6th win.
Massive. Flipsider also here. They finally take it out. Headshot the doorways to try to secure this one. But pushing out. Here comes RRQ. They clean up all 3 of them at the same time.
The perfect play where they don't round from here on out.
Slow push through door.
T1 takes it over RRQ 2-0.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific, and we just finished our first matchup, which was pretty quick. Tonight's going to be depending on this next matchup with DFM versus Team Secret.
Hop on down and immediately get taken out. Indeed picks up one, but Detonation are holding on to this. Retake does come in, and they will be able to get the defuse.
I told them was going to have a much better chance.
All right, that was confusing. Not sure how he did not. Oh, that's a thrifty from Team Secret.
Oh, beautiful flash there. Some great defense so far. Bush is going to continue on. And he whiffs that. Just firing above the head. Jess takes out Jesse Bash. Smoke. The crossfire is nice. Oh, Team Secret with a shutdown so far.
Okay.
Oh.
And there's the ace.
Team Secret with a total shutdown.
Please just shoot him.
I can't do this. I can't do this. Oh my God, the knife's all mid. It's all gonna be up to Anthem, but he is killed as well. 2-0. Team Secret is victorious.